Well, the lowering of the music means, baby, we are live from the Fastport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio. Oh, God, I love being able to start my day off with this lovely man, Jimmy Mack. How are you doing this morning, my good sir?
I am doing Dan and Grandy. Guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio. Hashtag RGR. Hashtag Road Gang Radio. Hashtag Dave Nemo. Hashtag it all, man. Just tag that hash, man.
Do it all, man.
Speaking of hashtags, by the way, I always think about hash browns. I think about our good friend Ten Ring, who's out there actually on the tube of you, as many of you are as well. Hey, Ten Ring. Hey, Bruce Almighty. Hey, Paranormal Pie Man. Hey, Jody. Hey, Doodah Man. And hey, RadioNemo. Our good friend Chowder was here bright and early. And you can be here, too, at 615-292-6366. At the bottom of the half hour, I'll be bouncing over to the Book of Face and checking out what's going on over there. Welcome to the greatest show in the known universe, the greatest trucking show of all time. I've told you guys, those folks on Zebulon 5, they think they got themselves a space trucking show going on, but they ain't got nothing compared to us. A great show yesterday, by the way. Our good friend Dave Nemo and I managed to walk about 10 guests through in about 3 hours. Well, actually, about 10 guests through in about 2 hours. A lot of rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling going on over there. You can find most of that content over on YouTube right now, so if you missed anything, be like Bruce Almighty. Be like Bruce. And find that content that's happening over there. Jump into the conversation. Give us a call. We'd love to hear from you. It is a rack-packed and stacked lineup here on Road Gang Radio, where the first 2 hours are spent making a living, and the past 2 hours are spent making a life. And, of course, those last 2 hours mean that Lindsay Lawler is going to be joining us live from Franklin, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, somewhere, Tennessee, as our good friend Tara resides in somewhere, Tennessee. I know it's Clarksville, Tara, but a lot of people who don't know, they think it's somewhere, Tennessee. Got a chance yesterday to meet a whole bunch of new folks, and I kind of wanted to talk about that for a second. One of the things that Road Gang Radio is going to be doing over the next couple of weeks is introducing you not only to voices you've already heard, folks you've already enjoyed, and by the way, we still haven't had Rebecca Brewster on yet. She's coming, not today, but
come on.
She's going to be coming on here. Still haven't had Bridget Blitch on here, but we're going to get her on too at some point or another. They're all scheduled. They're in the calendar. They're coming up. But we're also giving you a chance to meet new folks out there like Chris Jolly and our good friend Ramel, who we met yesterday, and our good friend Ramon, who we met yesterday. A lot of new folks, a lot of new voices. Remember, you heard them here first. Don't be surprised if those folks, having gotten their voice over here, make their way to other places and into other spaces. We wish them all the best and success. They'll be recurring over here. It's always good to have folks. It's been a crazy couple of days in the news. Crazy couple of days. I know you guys know that there have been a few interesting things going on in the international sector. You might have heard some stuff. But we didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday, and I wanted to give it more time to breathe because our good friend Dave and I, we had a lot of people to get through yesterday, not to mention our good friend Tara kind of talking about the week that was with Breaker Talkback. You guys know who Fred Smith is. You know he transformed the parcel shipping industry, and he did it by risking his family fortune to found FedEx Corp. He did that in 1971. He died. He was 80 years old, and this is what the CEO, Raj Subramanian, had to say about his passing. It is with profound sadness and a heavy heart that I share that Frederick W. Smith, our founder and executive chairman, died earlier today. For those who don't know, Smith first conceived his idea to create a hub and spoke network to deliver packages overnight by jet aircraft in 1965. He thought that up while he was going to Yale. After 2 tours in Vietnam as a Marine, he persuaded investors to back his concept. Now, in case you didn't notice, FedEx is one of the largest logistical companies in the world with more than $80 billion of annual sales. This is what American Trucking Association's president Chris Spears had to say. Fred Smith was a titan of the trucking industry. Through his hard work and ingenuity and sheer determination, his vision for a revolutionary transportation company took flight. 5 decades. He built FedEx into one of the world's most iconic and innovative companies. His contributions not only transformed our industry, they helped reshape our economy and forever change the way we live. By the way, in case you didn't know, FedEx ranks number 2 on the Transport Topics Top 100 list of the largest for-hire carriers in North America. Number 2 on that same list is Top 50 list of the largest global freight carriers. And number 43 on TT's Top 100 list of the largest logistic companies in North America. By the way, this report that I'm giving you was a combination of Thomas Black from Bloomberg News and the AP reporting that went on with that. Give us a call at 615-292-6366. Other people are doing that right now. Who, may I ask, am I talking to at this moment, Dre?
Oh, Madison with the T is on it this morning at Showtime in North Carolina. He has advice, question mark? Miami Vice, question mark?
Miami Vice, Miami Advice. What's going on, Showtime?
How you doing, and how's Mr. Andre this morning?
He is doing, well, I guess he's doing Dan and Andre. I guess he's doing Andre.
I'm doing Andre.
I came in with Led Zeppelin playing this morning. He got a chance to watch that documentary about the Zepp, and so he was in a Led Zeppelin state of mind. We had bad storms down here really quickly. I had to reset my parents' entire alarm system and fix all the clocks in their house because I didn't want them waking up and not knowing when. You don't want two 82-year-old people coming downstairs and having no idea what time it is with their alarm going off. So I fixed everything for them. And then I got over here to a big wall of Zepp. That's my morning. How's yours?
Not bad. I headed down to Atlanta, drop one off, and then I'm going home for about a week. So I'll be off.
Nice.
Got a big 2-day racing event I got to do at the ZMAX Dragway next Friday, Saturday. So I got that, and I'm just being home. I've been home since February, so
it's time to go home.
Yeah,
it's time to go home.
I'll send you a picture of something when I get home that I got the other day. So kind of Miami Vice type stuff.
Let me ask you a question about getting home. When you've been on the road that long, and everybody always immediately races to their to-do list. I want to kind of avoid that for a second. What are you really looking forward to when you finally get to that extended period off? What fun or genuinely relaxing thing are you going to do? Because I know you got hobbies. There are things that you actually enjoy.
Yeah, well, I get to go home, and I'm going to go to the gun range, so that's one of the things that I do to relax because I haven't shot anything since February. So I'm going to go do that, and then just catch up on stuff. I've got a couple new rifles and stuff I've got. I get them set up, do that stuff, and just hang out and go see some friends, do stuff like that.
This is a different thing for me because I do have a few friends, as you know, John, Fry, and a couple of other people have places that when we go places, they're places we can shoot. And I know that there have been a number of callers and drivers who are golfers, who many of whom plan their routes to occasionally hit some links. I was kind of curious if you're a person who likes skeet shooting or target shooting, if there are people with regular routes who, and it's hard because, a lot of places you drive through those states, the rules for gun carry change in the cab. I was curious, is it possible to get shooting in if you're out there on the range?
There's a couple places I could probably go when I'm out on the road. And you see gun ranges alongside the road, shopping malls and whatever, that you could probably stop at if you wanted to. I just don't because I'm finicky with my guns. When I shoot them, when I get done, I want to clean them and have them ready to go again. So I don't carry any of that stuff with me. So I'd have to, get that and then do that. But I just kind of wait till I get home because then I have a few places I go where I feel really comfortable at, so that's the ones I enjoy to go to when I'm home.
Yeah, and golf clubs are hard enough to bring everywhere you go with you. Try bringing guns that are actually fun for shooting, and like at places like we're talking about, while in the back of your cab. I always feel like if I'm going on a long trip, the only way I'm bringing a gun is if I am, in fact, shooting when I get to my destination, or if, in fact, I'm going someplace really rough where it's kind of required of me. It's a tough call putting anything beyond. God bless you, Madison. She just got a little sneeze in there. Just wanted to give her a shout-out. Stop sneezing. We just told her to do that. Do me a favor, because you do this better than anybody else. Would you explain once again to our friends out there why they should hit the like button both on Facebook and on YouTube?
Well, on YouTube it helps because it helps the algorithm. And if you click the like button, then when you click on YouTube, it will automatically start bringing up RadioNemo. So when I go to YouTube like this morning, it automatically comes up, and then I just got to click on RadioNemo on the show to go to it. So it just makes it so much easier.
Thank you,
and it just helps build the algorithm for you guys, so that will bring it up on other people's pages. If they do anything with trucking, it will bring it up, and that will just help spread the word.
And in the blink of an eye, 3 people hit that like button. Well done. There's all kinds of reasons to like our friend Showtime, but the like button is one of the biggest reasons. No, plenty of other reasons, including this amazing sign. We actually know where it's going to go. It's going right by the clock, so that if Dave is going to put a clock in his vision, he's going to put he's going to put a truck sign right in his vision too. What you got, Dre? All right, here we go. All right, Showtime. I got to shuffle off this radio coil. It's good to hear your final thoughts. You got any?
Just everyone be careful out there, and I'm going to be home, so I will see you all soon.
Thank you, sir. By the way, every June 24th is we observe Fix Your Windows and Doors Day. That's a thing. There's always a day for everything. It's a day dedicated to doing this home maintenance task that might otherwise go neglected. Keeping your doors and windows in good condition actually adds value to your home. Most importantly, it makes your home feel good. I'm not kidding. A little plastic strip at the bottom of the door.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, you can save yourself a lot in power bills, dude. And check your windows. The reason why people don't change windows more often is the return on investment in it takes about 3 to 4 years before you start seeing a difference.
Okay.
But it's a nice finishing touch when you've done everything else in the house, when you've sealed the cracks, put the strips around the door, done the thing. That's the moment. That's the moment where you want to get those windows fixed. Take care of yourself, and you'll take care of everybody you love. Let's take a break. Speaking of taking care of people you love, because the good doctor, Dr. John, Pastor John, Reverend John, I'm going to call him doctor. You know why?
Yeah, the right place at the wrong time.
Because he heals my soul.
Oh, baby.
All right. So let's have a moment of reflection. Oh, one more quick thing. I keep telling you, folks. I done told you, folks. I done warned you, folks. It's not a warning. Go to weekends@radionemo.com if you, in fact, want to get a group of kids together at a school or in a playground or at a Little League game and have them say the national anthem and get a recording of it and send it to us. We will clean it up. It will be our pledge for our pledge and national anthem.
I might have some nephews and nieces that are pretty trained in the area of singing. That would be pretty good.
67 first cousins once removed. As I said before, if my grandparents were around, they would have 67 great-grandchildren. So I'm thinking about getting a whole gaggle of them together.
Yeah.
But if you got yourself a Little League team, get them together. Get them together, brothers and sisters, because the revolution will not be radioized. All right, Dre, take us away.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets recognize the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Hey, good morning, good morning. I want to share with you a passage that's very powerful. And it's found in the book of Nehemiah, verse 8, verse 10. I'm sorry, chapter 8, verse 10. And this passage is so powerful because it helps us to understand how important it is for us to enjoy the Lord. He says in verse 10, Nehemiah 8:10 says, Nehemiah said, go and enjoy choice food, sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing. Uh-oh. He said, go and enjoy choice food, sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. He said, this day is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. Did you catch what he just did? He said, you should always be in a mindset, and I'm learning this. I promise you, I'm learning this. He said that you should always be in a mindset of blessing others. He said you should always be in a mindset of blessing others, because it's right here in the text. It says, go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks. And watch this, the B portion of it says, send some to those who have nothing prepared. He says, because you don't know what has happened in that person's life. You don't know what they've gone through. And he said, you should always be thinking and be thankful that God has blessed you enough to be a blessing to someone else. So my brothers and sisters, my challenge to you today is don't be so fickle, but bless other people. Encourage them, because you don't know when your day is coming. God bless you.
Amen. And listen, man, speaking of people you don't know what they're going through, should we talk to Pack Rat and see how he's doing?
How are you doing, Pack Rat? What's going on? What's the good word? And welcome, as always, to Road Gang Radio.
Oh, Jimmy Mack. I did my last rabies injection a week ago Saturday, and those vaccines have ravaged me. I have never felt this miserable over anything. Every muscle and joint that can hurt is hurting.
So, ironically, we had a podcaster on the show a couple of weeks ago when we were on the other platform. A woman named Caitlin does a podcast called Heart Starts Pounding. Her latest episode is literally about people confusing becoming a werewolf with rabies back in the day. And as I listened to it, I thought about you, because as bad as that experience was, as bad as what you went through was, when I heard what all the steps of somebody having incurable rabies was, I said, I hate the fact that he had to go through that. I am so glad you're not going through what would be next if you didn't treat it. Wow, huh?
Oh.
Bad.
I'm almost at the point I'm ready just to jump out in front of a bus and end it all.
Oh my God!
It's been hard. It's been hard.
Tell me what the biggest problem was. Tell me what the kind of I mean pinpoint it. Let people know so that they understand what happens when you go through this process.
Well, I don't know if everybody has those kind of side effects. The side effects can vary from person to person, but I started out with hives. I started getting hives, and then the clinic didn't want to give me that third injection, so they sent me to the hospital. And okay, we did the injection. Okay, got hives, and then I started breaking out in blotches, red blotches all over.
God!
Running a fever, nauseated. My appetite. I haven't been able to eat Doritos in almost a month.
All right, I have to ask.
That's how bad it is.
I have to ask about the peace dividend involved in this. Have you lost any weight? Has it taken any weight off you?
No, I would say no.
Because
I've been keeping track, but no.
Because I once got what they called the Katrina crud in the immediate aftermath of Katrina, and I was already getting kind of in pretty decent shape. And now this was bad. I got down to 167 pounds. And I had not been that thin in I was closing in on 40 at the time, and I had not been that thin since I was a teenager. And part of it was because I was already kind of light, and then I got this really bad flu, and I had it for like 2 weeks, which I never get. If I get sick and you get it for 2 weeks, I get it for 1 day. I'd never gotten that sick in forever. But you didn't even get the peace dividend, so you lost your appetite and didn't even drop any pounds. That's major suckage.
I still eat. I can still eat, but it just, the food is not tasting as good. You know what I mean? I have to, because I get hungry and I have to eat. So, but I haven't been able to eat Doritos for some reason.
Well, this is an awful thing to say. Maybe you're tasting Doritos for what they really taste like.
Oh, touche.
I mean, well, no, because there's certain parts of our taste buds that get killed, and often it might be the area where the salts and the seasonings are happening. And if there's nothing left, if you take the salt and the seasoning out of Doritos, dude, I mean, you're eating cardboard. You're eating crispy cardboard. Straight up, full truth. I know, it's Doritos, though.
It's so good.
I know. You can't just eat one. What you got, Trey?
Pack Rat, you ever had the situation where you had COVID?
The
situation of COVID where you could, like, you didn't have a stuffy nose and all that stuff, but you just couldn't smell or taste nothing.
I did catch COVID, but a very mild case, though.
Dude, let me tell you something. My mom's boyfriend cooked so good, and he came over. He's like, "Oh, I know you're sick, and I think this will make you feel better." Comes over here and does a sous vide pork loin and something on the side or whatever. And I was just like, "Oh yeah, the texture seems very nice. I can't smell it or taste it, Brian."
Well,
I've heard that from Jeff. I've heard that said, yes.
So yeah. I mean, by the way, Dave lost his sense of smell, and I mean, he lost it when he got it. I mean, he lost it forever. We thought at one point that his sense of smell was never coming back, dude. And it I guess it kind of faded back in on him when it finally came back. They faded it up, but the worst COVID I got, I didn't get stuffy head. I didn't get any kind of sniffle. I got none of that. All I had was my back hurt for the entire time. That was my entire COVID experience. I felt like my back was inflamed. That's what it felt like, that I had done a workout that exclusively focused on my back, and I never recovered. That's what it felt like. So I
know what you mean.
I hope people have really enjoyed today's conversation with Pack Rat. We're all describing what it feels like to be Josh Allen on a regular basis. Just want to kind of point this out to people. Perpetually sore and in pain and unable to get off the couch, and yet having to throw 3 touchdowns in a game, which kind of sums up trucking, if you ask me. What are you doing? Are you able to drive at all? I mean, how are you hanging in there?
I am working. It didn't start. I didn't start getting a rough shot until late last week, and I was okay for a few days, and then all of a sudden the side effects kicked in. So I'm just going day by day. I'm just hoping tomorrow I feel better. You know, it's just going day by day.
You're in the same boat, not the same. I mean, he's not getting rabies shot, but our good friend Bandit is not doing well either. He's recovering from something, by the way. So our good friend, the Turtle Pterodactyl Turtle wishes you the best. A lot of friends out there saying hi. Forrod says hi. Doodah Man says hi. Joe J, by the way, where are you right now? Where are you at this very moment?
I'm just taking the tri-state around Chicago right now. I got a delivery in Wisconsin.
Yeah, because Joe J sent us a message saying he got a whole lot of rain across Iowa, 80 today. I told everybody to be safe if you're going towards Iowa, so just be careful. Watch out for the weather out there, my friend. It's good talking to you. Final thoughts. Usually we talk football, but today we're talking about, we're talking about the pain. The pain!
Hey, final thought. Early bird gets the worm, second mouse gets the cheese.
Oh, nicely done. Thank you very much, Pack Rat. The rat always gets the cheese. Thank you, man. All the best from Pack Rat as well. Hey, by the way, this is kind of a crazy story. A Rhode Island animal rescue group, they're looking for a home for a 20-year-old parrot. By the way, 20-year-old parrot, Madison, is not an old parrot. 20-year-old parrot is still young. Go ahead and ask. Ask.
Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. How old can they get?
Oh, they get to be 110.
Gah! Okay, sorry. What? A bird?
Yeah. Parrots, certain kind of speakinese kind of things can live.
Yeah, tortoises I understand.
No, tortoises can live to 250.
Yeah, that's cool.
Big tortoise gets to the bottom of the sea, making the miracle happen down there, dude. But this parrot, 20 years old, which means he's still kind of a young dude, got his whole life ahead of him.
Yeah.
He's got a vocabulary that is politely described as rated R. the Forever Paws Animal Shelter in Fall River. And I'm saying this because there are some of you out there who might want to get your hands on this parrot. I know you all too well. The Forever Paws Animal Shelter in Fall River, Rhode Island, said on social media that the bird, and its name is Hrix, priceless. The bird named Hrix came from a home where he was not being fed proper food, so he's mostly naked as a result of malnutrition. They're going to get him up to speed, by the way. Somebody who loves him gets their hands on him, he is going to have a rich and wonderful life. Hrix's feathers are slowly growing back after being put on a healthier diet, but the Post warned the parrot has one other issue. If you adopt Hrix, you're basically adopting Samuel L. Jackson. Love it. The rescue explained Hrix's vocabulary is largely made up of curse words and slurs. Sometimes, when you give him something, he'll say thank you. If you call him a pretty bird, he'll say thank you. He'll say good morning, baby, and that's as far as the niceties go. Chantel Rogers, an administrative assistant at Forever Paws, told WJRA-TV, the rest of it is slurs, cusses, and things I can't repeat on camera. The social media post was emphatic in its disclaimer. They have a video of it. This bird is rated R. Parental advisory required, a real Sour Patch Kid if one side was sugar and the other side was arsenic. That's what the officials wrote. It's the Forever Paws Animal Shelter in Fall River. You can find it on the social medias, and if you want to hear what it's saying, they have a video of it. Despite that potty mouth, despite the ill manners, they've already received 50 adoption applications and now are in the process of choosing him his new forever home. Go to RadioNemo.com. Go to the Tube of You. Go to Facebook. Go everywhere where we are. Make sure you hit those like buttons. Make sure you subscribe. We got a great show coming up for you. Who we got next, by the way, Dre?
Ooh, we got good old Kevin Lindsay.
I want to talk to Kevin Lindsay about swearing parrots, by the way. And guys, as always, truck down, truck up, and get down. They take care of you in Canada and the United States. Been doing it since '97, pairing up folks who have a truck with people who need a little maintenance. Maintenance does matter. We'll be right back after this.
Nicely done.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Freight is moving at Creek Carrier and Schaefer Trucking. We are growing and our customers keep growing with us. If you want to be part of a company that appreciates what you do and rewards you for it, you should check out Creek Carrier Corporation. We're looking for safe drivers that have at least 1 year's experience and take their job seriously. Then we reward you with great pay and some real serious benefits. Freight's moving, so check out Creed and Schaefer today. Go to creekcarrier.com and find the right job for you.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Woo! From the Big Easy to Fastport Studios to the open road, this is Road Gang Radio, and we're about to talk maintenance, my friend.
We are, of course, and of course it is Maintenance Matters with our good friend Kevin Lindsay is joining us this morning. It's always good to have him on and in the show. Hey, Kevin, what's going on? We're going to get the old Nemo of Dave to drop in here in a little bit. How are you doing, and how was your weekend, my friend?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Doing pretty good. You know, it's a little warm this weekend, but I think it's going to be a little bit warmer this week from the looks of everything so far. So.
How was your vacation? How was your vacation, by the way? How did that treat you?
Oh, It was good. It was good. Good. We had us a good time, and had to head back home and face the reality of work on Thursday and Friday last week for a couple days. But I'm actually in good old hot Atlanta right now for the National Skills USA competitions this week. So.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at this, by the way, because we had some friends actually head in the opposite direction of you who came through here to kind of see the new studio dig, some folks from CDL Life and our good friend Christian Gonzalez. Some of them were headed over to the Texas Trucking Convention. And I realized if you, this is a question, we're kind of getting off the reservation here, but if you actually accepted an invitation to every place where you're invited to speak or invited to go, how many things would you go to a year? I mean, do you have any sense of it, or is it just overwhelming? Right.
Well, yeah, especially the state trucking, not necessarily conventions or competitions, whatever. There's quite a few of those, but yeah, I have. It would definitely fill my plate a little fuller than it already is.
And so last week we had this kind of crazy kind of content last week, and I kind of wanted to, before we get to today's topic and kind of dig in that direction, I kind of wanted to take a moment here to kind of get your expertise, just some of your thoughts too, by the way, because we really did have this moment as we're in the middle of new content, we're in the middle of new programming, we're figuring stuff out. I wanted you to kind of give you a moment to kind of unpack, if you wanted to, the future of diesel engine oils, if you wanted to offer any thoughts or insights about that before we kind of shift gears and go some other places this morning.
Well, quite honestly, I think Eric and Byron covered that very well last week, but it is a significant part of coming emissions and everything. Simply because, the chemistry that they use in additives and everything else, and the ratings of the oil and how much pressure, how easily things flow, so that was one of the things that it was kind of hard for me to wrap my head around is some of the values that you hear from engineering terms from oil companies, about how they're, this particular oil actually flows better. It actually not necessarily lubricates, but allows things to move smoother and quicker, which is easier, which means less energy is absorbed through friction, right? So less friction means higher fuel economy, less emissions, all that stuff. So that's what and that's honestly, that's where it's going, Actually, Eric from Kestrel had described it to me once. He said, think about it like this. It's the difference between mayonnaise and honey. He said, but if you take a knife and run it through a jar of mayonnaise, even though it may be thicker, it moves easier. It moves smoother. But when you do that with honey, now all of a sudden it's hard to move it, even though you can pour it. So,
that's
a great analogy.
That's great, because I thought about that for a second. And I said, and I'm actually proud of myself, because my first thought was the consistency of honey is better, but the flow of mayonnaise. So you get a piece of toast. If you get a piece of toast and you try to spread honey on it, it's like. Whereas if you get mayonnaise, it's like whoop, it just kind of goes on there, nice and clean.
It's done, right?
It's done.
Yeah, a lot less friction.
By the way, we have a phone call, Kevin, before we kind of jump into today's stuff. Okay. Who do we got on the phone, Dre?
Well, we got a couple, and I think they're down to talk to the old Kevin, but Chowder has to come in and talk about some National Skills Challenge.
All right, so brace up, Kevin, because you got a National Skills Challenge conversation coming your way in the form of Chowder. Right. What's going on, man?
Keep it civil, Chowder.
Chowder, he only knows one speed. That's civil. But, hey, morning, Mr. Lindsay. It's great to talk with you. I've enjoyed listening to you on all your segments over the years. It's quite the honor for the Chowder to be talking with you. Good morning, Jimmy. I made it out of the woods somehow.
Oh, I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, it was a nice 4.8-mile hike through the Black Hills on Iron Creek Trail, little brook trout caught, little mushrooms. It was a good time. But, Kevin, I started in the diesel program, and it was my only mechanical knowledge I had up to the point at the age of 51. So a couple years ago when I went to Western Dakota Tech, thought I was going to become a diesel mechanic, auto mechanic, So I realized the only thing that pays worse than per mile is flat rate. But
Go on.
But I took a lot. I took a lot from that experience. One, on how to challenge yourself, but two, mostly to become more knowledgeable in the sounds and the going on of the auto engine and the diesel engine and mechanical skills and in general to keep being more productive out here with fluidity of fluids and air pressures and marine air. But what I wanted to talk about with the skill challenge is there was 47 of us that entered the skills challenge for South Dakota those years. One year I finished in the top 10, which I thought was pretty good. But the second year I did it, I finished in the top 3 as the second alternate and a chance to go to nationals. And what that program offers, especially the younger kids, and I shouldn't say kids, but I'm old as dirt, out of high school or right freshly into college, is remarkable in boosting their confidence and their ability and the camaraderie you build across the country that you can meet people with and learn different tricks of the trade on it. And I took the experience of, it's really humbling when you think you know that much. Go compete with 45 really good people, and you'll find out how much more you need to learn and grow. But those guys that win it and gals that win that stuff, because the year that I finished third, it was a lady that won it, and she could turn a wrench with the best of them and not break any knuckles. But between the identification and that, it's really great knowledge. I just want to thank you for supporting those younger adults in their progress through it and recognizing them.
Oh, well, it's my pleasure. And thank you for bringing that up and pointing out all the good things about Skills USA and what it's about, because I think there is a lot of people that really may not even know it exists and everything, but the hands-on, the physical trades in our country is we've got to keep that stuff going. That's how we build things. That's how we make things and fix things. So even though we may not be a country that actually manufactures everything anymore, we still have to maintain it all, right?
Yeah.
Regardless.
That's right.
Whatever industry it is. So.
People don't realize that, by the way. Kevin makes such a good point. The idea that people say, people don't have any trade skills or any tool skills or any of that kind of stuff. It's like, dude, you can't offshore fixing stuff. You can't do it. I mean, you can't send a truck overseas to get it fixed. It isn't like, I'm going to send my truck into the shop in India. You can't do it. You can't do it. It just can't be done. And the other thing is, too, is that, Chowder makes another good point, Kevin. If you ever want to get better and you think you're great in your little small hometown, go someplace where there's lots of people who are great in their own small town, and then you get around some people, and some of those people are beasts, right? I mean, some of those people are just monsters with a wrench.
I have run into some kids over the years, not only at skills but at different competitions and stuff that just really impressed the heck out of me. I mean, they're just on top of their game, trying to do everything they can to learn their craft or art, whatever you want to call it. So it's amazing. It's amazing.
That's right. That's right.
I don't remember ever being that inspired when I was that young. All I was trying to do was survive.
That's right. You guys have a good day. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you. That's the other thing too, Kevin. Chowder brings up such a good point. Thank you, Chowder, so much. That I wanted to ask you about this too. Nothing makes you want to get better than being around people who are better than you.
Right.
I mean, you get told you're the bee's knees, and suddenly you show up, and little Janie Sunshine shows up and just out wrenches you, out hammers you, outdoes all the stuff, and you're just like, I got to go home and get my A game together. That's what it's all about, right?
Healthy competition, right? That's really what it's about. I think it's human nature in all of us somewhat to be a bit of a competitor, and I think we all want to be really good at what we do, and you never really know that until you can do a side-by-side comparison with someone else doing the same things you do.
It's so funny. It's. I'll tell you this too, because Madison comes in here every morning. Poor Dre, as you know, because you've been riding with us for God knows how long, and Dre did this job 7 days a week by himself. And not that he hasn't been great, but watching him up his game because he's got somebody who needs to get her game up. You know what I'm saying?
And you know, and you know, I want to mention something on that. I have noticed the last couple of weeks, his personality or attitude he's blossomed a little bit more. He don't seem quite as stressed or whatever. So.
Well, he's going to come on now. He's got something to say.
You don't say, Kevin. You don't say.
Yeah.
It's like I got 2 days off or something. I get to enjoy my life.
Wow.
I know.
That does wonders, right?
Yeah. What is it? 2 days off and actually seeing human beings. I mean, I got to tell you, the first time we did the show, so it was Dave sitting across from me and Dre at the producer's table. And there were a couple of moments where Dre missed one or two things, and I'm not criticizing him. He was just like, they're here. They're actually here. There are human beings in the room. It's kind of amazing. Go ahead, Dre.
That natural high of actually being with someone that you can have a conversation with and people you actually enjoy in person, fantastic.
Yeah. It makes a huge difference, right?
I wanted to ask you that question, too. I think this is kind of a fun one. I've known a couple of mechanics in my day who kind of almost work singularly in their shop, and they tend to be grumpy old men. And then there are shops I go to where there are 2 or 3, 4 people in there, and they're having the best time. It makes all the difference, doesn't it, when you're working in the shop with other people who want to learn and other people who have information that you don't have, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, not to use too many cliches here or whatever, but I think no one truly wants to be a lone wolf. You know, there's people that may enjoy it, but I think everyone really enjoys being part of a team, you know, because when you can accomplish something as a team, to me, there's just no greater feeling than that, you know, that you've actually interacted with other people and you've moved in one direction and got something done. It's exhilarating, you know.
Kevin, as you're learning, my style tends to be the weeds, which is where I tend to live. I got one more phone call I want to get to here really quickly, and then we'll pivot.
I'm a fisher. I'm a fisherman like Homer was. You know, I've been in the weeds many, many times in my life.
And given the tick problems, we got to get used to the weeds around here. Bring them on in, Dre.
Oh, amen. Kevin, I think you're going to like this talk with old Jody in Alabama. He wants to talk about a parrot.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Did you hear the parrot? Oh. Kevin, did you hear the parrot? Oh, my God, just painful. Go ahead, Jody. What you got?
Okay. This is kind of funny, but kind of stupid. All right. Back when I was younger, still doing the gravel thing, I bought my very first mobile home, me and my girlfriend at the time, okay? So, along with this, I ended up buying an African gray parrot. And I'm young and dumb, doing things I probably shouldn't have been doing. And, you know, as time went on, we decided to have my mom coming over for Christmas. It's our first Christmas in our new home, right? Well.
We know where it's going. We know where it's going.
Yeah. Smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? So every day when I would come home from work, I would tell the girlfriend, get one ready, blah, 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 not doing it, take a shower. So,
statute of limitations is now out, by the way. The statute of limitations has run its course. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So my mom comes on over. Now, you got to understand, my mom's this little itty-bitty Scottish, Irish lady with kind of a temper, but kind of an innocent thing going on, right? So she comes walking in and says hi to everybody, blah, 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 give her a cup of coffee. At that point in time, the bird spouts out with, pack a bowl. And my mom looks at me and says, what did that bird say? And I said, the only thing I could think of at the time is like, well, no, Mom, the bird likes Fruit Loops, so he wants me to put some Fruit Loops in his bowl. That's what he means by pack a bowl. She's like, are you sure that's what that bird means? I'm like, I'm positive, Mom. I can't. So,
RadioNemo does not endorse any of the conversation that is happening currently on its area, or what you got, Dre?
Yeah, anytime someone comes to the door, the parrot just says, Dave's not here, man.
A couple short years later, the bird went to a new home. But, yeah, so it was, you know, it was just, I heard you bring up the whole parrot thing. It's like, Yeah, I got to tell people this story because it was just the look on my mom's face when that bird popped out. Pack a bowl. It was like, oh Christ. It was like, here we go.
So Polly want a fat one. Polly want a fat one. Polly want a fat one.
Oh, thank God I didn't teach it to say
that. Yeah, because there's no.
Hey, I got.
Good.
I got one question for you though. But why would you buy a parrot?
Why did I buy a parrot?
Yeah.
Well, it was during one of those induced moments.
Yeah, I was going to say he packed a bowl.
And I really didn't have nothing else to do, so I was like, oh, wow, an African gray. And it's like, oh, yeah, they got the vocabulary of a 5-year-old. I'm like, oh, really? There's nothing that could possibly go wrong with this plan.
Nothing, right?
Hey, man. Hey, man, by the way, can you imagine that? Do me a favor, pack a bowl and buy a parrot. Yeah, in that order. Jody, thank you. You have any questions for Kevin about maintenance other than maintaining a nicely packed bowl?
No, it's just, well, okay. People think that I'm silly because I change my fuel filters every 15,000 miles. I don't think it's silly at all. I do an oil change every 30,000, but I change my fuel filters every 15,000, sometimes in the wintertime every 10,000, just because I'm, that kind of, I don't know what the word is. I just want to make sure that things are going right.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I can see, people thinking you're silly or being too cautious or spending too much money. But the reality of that is, most of the engine OEMs, extended out a lot of these filter change intervals and everything. A lot of that's based on pressure from bigger fleets that are cutting those costs, that are doing things different. So, quite honestly, it really depends on, your equipment. Where you're getting fuel, if the fuel's good, and which, all fuel has a certain amount of contaminants and stuff in it. So it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad, and especially if you run in the South a lot, because, a lot of people don't think about this, but they think a lot of times a lot of the water they see in their fuel system, comes from where they fueled up, and which it can, but places like that, like we do, you have monitors and stuff with that gets to certain levels. You got certain measures you take and work with that. But in the trucks, you still got that tank that's hot, the heat from the engine generated off the roads and everything. And then as that fuel level drops, that air's hot inside that tank. And you get condensation that builds up inside the tank a lot of times. And then when you fuel it up, it's cooler, so it cools it down. But as it drops, it condensates and you build moisture up in the tank. And a lot of people don't realize how much that can really affect it, especially in the South, or in the Great Lakes area and so.
Well, see, that's just it. Jimmy knows that 90% of my stuff is down in the South, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, stuff like that, Mississippi. That's where I'm at most of the time. Even though my home base is in Michigan, I also live in Florida. I live in both places, but most of my time is down here in Florida. But the way I look at it, like how you were saying about spending the money, I look at it as like, are you really spending too much money, or in the long run, are you saving money so you don't have to have that road service call?
It's immeasurable, right? I mean,
right.
It really is. It just, to me, I think it's a good practice. I think you're doing something good.
Just like once a month, I run, I don't know if I can say the name, but there's a certain brand of fuel injection cleaner, or whatever you want to call it, that I pour in my tank that's good for 250 gallons. I do that religiously once a month. I pour one in one tank, and then the next month I'll pour it in the other tank. I know it doesn't make a lick of difference, of which tank I put it in. It's just my preference. One tank 1 month, one tank the next month. That's just the way I do it.
I just went through watching all the college baseball and everything, and baseball players are kind of like that too. They've got their little idiosyncrasies or whatever. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just this is the way I've always done it, and it's worked. So I'm not changing it.
Yeah, like that guy, like that guy in the College World Series who kept changing his socks. What in the sweet mother of pearl was that? He kept changing his socks and his shoelaces, dude. It was like the craziest thing I ever saw in my life. But it seemed to work for him until he ran into LSU, and then nothing worked against anybody who played LSU. Jody, I got to let you go because you're not going to believe this, Kevin. We got one more phone call. Well, welcome to the party on the new format. Thank you, Jody. Be safe.
Hey, it's awesome.
Yeah, we will talk to y'all later. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Hey, Dre, who do I got coming in here? My brother, my friend, my beaming cat. Oh, Madison's going to tell us who it is. Madison, who do I got on the phone?
We have Chrome.
Nah, not loud enough. Try again.
I'm sorry. Okay, what about now?
That'll work. Bring him on.
Okay, Chrome Badger from Connecticut wants to talk about the new format and how he's having trouble.
Chrome Badger from Connecticut. What's the trouble, man? What's the problem?
Hey, I try to jump in when I can. My phone is a little slow, I think. I try to get you on Facebook and all that, but I like to listen whenever I call. I just run with the rhythm here. You got a lot of interesting things on all the time. So I like what I'm hearing now, and I always run with the rhythm, and I have questions that pop up. You know, through the years, I've told a lot of drivers owning their own trucks, even company drivers, doesn't matter. Companies should always do an oil sample periodically because that'll show and prevent catastrophic engine failure. It's like a blood test to us is what the motor is. Your parts per million for contaminants. And you'll catch something before your motor blows most of the time, or bad injector, or coolant in the oil, or whatever it may be. So my question, or just kind of warning people, I think you're supposed to do it no less than, I think you're supposed to put around 5,000 miles on the oil. I'm not sure, like you can't just change the oil, run it for a 500-mile trip, and let me do a sample to get an accurate reading. I'm not exactly sure what the set mileage is. If you remember what they said from the shows that we've had through the years, or what? Did you remember what it was? I think it was 5,000.
Yeah. You don't want to just run one trip for sure. That's kind of like trying to test emissions with just making one little quick run from point A to point B and back. Whether it's 30 miles or 300 miles. You really don't want to do that. You do want to get multiple trips and multiple things. So, and that 5,000 miles, that's about right. You at least want to give the oil a chance to fully lubricate, cool down, heat up, cool down, go through a couple warm-up cycles, things like that. So, yeah.
And I think you were supposed to do it through like a vampire tube or something when it's hot, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like you just come back from your trip and you're going to pull it. Don't do it when it's sitting. Do it when it's hot. Okay.
Yes, you want to do it on site. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Hey, Chrome Badger. Thank you, by the way. And by the way, if you ever buy a parrot, please don't teach it to say pack a bowl. This is important.
No. We will. We'll be good. Jimmy Mac.
I know. I know what you would teach your parrot, though, Kevin. I'm not kidding. That parrot, if Chrome Badger owned a parrot, I promise you'd walk into the house and it would go, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Thank you, Chrome Badger.
All right, Jimmy Mac. Catch you guys later. Everybody have a great morning. Thank you so much.
You too, Chrome Badger. Take care. Hey, guys, by the way, there's still time to get in for one more call. Madison, do me a solid and hang that phone up for that young man as he made that call. Don't hang up on Kevin, though. Don't do that. Big thanks to Chrome Badger for making the call. Kevin, we're getting out of time here. This is kind of amazing. We have a segment here. We're supposed to talk about something. I don't know where we got to. Tell us what we were supposed to talk about before we got completely in the weeds, and we'll bring it back for next week.
I was going to talk about coolant system maintenance a little bit, just kind of touch on some of that. It's that hot time of year, so things to look for, things to check as you're doing your pre-trip walk around, and, things to always keep your eye on, stuff like that. And yes, we can come back around to that next week.
And right now is a real time to really kind of look at that stuff. I do want to give a little bit of a touch of it because we got about a minute and a half here to go, Kevin. I don't know what the heck happened at the time. The parrot ate it along with the cracker. But can you just, this is a really good time to really think about the coolant stuff too, because I'm telling you, I have an annual tradition in my life where something goes wrong with my coolant right on the first day of summer. Always happens.
Mm-hmm.
Always happens. Is there any sort of golden overarching rule when it comes to coolant maintenance?
Well, most of us, with our own vehicles, myself included, I'm not immune to this, but we really never check it. But in trucks, you really have to, right? I mean, you should always check it. Not just protection levels and stuff like that, but you've got to keep that right, because most everything in the engines nowadays are designed for basically what amounts to about a 50-50 balance of good clean water and coolant, right? So, deionized water or whatever, but that's how most of the coolants nowadays are already pre-diluted. I mean, you still buy the concentrates, but you got to be careful with what water you do mix in with it. You don't want to use creek water, unless it's a nice clear spring that's been filtered, maybe. But even then, you've still got a lot of other calciums and stuff like that can get in it, and create, cause chemical reactions that can form deposits and then slow flow down.
We have lots more to talk about next time, Kevin. We are out of, I can't believe how fast this went by. I want to thank everybody who actually called and jumped into the conversation. We really appreciate you. Kevin, go have the best of days and enjoy Atlanta and go admire those young folks.
Will do, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
You got it, brother. Of course, our friends at the TA Travel Centers of America make sure that Kevin Lindsay is here on a regular basis, and he's always so good about giving us his time. We're going to have a little bit of, trucking tributes from Hrix Across America coming up here on the other side of this. It is Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. Find us on the Tube of You and the Book of Face. Got a chance to tell some folks over there hello and good morning. Our good friend Uncle Spazzy is over on the Book of Face. Good to see him over there. And a lot of folks like Ten Ring and Four Aught and the Doodah Man are having great conversations with Tara the Turtle over at the Tube of You. Hey, guys. Check out my Facebook post, too, by the way. Give a shout-out to 3 very special ladies who are making the miracle happen over here at Radio Nemo. Dre, break us out of here. Ooh, Nelly. Live from the heart of the Crescent City. And by the way, go to ShadyRays.com. They got your back. Oh, they got your back.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Hrix Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit RhrixAcrossAmerica.org. That's RhrixAcrossAmerica.org.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I have the distinct privilege to be speaking with David May. David May is a professional driver for XPO and a military veteran, which always excites me. And we really want to thank the team at Radio Nemo as well for having us on today. David, welcome to Trucking Tributes.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure.
I really love to unpack the very beginning for everybody, Dave, and figure out why it is that you even thought you wanted to be anywhere near a big rig.
Well, I mean, for me, it started when I got out of high school. It was back in the '70s, and the economy was terrible, and college wasn't in the future for me, at least not at that time. And I had a couple things that interest me. The military was always one, and the other one was driving a truck. So by joining the military, I had an opportunity to do both. And that's where I got my experience. That's where I started to drive. My first experience driving a semi was after finishing schooling. They sent me to my first unit, and as a private, you weren't allowed to drive the semis. You drove a Jeep. So when I first got to my unit, I was sent down in the motor pool. There was me and one sergeant who drove the semi, and I was getting my Jeep ready. Well, the sergeant didn't show up. I'm not sure what happened to him. So the truck master came over to me and he asked where he was, and I said, I haven't seen him. And he says, follow me up to the office. So I went up to the office with him, and he asked me for my military license, and he typed on a tractor trailer, and he told me, he said, you went to school. He said, that truck has to be to a certain place at a certain time. He said, you need to get going. You're late. So, of course, off I went. It's the Army. You don't tell them no. I did receive some training, but I certainly wasn't proficient. So, especially at shifting, I couldn't downshift anything. I left, and I heard more noises and grinding and screaming out of the transmission that day than I thought was possible. I actually thought, I said, I'm going to get through this day okay, but I said, I don't know about this transmission in this truck. But I did make it through, and I got back. It took me probably 4 hours longer than the sergeant that took the run. But I did get through, and I got through safely and made it back. And next morning, I went back to the motor pool, and I got a message first thing that the truck master wanted to see me. So I thought to myself, God, I hope that transmission didn't fall out of the truck last night. So I was a little nervous about going up to his office. He's a pretty big, burly guy, and I opened the door, and he's just standing there looking at me, not saying nothing. And then all of a sudden, he starts laughing. He says, Private May, he said, you did a fine job yesterday. He said, I'm going to make you my regular tractor trailer driver. So it's as surprised as I was thrilled. That was 48 years ago. I haven't been out of a truck since then, and went on to make a career out of the trucking industry. And the last 28 years, I've been with XPO. And one thing I've always been proud with them, that they're very supportive of the veterans. We hire a lot of veterans. I think they're over 10% of our workforce, between drivers, mechanics, supervisors. So I'm working for a place that still appreciates the things that I did 48 years ago. So I enjoy that, and I'm proud of that.
Well, and clearly you're being kind to their transmissions. So, what more?
They gave me an automatic.
So, why the Army for you, David? What made that choice out of all the branches that you might have chosen to serve?
One of the things I went in, well, there was a couple of reasons. First of all, I had no desire to be on a ship for any length of time. So that was kind of out. But a good friend of mine, we grew up together, and he had joined the Army prior to me. So I went in on what was called a buddy program. So after I went through my training in school, my first assignment was at the same place, the same battalion that he worked out of. So, I got to go away from home, but I was meeting part of home, my best friend, when I got there. So that was, I really liked that. That was nice.
That sounds like a cool system to be brought in under, because, the training and the environment that you stepped out of from high school, presumably into the Army, was going to be vastly different environment for you. David, what do you think was your best part or your favorite part of serving?
I don't know. I just always felt that people take for granted, that we get up every day and we live free and we do what we want to do. So to me, it was kind of fulfilling a debt. It's a bit of responsibility that I just felt that I needed to take on. And I think that was the most important thing to me, was to never take that for granted.
Absolutely. Did you have military background in your family, or was this just kind of a cold decision that you made?
My grandfather was in, World War I. My uncles were in World War II. My one uncle just passed away. I think he was one of the last survivors from I don't know if it was, I think there was the Battle of Iwo Jima, but he was 93, and he was a Marine, and he was a Marine till the day he died. He really was.
I learned that very early on, David, in my career with Wreaths Across America, to never, ever say a former Marine, because I was told that once you're a Marine, you are always a Marine. And I find that legacy of your family just so exhilarating to know, David, because how impressive. Obviously, you were born in a family that believed in patriotism and service to our country, and that was just extraordinary. Can you tell me a little bit more about your military service in terms of what you want? I mean, I know that you were driving a truck. Was that pretty much your standard MOS, your entire MOS? And where did you travel if you were able to?
For the first half, it was. That's pretty much what I did all the time. And then I received orders about halfway through my 3-year enlistment, and I was sent over to Europe. And then I did a small amount of time where I was into troop movement. It was more of helping, make arrangements for soldiers going through the country. But then I had an opportunity to go back to the truck, and that's just where I just wanted to be.
I love that you are doing that. Now, what brought you to XPO? What was the circumstance behind joining that company?
Well, I was at a company for 17 years, and at that time we were bought out. They went through a series of being bought out, and the last company that bought us out, they kind of consolidated their operations. So they moved the work that we were doing out of state to another state. So that left me, looking for employment. When I came to XPO, one of the things that attracted me there was the type of work. I had an opportunity where I could either work in the city, be local, be home, or at that time, our family was growing. We needed a bigger home. I had an opportunity to go on line haul and then, run doubles, throughout the states. And that probably bumped up my income by about 25%. So it allowed us to, to get the home that we needed, to get the things, for a growing family. My wife's been a stay-at-home mom. I have a son that has Down syndrome, so she's always stayed at home to take care of him. So the extra hours kind of allowed us to, keep the budget balanced. And I did that for about 10 years till we got ahead and the kids got a little bit older and, the bills were more manageable. And then once again, one of the things I liked was I had the ability to go back into the city. And now I work basically Monday to Friday. I start at 7 o'clock. I'm usually home, between 7.5, 8.5 hours. I'm usually home. So it's a much more normal life. So as my family life and our lives needed adjustments, I was able to make work adjustments, and that made the job that much more appealing for me.
I have heard that from so many professional drivers, David, that the trucking industry, the trucking professional, and almost every company that I've heard of makes it easier for a man to be able to be a family man, a dad, and keep things going and keep things rolling for his family and have the flexibility that's necessary. That, we all know as families that life throws you a few curveballs here and there, and to have that flexibility is amazing. And I think that's something that young people who are considering the trucking industry need to keep in mind, as well as, the flexibility of the industry. I am speaking with David May. He's a professional truck driver with XPO, an Army veteran, and a participant with Wreaths Across America. So I would be absolutely, neglecting my duties, David, if I didn't ask, how is it that you first heard about Wreaths Across America?
My first exposure to it was through America's Road Team. I'm an America's Road Team captain, and it is an event that they've participated in for a while now. So, the other captains would tell me about it, and there was everybody was touched. I haven't talked to one person that wasn't touched by the experience. So they told me about, what they do, and they told me about the size of it, what it was like, and none of it matched the experience. I mean, from the day that I showed up in Maine, and it's pretty rural where this place is at, that I have to give them credit for Reese. It's an organizational achievement. It just is, from the day you get there, there's pretty much nothing there, and they have services set up for the drivers. They have constant food. There's showers. Think 200 trucks that you have to, parking for, right? There's the warehouse operation. They're loading over 3 million wreaths, to go out, to do all that, and then to hold a convoy together that size. My wife said that when we pulled out and went through one town, it took us 15 minutes to clear the town. So we're not only going through small towns. We have full police escorts, cruisers, motorcycles, and their responsibility is to get us all the way to Arlington. And we're going through cities like New York City and Philly at rush hour. And they are just cruising and shutting down the entrance ramps and moving traffic. And to go that far and be on time and be on schedule. We ran every day close to our 14-hour log. And so there was very little wiggle room, and it was flawless. The job that they did was just amazing. So I can't even tell you how impressed I am with how they organize things.
Well, I can hear the gratitude in your voice without a doubt. And, if I do say so, David, you are absolutely correct. And, the funny part about Wreaths Across America and the annual wreath escort to which you are referring to Arlington National Cemetery, it certainly didn't start out that smooth. And we have learned so much because of you, drivers such as yourself, your carrier companies like XPO. The trucking industry has taught us so much about logistics and planning. And of course, we've had to bend with the circumstances and the changes in the trucking industry, just as you have as a professional driver. When you mentioned that, we were on that 14-hour journey, well, we've had to keep in mind all of the drivers' logs, and we've had to keep in mind the time that we leave, the time that we arrive, the time that we're going to be hanging out at the stops throughout the eastern seaboard that we make. All of that has to be factored in, along with that fresh commodity that you're carrying in the form of the veterans wreaths. It's just really something else and we can't thank the trucking professionals and the industry members themselves enough, because when we first started, we didn't have it down. As Morrill and Karen Worcester, our founders, often joke and say, they did not set out to do this. This was something that they had been doing as a family for 10 years, very quietly, with one truck and a handful of volunteers. And once that picture went viral of all those veterans wreaths on the headstones of Arlington after a fresh snow had fallen, that picture went viral on the internet, and it just struck a nerve with the people in this country. So when folks, say to us all the time, well, thank you, Wreaths Across America, my immediate retort is, thank the citizens of this country, because it's patriotic citizens who are sponsoring these veterans wreaths. It's patriotic citizens who are stepping up to volunteer as our boots on the ground for all of these participating locations. And it's citizens such as yourself and your company, XPO, that step up and say, hey, we will help you make this mission happen to remember, honor, and teach throughout the country. And as you pointed out, David, that last year, over 3.1 million veterans wreaths were placed throughout this country, some at sea and abroad, of course, as our mission grows. But this year, our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, informs us that we will be picking up an extra 100 to 200,000 orders for wreaths. And it's because of the trucking industry that makes it happen. And there's no secret here, David, on Trucking Tributes. We're going to expose everything. We need trucks. we need lots of trucks, and we can't thank you enough as a professional driver for stepping up with XPO. And David, when you mentioned ATA and being a road team captain, it just really illustrates for me your expertise, care, and compassion as a professional driver. And I understand it. You recently took an award. Is that correct? A trucking award?
I was last weekend. I was in the New York State Truck Driving Championships, and I placed first place in my class. So that now I get to move on and go to the national competition and compete for a national title, which is always I just love doing it. You're around such a special group of people there. Everybody. It's kind of like Hrix. Even with Hrix, everybody that's there wants to be there. They're happy to be there. They grab the moment. The truck driving championships are the same way. These are drivers that care about the industry, and to go out and compete with the best, it pushes you. It just pushes you to make yourself a little better. You can see you're getting outworked. You can feel it. And then you come back and next year you're going to try a little harder. And the bottom line is what it does is it just makes you focus more on safety. The key to getting to compete is you have to be accident free that year. So all the competition is based on being an accident free driver and improving your skills, and then go out and show off to each other and see who worked harder last year.
I love the competitive nature involved in the truck driving championships, and you absolutely are correct. And I was going to bring that up, that it is, in fact, all about the safety, the precision, the expertise. And by golly, when I went to my first truck driving championship and saw how you guys and gals managed to miss rolling over those rubber duckies, I was impressed.
Well, I didn't always miss, so.
Well, we won't talk about the duckies that got flattened, but it's par for the course. But no, that really does speak to, however, David, the character and the quality and the expertise behind the members of our Wreaths Across America honor fleet. And you are one of those members. What do you think? You mentioned the annual Wreath Escort to Arlington, David. And I am speaking, by the way, on Trucking Tributes to David May. He is a professional driver with XPO. And you are listening to Trucking Tributes. So shout out to the folks at RadioNemo for having us on. And of course, we are always on Wreaths Across America Radio. All you need to do is find us on the iHeartRadio app, sync us up with your Bluetooth in your truck, and we will be rolling with you every day that you want to turn us on. And of course, Tuesday is always Trucking Tuesday on Wreaths Across America Radio. So we appreciate everybody that gets involved. And yeah, the word is on Trucking Tributes is that we need trucks. The mission grows every year. It's a grassroots growth. And sometimes it's right up to the last minute that we are finding out about orders for wreaths. So anything that can, roll on a wheel is able to carry pretty much a veteran's wreath box. And Courtney tells us that it's just the tankers and the flatbeds that can actually be loaded. But we have relationships and partnerships with other carriers that say, hey, you got a tractor, we've got a trailer, and we can get hooked up and make it happen. I'm curious, you mentioned the escort to Arlington, and as a veteran, David, what do you think was the most powerful piece of that whole experience for you?
I'd really, it's emotionally, it's very up and down. You have moments where you're so excited and you're so happy and proud, and then the next moment your heart just sinks. And I mean, I can give you a couple examples. There's a few days that really that kind of stick in my mind. We would be in a school doing an event, and then they would start out and they would have all the students here, and they'd have cheerleaders cheering everybody on, going through and recognizing the veterans. And everybody's excited, and then they would start the ceremony, and they would play the song Arlington. when you look around and you have gold star parents there, and they listen to that, you can't even talk. You can't say anything. You can just see the feeling. And it's very touching, you know. And then you'll move on to another event and it'll start out the same way. You'll be going through a town and you can see as you're coming up, you know, there's thousands of people out there. All the school kids are out there. And one day I had a veteran, 88 years old, Vietnam, fully decorated. He had seen some bad things in his life. And I don't think he always likes to be around people. I think he's a little protected. And somebody he was with said, you know, he said he loves that full-dressed ATA rig with the camouflage. He said, I think he'd like to get in there. He said, would you talk to him? I said, yeah. I went over. I said, why don't you come with us? I said, you're going to have fun today. And so he did, and he was quiet at first. And I came up on that town, and I could see the lines of people. Now, this soldier, when he came home, he was greeted with rotten tomatoes. So when I seen the crowd, I said, I'm going to roll that window down. And I gave him a flag. I said, just put that flag in wind. It was just blowing and blowing. And as we got into town, the people went crazy. The kids were screaming. He got so excited. He rolled that window down and he was hanging out the window, holding that flag, thanking them. He got the homecoming that was 50 years overdue. I was so excited for this man. And I was just, my heart was just pounding and I was smiling and I was happy for him. And after that, now I'm all energized and happy. The crowd starts to thin out. And I see one lady all the way down at the end. And she's holding a sign. And I'm thinking, geez, what has she got on the sign, you know? And she's waving. And I'm reading the sign. It said, thank you. He said, you're carrying my brother-in-law's wreath. So there was a lot of days like that, up and down. Wouldn't trade it for the world.
Well, no fair, David. I'm supposed to be the one making you cry, but you've got me in tears. And you've expressed it so beautifully that it is, in fact, an emotional roller coaster filled with gratitude. And especially when you talk about some of our Vietnam veterans who never received the proper welcome home. They were doing their jobs. They were doing what they were told to do, plain and simple, when it came to their service in the military. And not only did they not receive a welcome home, but they were abused and mistreated upon their welcome home. And one of the things that makes Wreaths Across America incredibly proud of the mission to remember, honor, and teach is to, in fact, provide our Vietnam veterans with a proper welcome home. We do that with our mobile education exhibit. We worked with the 50th commemorative for many years, and now, since they have fulfilled their duty for the commemorative, we are continuing. Wreaths Across America received permission to continue to welcome home and pin our Vietnam veterans with the mobile education exhibit. And we continue that to be sure that all of our Vietnam veterans who are still alive today receive the proper welcome home and the proper gratitude for their military service, because you're absolutely right. They did not see some great things during their service, and a lot of them suffer still today. And I'm very proud to tell you, David, that many, many times Wreaths Across America has been that catalyst for them to finally start talking and finally start sharing with their families who, desperately want to know, even though it's not a comfortable story more often than not. The families still want to know what their loved one had to contend with and what their loved one has been through. So more often than not, Wreaths Across America has been that catalyst for Vietnam veterans. And, you speak to the gratitude of that woman standing on the roadside, saying, "You're carrying my brother-in-law's wreath." It always makes me think of our chairman of the board, Wayne Hansen, himself a Vietnam veteran, who was in Arlington one year when we didn't have complete coverage. And a man came up to him and said, "Well, what are all of these wreaths?" And Wayne proudly explained the mission behind Wreaths Across America. And the man looked at Wayne with tears in his eyes and looked down at his son's headstone that the wreaths had stopped. We didn't have enough sponsored. And the man looked at Wayne and said, "Well, what about my son?" So that is the mission that drives all of us at Wreaths Across America, to make sure that we get these veterans wreaths sponsored. And we're not decorating graves at Christmas time. We do it in December because that's the time of year that's very, very difficult for families who have lost loved ones to deal with that empty seat at the table. So, David, other experiences that you think you can share, and what you might say to other professional drivers out there or carrier companies that are thinking, maybe 2025 is our year. What would you tell them?
Well, the first thing I'd like to cover one more thing first, and that is the Arlington.
Please.
So all that emotion ends up at Arlington, which is such a special place. And when we pulled in there, and early in the morning, it was very cold, and the trucks were shut down. It was just quiet, and you talk about people that need the help. So 300,000 wreaths. I'm thinking, boy, how are we gonna manage this? And then all of a sudden, they let the people in, and they came by the thousands to help out. Everyone wanted to be there. It just was just overwhelming experience. As far as getting, other people to be involved, it's the one thing I always think about with the soldiers is that every day our lives go on. You get up, I got a promotion, I'm scheduling a vacation, I bought a new car. Every day there's a soldier somewhere that's in harm's way. Why we enjoy doing the things what we want to do. So it's important that we never forget that. And it shouldn't just be a one-day-a-year thing. It should be an everyday thing. And we get to live free because of one reason, them. So I would say, just do it so that you always remember them. Don't forget them.
Absolutely. And when you speak, David, about them coming by the thousands to Arlington National Cemetery, they come by the thousands all across the country. Yeah. We have now, going into 2025, 5,000 participating locations in addition to National Cemetery. And it does not need to be a national cemetery. It simply needs to be where members of the U.S. military are laid to rest. It can be a community cemetery, a veteran cemetery. It can be a memorial where veterans are memorialized. We often have done even ceremonies to remember and honor those who are lost at sea. So anyone who wants to participate in Wreaths Across America is able to do so. And we have volunteers from all walks of life and all careers and all backgrounds who participate. We are non-political. We are not affiliated with any particular religion. Everyone works with us and finds a way to honor and remember, as you mentioned, our military personnel who have served. And it's our honor to work with everybody throughout the country, our trucking companies particularly, and you guys and gals who are members of our honor fleet. We just cannot thank you enough. So David May, number one, thank you for your military service, that of your family, and thank you for being with XPO, a member of our honor fleet, and joining me today on Trunking Tributes.
Oh, thanks for letting me participate. It was wonderful.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Let me just turn my mic on, turn this down, and do my job because we're back with more Road Gang Radio live from RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, YouTube, and all those other places. Jim, take it away.
We're on the highway to health.
Yeah.
The highway to health. We're also on the Tube of You. We're on the Book of Face. We are everywhere that you want to be. RadioNemo.com is the place you want to go. It's the place you want to head to. A lot of people are joining the Resistance. If you want to join the Resistance, simply just go to weekends at RadioNemo.com. Send us an email. Put in the heading Resistance or I want to join the Resistance. That email should be coming out in the next 24 hours or so. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on. Hey, guys, just pointing out, just saying, not saying. One person has come through on the Biscuits and Gravy Challenge. The rest of you guys seem to be kind of, not wanting to get that free biscuits and gravy dinner. That's your business. But I'm telling you, I'd make it my business to get a little free biscuits and gravy out of Jimmy Mack. Welcome back, by the way. Lindsay Lawler is going to join us here in just a little bit because the first half is, how we make a living, and the second half is how we make a life. Highway to Health, by the way, actually straddles that line very nicely because if you're not living, you can't make one, by the way. A friend of the show, a longtime friend of the show, joins us this morning. Our good friend Nicole Dreisky. We love her. It has been too long, Nicole. How are you doing?
She's back! And you know what? This is really a huge change for Radio Nemo. I am so excited to hear you guys everywhere. I had my folks listening up to say, hey, what happened? Is it off? It really off series? And this is so much better. So really excited for you.
Oh yeah, and
for the truckers, for the listeners.
I am too. I am too, Nicole. They get to participate. It's crazy because their ability to ask questions on the interwebs and the newfangled technologies, the conversations that are happening in the chat room before we even get started. By the way, I'm talking to Nicole in media res, as if we've just somehow dropped you in the middle of a mass tactical. For those of you who don't know, this is the executive director of the International Children's Media Center, author, educational innovator, and digital media expert. 30-plus years developing cutting-edge educational strategies. She founded the first International Children's Film Festival in the Americas, and got the Academy to recognize it as an Academy of Qualifying Festival. For the first time, directors who made great short films for kids could compete for Oscars. There's a lot more stuff we could talk about. We'll unpack that, but it's been too long. What in the mother of sweet pearl have you been up to?
We missed you. Changing the ways children relate to the most powerful influences in their lives. That's what we're doing every day with kids. And decided this year, parents need some more tangible help than really brilliant authors and experts going on the media waves everywhere and making recommendations. Well, recommendations are fine, but have they worked on the front lines for a couple of decades, really testing things with kids so they know how they respond? No. So we decided to put those things into a series of books, and that's one of the reasons that we sent some information to y'all, because we want parents this summer to know that there's some fun things that you can do with kids and screens.
Yeah, and so much of that is, like I said, getting a piece here and a bit there. It's very different than to kind of dig in with a book, to kind of sit down. And, we talk about the idea of so many books now in regards to books that are supposed to help you figure out ways to navigate the newfangled technologies, as I called them, really only work is if, in fact, people are doing them together. I know that sounds like a crazy thing, but there ain't no self-help book. There ain't no book about, guiding people in the right direction if the book isn't designed to actually activate in real life, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And these are just activity books. You see, this whole thing, you remember the former Surgeon General, he was on, what was it, Meet the Press? Yeah. And so the population health risks associated with screens, and now that, with AI looming in the distance, you've got these things that are literally pressing down on billions of children globally because you're hanging out with your screen instead of with your best friends. You've got poor language development, and because of poor language development, you've got complete disruption of normal social, emotional, and personal interactions. And you know what? That leads to the risk for lifelong poverty. No kidding. And so the direct physical dangers, don't we all know about them? Neck, back, eyes, worldwide epidemic of myopia. Indirect physical dangers like, obesity, sleep disturbance, chronic diseases. But the dysregulation of behavior and mood has really caused an epidemic of poor mental health, period, end of sentence. And it is affecting greater numbers of children, including kids as young as 8 years old. And because they wanted to get in on this, Stanford just came out with a counter study saying, hey, we know you love talking to chatbots, but the chatbots, because kids were using them for, mental health assist, chatbots will recommend what you want to do. So they can come up with some pretty creative ways for you to follow through on the not-so-great things you've got in your mind about what you should do to yourself and others. Am I getting my point across here, Jimmy? You don't want AI helping you to F up the world. No kidding.
And really quickly, I wanted to say something. I was thinking of you the other night because I want to make sure people know that movies make you smarter and mindful viewing. I got that right, of the new books, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to say
and they're
this.
activity books.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say this because I was thinking of you the other night. I was so proud of my parents. So my nephew Gustavo, who many of the listeners know because they sponsored his baseball team and all the other kind of groovy stuff as well too. My nephew sat down and watched Star Wars, asking questions from pillar to post with my mom and my dad. 81, 82 respectively, all of them talking about it. And his father came in and saw them, and he said, after he's finished with that, he said, I'm giving you both permission. He said, I think he's old enough to watch Rogue One if you guys want to do that with him next. But I thought about this, and Nicole, I'm taking you in the weeds here really quickly for a second, and I'm actually complaining about the people that I work with because I love them so much. I have begged, because our listeners know what I'm talking about here. I have begged everyone that works for me. I said, if you want to get a sense of what it is we do here from a movie standpoint, I said, simply go watch American Graffiti, Smokey and the Bandit, and Star Wars. Put them on repeat, and you will get a sense of the cultural zeitgeist in which we exist in, because so much of it has come back. And I keep thinking about the way, evangelization by example. And I keep thinking about the number of people who can't finish a book and can't finish watching a movie from pillar to post. And I realize how much behavior is modeled off of watching the performance of self in everyday life. Sorry, I had to get all that out there because these books and what you're up to has got me really excited. The idea that nobody can finish anything, between the chatbots and the AI finishing things for people and nobody being able to finish anything, these are, what is it? Just like language, you learn to finish by the time you're like 6 or 7, don't you? And if you can't, it becomes more and more difficult.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue, please.
Completing. Well, here's the thing. We're lucky, Jimmy, at our age, because we didn't get our neurons assaulted early, okay? We weren't drenched in dopamine early. And in our case, okay, so I'm going to do my 3 building blocks for how I came up with my solutions. I started by studying peak performance and interdisciplinary ways to accelerate learning, okay? And this is for adults and kids, and with our mutual mentor, Herbert Blau. Okay. Then I took on the issue of kids and screens. This was way back in the 90s, because when VHS and DVDs became available, you had repeat viewing. And repeat viewing started to impact the ways kids were creating identity. It influenced the ways they were interacting in the classroom. And it was devastating to early childhood development. But very few people outside of pediatricians noticed what was going on. And you think about it this way. If a child, if you watch anything 150 times, that repeat viewing becomes behavioral programming, becomes part of identity building. So that developmental boulder rolled into our culture without anybody paying a whole lot of attention. And back in the day, I was doing the sky is falling and here's what you do about it workshop. Well, meanwhile, the juggernaut kept coming, and it kept coming with social media. 2 pediatricians saw what I was doing, and they saw it in action, and they said, and you're changing brain chemistry around screen time. Now, Jimmy, what you just described at your home with your nephew and your parents changes brain chemistry, okay? And I didn't know that when I was doing the festivals. I didn't. So that's when I started the ICMC, and I spent the last 15 years putting the accelerated learning techniques together with how to watch a screen with your mind awake, which is what your parents and your nephew were doing. So we've taught almost 750,000 children and adults these techniques. And what they are human solutions for the tech-based public health crisis by getting out ahead of the problem. And Movies Make You Smarter starts that by fast-tracking co-viewing for parents. Okay, so everybody tells parents to watch with their kids. But, honey, what does that look like? How do you start? What do you say? Well, you just saw your parents in action. It looks like talking to one another, okay? But 21st century parenting, well, like all parenting, doesn't come with a manual. So parents keep telling me they don't know how to start the dialogue, that their kids are already resistant to talking, so they just need a few basic strategies, parents, to create the good things they're already doing with their kids to screen time. And so back to that word, together. We do it together. And so Movies Make You Smarter has, tips to make healthy tech habits fun. And what happens is kids voluntarily watch less and make better viewing choices. And they communicate with you. They start to notice their thoughts and feelings about their experiences with digital devices. If we are doing something 1,600 hours a year and we don't know what we're feeling and thinking about it, there's a problem. We're getting pulled in. We're getting sucked into it. And then there's some simple steps for helping use screen time to help kids build empathy and critical thinking. But mindful viewing is different, Jimmy, because it focuses on values. It brings values into the tech sphere, okay? And it's for people who are using screens for, you could say, faith-based purposes. So again, it's going to give you easy ways to get kids talking with adults. That's going to have, mindful viewing has the sensory tools where we're getting kids' energy up and their blood oxygen levels are increased before they start watching the screen. Yeah, you got a body while you're watching, and you should be aware of it. And then we put in new ways to build community and caring around screens. So 2 approaches, similar, but a little bit different.
I love the idea of, hey, when you come into my house, take your hat off, but leave your brain on. I just want to let people know our good friend Trucker Boson wrote to us to say, I got a couple of pieces of information. You're getting a lot of love and 100% likes over there on YouTube. We do have an announcement to make at I-35 northbound at mile marker 86 in Oklahoma. A truck went over an embankment between bridges. Highway is closed until they pull that truck out. One more time, I-35 northbound found at mile marker 86, Oklahoma. A truck went over the embankment between bridges, highway closed until they get it out of there. Thank you, Trucker Boaston, for jumping into the conversation and letting us know that. A lot of folks are telling you good morning. Nicole Dreisky is joining us, and they're saying good morning. There's been a trend, I don't know if you've noticed it, on the Tube of You, which is where we are, of a lot of young people have started watching movies and watching them and commenting while they're watching them. It's a big thing. You're 25 to about 35 years old. And it's, I got to tell you, Nicole, some people don't like it. Like, why would you watch somebody watch movies? I have to tell you, last year, about 30 of these regular creators, content creators, all of them decided they were all going to watch It's a Wonderful Life. And then somebody put together about 30 different watchers, put a collage of it together of them watching the last 15 minutes of that movie. And watching 26, 27, 28-year-olds who love movies, never having seen that movie before for the first time, burst into tears at the end of that film. I mean, one guy, literally at the end of the film, they ended the movie and he goes, "That's a 10. That's an effing 10. That's my effing review of this movie right now." And I burst into laughter. But there is something to be said about, taking a moment to figure out not only where you are, but what it is you're going to do, and then entering the book, entering the podcast, entering the movie to actually, and that's part of what you guys are talking about. It's not just the event itself, but creating a space in which to enter, in which to kind of do the thing you want to do and not be on your phone and not be checking everything else and not standing up and walking into the kitchen every 5 minutes, but really actively watching the thing that you're engaged in, correct?
That's a huge, huge part of it. I think that active watching while also communicating. See, the way we do it, we don't start a 2-year-old on a feature film, because that was always totally bogus. When Disney started Robin Williams riffing as the genie, hello, they had no idea, in Aladdin. The kids had no idea. Parents enjoyed it. And but it gave parents the illusion that they could safely go to those things with really, really young kids. And what happened was a lot of kids got ruined for feature films, okay? So that's a whole other mishigas. We're going to leave that alone. What I focus on are the building blocks, and I do that with short media. And as much as I love to build the grit and the persistence to stay with the feature films, that would be, I would be doing everybody a disservice by saying you can sit down and watch a couple of feature films several times a week with your children, because people don't have the time. They don't have the time, Jimmy. So what I came up with, and what we've been testing for more than a decade, is co-viewing, which is that thing you saw, okay, when they were watching Star Wars at your parents' house. Co-viewing with short media, 15 minutes at a time. And so when you get that ball rolling, you're going to be starting from the same mental internal space with a child, with a younger child. So here we're talking, 2 to 10, from the same space that you would when you're reading a book aloud to a kid. And when you're doing that, you don't motor mouth through. I mean, I'm assuming that every parent has either read a book aloud to a child and seen a television show. If you have done those two things in your life, you are qualified to do co-viewing, which is just watching a couple of things with your kids. And I think the really biggest issue is that there's way too much blame. You got to create a no-guilt zone around technology. Who saw the tech juggernaut coming? Even the people who set that juggernaut in motion, Jimmy, all those folks who are on screen in the social dilemma saying, yeah, we created these things. We didn't know they would cause these problems. We're so sorry, after making billions of dollars. Okay. So that's another reason to create a no-guilt zone. It wasn't you. You didn't do it. But here's another issue. Stress hormones. If you're really worried about these things, worried about kids, cortisol will block your creativity. It blocks caring. It blocks curiosity. And it sure as shooting will block you're talking to your kid in a way that is interactive.
And it puts
welcoming.
5 pounds on you, too. It does.
No kidding. No kidding. This is so true. Cortisol is a killer. But, if we stop judging and blaming ourselves, we get into this growth mindset thing. And that's crucial, because if we don't believe change is possible, for sure, it won't happen. So just believe in your neuroplasticity. It's there. It's native to you. And take positive actions without judging. So remember, you've already done, I'm talking to you parents, a lot of wonderful things with your children. When it comes to technology and media, you're just going to build on things you have already started. Because the big misconception is that because we use our devices separately, they are somehow apart from life and family development. You feel me, Jimmy, on that? People think that there's this division. The inner monologue goes something like this. I have my family life, and then there's technology. And it's a threat to family life, and it's tearing us apart, so I have to separate it from it. But it's not separate. We have to figure out how to cohabit the tech space. So the first step, stop blaming yourself. Second, trust and believe in your ability to change. And third, build on your strengths and start a real dialogue with your kids about their digital experiences by using something you both enjoy, a short film, something short, even a short episode. Go ahead.
This is something, and by the way, and this is the killer for me about that, because I keep thinking about, if you, and it's not like the streaming services or the media is actually not doing any sort of service in that direction. Nicole, I kid you not, I have been on Max and I have been on Netflix, where they're like literally on Max, on HBO Max, which will soon become HBO Max again after they destroyed their brand. They're going to go back to it's like old Coke and new Coke. I can't even explain this stuff anymore. But they literally, like at Halloween, they will literally have the Halloween episode of every sitcom or every children's cartoon, and they will curate them in a box. You can actually scroll down that if you take any active role or participation in your media consumption, there are plenty of companies who are doing the right thing. And I don't mean we should give them kudos, but it isn't well, how am I supposed to curate episodes for my children at particular times of the year? It's they do it for you. They literally do it for you.
No kidding.
And there are terrible reasons to use ChatGPT, and there are terrible reasons to use AI, particularly when it comes to actually completing a coherent sentence. But I'll tell you one that's not. Hey, can you give me some really great Christmas episodes of television shows? And it'll go blah, 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 blah. There you go, curated. Now go actively watch and discuss. Get out of my hair. Get out of my face.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Done.
And I think the key here is, and I wish I had a camera on your family, but you're not, when you're reading a book aloud to a child, you're not motor mouthing through, right? You're interacting. Kid asks a question, you point out something, the child points something out, you giggle, you make other connections. See that dog? I had a dog like that when I was, when you're watching a movie, a short movie in particular, or a piece that is going to be life-changing, like Star Wars, there you go. Don't be afraid to talk. But it's natural. You don't force it. You see, we can change our whole family's relationship technology by taking it one day at a time. Sound familiar? Every positive step, every victory counts. Doesn't matter how small, because you're starting the dialogue. Okay, so you're sitting down, you whatever you've picked, you're going to watch. It's one of the best and fastest ways to shift the relationship with tech from passive to interactive, from sedentary to active. And when you do that co-viewing, you are creating community and caring around screens. No kidding. By listening to your child's responses, you're validating him or her just as you would when reading a book. You're giving the child confidence. You're building social interaction and communication and thinking skills, all while watching a short video. And maybe the most important message you're sending is that you care about how they are responding to what is in tech, what is on the screen. And so their experiences with technology become part of a family dynamic. They fall under the protection of the family umbrella. And it's fun. It's really fun to do that with your kids because you're going to find out how smart they are. And you can start asking them questions. Well, why do you think that character did that? It's mystifying to you because you haven't seen Coco Melon, okay? But they have. So they'll know things about these shows that you might not know. And that is a tremendous confidence builder for kids when they notice things, share things with you, and you get to be delighted by how their little brains work. Okay, have I said that enough?
Well, but no, I mean, it's just, but the other thing is too, it's a permission structure. Nice. Our new producer today asked me if I was paying attention to what the kids are listening to. She literally phrased it that way. And I said, yes, of course I am. But what you do when you do that is if you're actively watching with people that you love, with younger people you love, you're giving them a permission structure to talk to you because they know, oh, no, they've seen that. They have the reference point. But they also might be more inclined to bring their phone over, to bring their pad over and say, hey, have you seen this? Have you checked this out? Which means you suddenly have a dialogue going on, which means that they trust you when it comes to figuring out both the emotional and the technological side of the new technologies, right?
That you just used the T word. That is, you got it right there. Trust. You see, the adult-free zone that kids get into with their own devices, it's a huge danger to them because then we're blocked out of it.
Nicole, by the way, the second half of our show, the second 2 hours of our show involve my co-host Lindsay Lawler joins us. Trey, can I bring Lindsay in now because she's here? Because this is something that she can relate to because she asks this question all the time. Nicole Dreisky, I know you've met her in the past, but say hi to Lindsay Lawler. Lindsay, you always talk about the whole thing with the gaming system. You always ask this question, and I got y'all here, and we're talking about active watching of movies with your children, but also all kinds of technology. So I wanted to get you guys a chance to talk before we got to take this break.
I appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning, Nicole. Hi. I've been listening all morning, and, it's funny. I started listening to y'all's conversation and had some anxiety around. I have a 6-year-old, and I had the anxiety around, oh, my gosh, am I doing everything wrong, this and that? But then that being said, I just dropped her at camp. She's at this outdoor physical camp this week where they're doing science and art and archery and soccer, and then we're swimming afterward. And I gave myself some grace toward the end of the interview because I was like, okay, it's really about balance. Like I can't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole, like the devices are there. It's going to end the video gaming. It's going to be how these kids learn to interact with other people. But as long as we're monitoring it, and I think the mindful piece was big that you said, even if I have to talk to her about Cocomelon, which I want to kill myself when Cocomelon is on.
Masha the bear, oh my God.
Oh God, shoot me. Shoot me if that's on one more time.
One more time.
But I will say you just inspired me to, even when I'm hating the show she's watching, maybe sit down with her and be like, why do you love this? Why are you connecting with it, right?
No, don't start with why do you love this? Okay, now listen, you've got a really amazing voice. Okay, first thing, breathe. No guilt zone. You got to get that no guilt zone going around technology. You cannot function otherwise because you will always come from there'll be this little prickle in your voice, this little tiny bit of, it's your self-judgment that is spilling over onto the child. And I got to tell you, this is why billions of parents globally think they have failed, and they haven't. They're coming at it from the protective posture of parents. That's a great thing, but you gotta back off. You gotta first get to a space that you're calm and safe in. Change starts with us. They can't change at all unless we're cool about it. That doesn't mean indifferent. That just means cool. And so we got to stop the blame, no guilt, and then we can have fun learning about what they know and not panicking, okay, when we find out things that we don't really love about their experiences with tech. It is way better to have that door open. But think about it this way, Lindsay. I said it at the beginning of the show. 1,600 hours a year. if we do not know, if we don't have an in to what they're feeling and thinking when they're using these things, then we effectively don't have an in to the child. We've got these other areas, the live, the IRL areas, the fun, the camp areas, but when they go into those tech zones, nah. That's
okay,
fluid.
I'm gonna give you, unfortunately it's the end of our interview, but I'm gonna give you my husband's phone number here live on the air. If you could call him and tell him to back off of me, give us some slack. We're doing fine.
Nicole, I gotta float you. Please promise me you'll come back much, much sooner so Lindsay and you can continue this conversation. Thank you so much, Nicole. The name of the books are The Movies Make You Smarter and Mindful Viewing. Go to icmediacenter.org. You can find both books there. Nicole, we love you. We miss you.
Amazon.
It's and on the Zon of Amma. Thank you, Nicole. We love you. Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right. Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this break. We got a whole bunch of great stuff to talk about and unpack. Lindsay Lou is in the house.
We're all doing okay. We're all doing okay. Just calm down, everybody.
Calm and call.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Well, that music only means one thing. Woo-hoo! It's time for the Road Gang Radio with, Lindsay Lawler's finally here.
Oh, Nelly Lindsay Lou.
I will find you.
That's my friend.
I will find you.
Marshall Platter was in the house earlier. Might be calling a little bit later on to say hi to his, how did he put it, his over-the-road lady friend? Something like that. Hey, lady
My
friend.
over-the-road lady friend. Be careful. Don't Google that.
Ooh,
Don't Google that. That's a different kind of title. Well, good morning, boys and girls, Madison. I've been listening to the show this morning, it's so fun to listen to you guys as I take my daughter to camp or whatever we're doing in the morning, listen to you while we're making breakfast. I sit there and talk like I'm on the show. I sit there and talk back to you guys like over scrambling eggs. I'm like, no, don't say that, or whatever. It's kind of fun.
Mostly that, though.
I will tell you,
that.
when we had Chris Lackey and Chad Pfeiffer on the show, that literally, the thing I said on the air with them literally happened to me, and it actually happened to a friend of theirs who was on their show. Greg Johnson went on their show, and they're like, Greg, do you want to talk? He's like, oh my God, I'm on the show, and sometimes I'll be listening to things and being like, wait a minute, I'm out on the show. Or the reverse is, man, Dre and Lindsay are really cooking right now. I'm supposed to talk. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to talk. I've got to say something.
I'm in the chair of power.
Oh, my God. Did you hear the parrot story this morning, by the way?
Oh, yes.
Polly wants some drama?
Polly wants some curse words. And I got to tell you, I don't know how it somehow managed to get back into, we can't avoid it, Lindsay. Every time we do one of these shows, at some point, and I actually was reading something in Madison yesterday, it always ends up rolling back to Mary Do You Wanna. You know what I'm saying? Somehow
Fine by me.
somebody's packing a bowl and getting a fat one going and all that kind of groovy stuff. Hey, everybody, good morning. Ed actually said good morning. Bruce said good morning. Kevin said good morning. Marshall says good morning.
Good morning, everybody. As Bluey says, good morning, everybody. I say good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. We've got 2 great guests joining us today. Actually, Jim, I can't wait to tell them the second guest we have on. I actually saw them he and his mom were on Wheel of Fortune. They won Wheel of Fortune, and they've done something extraordinary with the money. That's I don't want to spoil give it away, so you'll have to listen to see what they're doing. It's something you can get involved with. You can win money off of their winnings from money, but you know how much we love Wheel of Fortune in this house. So I saw their picture, and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember when they won back in November of 2023. That's how nerdy I am.
Wheel of Fortune.
Well, and I'm going to tell a really creepy story that's going to make people think I've lost my mind, even though I already have.
No, it's behind the couch.
Right. About me almost getting on Wheel of Fortune, and then I told a story in the final interview that made them think I was crazy. I know, and I didn't get on.
What'd you tell him?
Well, it's a ghost story, but I'm going to tell it to the guy when he comes on, because it's a ghost story about Wheel of Fortune that happened in my house.
Well, I'm going to tell you, though, it's like it strikes me that people who actually can tell a really good ghost story should end up on Wheel of Fortune, although maybe that's
I thought so.
I think it's a Jeopardy thing.
I think how I delivered it, though, came across a little panicky, like, oh, she might stab Pat or Vanna. It kind of came across that
I love the idea of a producer leaning over and going, no, too stabby.
Yeah,
too stabby.
Stabby LaRue Lawler.
We got Stabby LaRue Lawler. That's a keeper, dude. LaRue. Okay, Lindsay LaRue.
Lindsay LaRue, which you can't do Lindsay Lou anymore because that actually is a blue. So Lindsay LaRue is good.
Lindsay LaRue. I have to tell you, man, it's just it's been a kind of a ridiculous morning. It almost felt like that Reads Across America's 30 Minutes was like a caesura, this like kind of elegant pause in the midst of what has been total chaos, because Kevin Lindsay, who has been a great sport, when he joined us for Maintenance Matters, he was like, well, we can talk about coolant, or we can just go completely into the weeds with Chrome Badger and Jody and Chowder and go anywhere you want to kind of go. So it was kind of fun.
When Reese Across America is on, do you go poop, or what do you do?
Actually, I can tell you what I do. It's really kind of neat, actually. I've already listened to the segment. So, guys, I'm not ignoring their segment. I actually listen to make sure I don't have to pull it. I mean, Susan Patton says the filthiest thing. She's worse than the parrot.
She's so terrifying.
She's worse than the parrot. So I'll listen to what I'll usually do is that, believe it or not, the coffee shop, I kid you not, guys, the sign in front of the coffee shop down the block from us looks like a state highway sign. And the name of the coffee shop that we have picked to go to is Old Road. Mm-hmm. Isn't that kind of perfect here for Road Gang Radio? We go to the Old Road, And so
can you, in the middle of the night, take a spray can and wrote after Old Road, write Gang Radio?
I could, but
maybe just ask them. Maybe it can be in parentheses. They might let you do that.
I've kind of introduced myself over there, so it might be kind of a problem. By the way,
wasn't me.
I don't know what you're talking about. What you got, Phone Master?
I work out a contract where they only play our show.
Yeah, there you go.
And doing at certain times.
Oh, my God.
When we're live.
Let me tell you something. They might listen to certain segments of our show, but I can tell you the crowd over there, they ain't listening to our show.
What is this, man?
What is this, man? You've been over there, dude. It's like it's your people, Lindsay.
Speaking of
it's your half people. All those hippie friends and those sick people that rally around you.
My people, eh? You know what is nice though? If we could get him, like when I worked in radio in LA, there were restaurants that would just wait to hear hope that we would talk about him on air, so they would bring food all the time. Like we were in an office building where Morton's Steakhouse was on the bottom, so Morton's would bring up steak and all kinds of stuff just so we would talk about him, which I am happy. I just want to let y'all know we are happy to talk about you if you send us food and drink. It's not we're like prostitutes around here. We're very easy to please.
Clip it.
I didn't say we are. We're like
does a lot of heavy lifting right there, man. A lot of heavy lifting and a lot of basketball protecting the net kind of stuff going on there.
Yes, correct.
Okay. We had two great guests, don't we?
We do. We should. I'm sure the first one is loving hearing me talk about prostitutes before we bring her on. That's great. She's going to be really happy about that. But let's go ahead and get our next guest on, Jimmy. What do you say about that idea?
I think that would be terrific. Whether it's Krista Hanna's The Women, Taylor Jenkins Reid's The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, which, by the way, we talked about just recently. Every best-selling book from romance superstar Emily Henry, including this month's pick for Reese's Book Club, Great Big Beautiful Life. Hey, if you've got somebody in your life who like it a romance or who like it a well-written tale, you've heard these books and maybe even read them. If you've listened to them, you know the voice of Julia Whalen, award-winning audiobook performer, author, actress, is an acclaimed former child star of TV shows like Once and Again, and is now a top celebrity narrator. I mean, this is like the A game. She brings hundreds of best-selling books to life with vivid performances and has amassed, this is what's so cool, by the way, I know people that give books a chance because they just simply like the narrator. Let me tell you something.
Yeah. And her in particular, if you've fallen in love with a book over the years, there's a good chance it was her voice.
Well, and Doodah Man wrote me on the book of Tube and the Tube of Face, and what he said to me was, he said, I've fallen in love with audiobooks. And our good friend Forod, by the way, over 450 audiobooks he has now listened to since he started to become a member of our Sleeper Cab library. April, by the way, through June is Audio Book Month.
Audiobook Awareness Month.
Yeah,
Be aware of your local audiobook.
Yeah, because we got to care about these audiobooks, because if we don't, who will?
Audiobooks need love too, guys.
Tell her good morning, please, Lindsay.
Good morning, Julia. How are you?
I'm great after that. Thank you so much for having me.
I was more convinced that you probably had hung up by now. Like, these people are just...
what am I doing here? It's too early for this.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you are West Coast right now, right?
I am. I'm just in like a dream kind of fugue state right now, so very susceptible.
I get it. Well, what are you wearing? Not to be creepy. Are you in pajamas or are you dressed for the day?
I'm in like a lounge set. Let's put it that way. I'm half facing to the world, but I am actually currently in my booth because some gardeners pulled up across the street, and so I'm in my little panic room where it's nice and quiet, and so really, really leaning into the audiobook of it all.
I love it. Well, actually, it's funny. Last week on our show, I talked about Taylor Jenkins Reid and her involvement with the new Dixie Chicks musical coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the Chicks. My bad. They'll always be the Dixie Chicks to me. I'm sorry. And so it's funny that Taylor Jenkins Reid has come up twice now with that and with you here this week. So we are happy to have you.
She's a very busy and prolific woman.
A little bit.
A little bit. Well, we'll dive in because I don't know if you know or not, Julia, but our audience, the vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, females and males. They obviously have a lot of time to consume, and audiobook is the perfect way for them to do so. So a lot of our listeners know who you are, have listened to you many times, and there's a real responsibility, I think, that comes with the putting our human voice out into the world and attaching it, especially to a piece of art like you do with books. I'm a songwriter and singer, so I feel the weight of that more and more when I really think about what I'm saying and how it's connecting. But I'm curious to you. I want to talk about that invisible power in the voice, where the connection lives, where people fall in love. And what do you think, Julia, it is about the human voice itself that can make fiction feel even more real, or that can make or break for sure an audiobook, and in your case what you do here? What is it about that human voice and connection?
That's a really good question, and I have to say that I think it's just that it's so elemental. It is so a part of the human being and what it means to be a human being. And if we go back to the very beginning and all of us gathered around a campfire telling stories, that predates a written tradition. It was all oral storytelling. And I think that there's just something that we are hardwired to feel connected to a human voice in a way that, is with the onslaught of obviously synthetic voice or text-to-speech or AI. It does a good replication, but what it can't replace is that very elemental component of human connection through the voice. And it's just a very intimate experience. I mean, during the pandemic, when people were so isolated during lockdown, I would start getting messages from people saying, you're the only voice I have heard for 3 weeks or something like that. And it just fosters that kind of connection and intimacy. And to your point about truckers, which is actually something I knew, because if you have driven across this wide, vast country and you go into a truck stop, that's one of the last places that you can still find physical audiobooks. And so that was always interesting to me, and I would go in there and I would see that they were
Forgot about that.
selling CDs. Yeah, back in the day. And I was like, oh, this is where they go. Library and this.
It's like old people go to Florida and audiobooks go to truck stops.
Go to truck stops. It's so true. But I think that's true too. That isolation of that particular job, and just the distance and the time, and hearing someone tell you a story, it just goes back to the very beginning.
I wanted to kind of pivot here. There's your word.
Pivot?
Lynn. So I'll give you a line from The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. You don't know how fast you have been running, how hard you've been working, how truly exhausted you are until someone stands behind you and says, it's okay, you can fall down now, I'll catch you. And I think about the fact that so many people, when they heard that line for the first time, heard it from you. At some point, when you do these books, you have to read them for the first time. You have to let them hit you for the first time. And after a while, when you do them, you're doing them over and over again. So the danger, of course, is that the aura, the intent of the line, gets lost. Now, you're a very accomplished actress. So can you talk a little bit about how you make a line sound like you are discovering it for the first time, while at the same time having complete command of the apparatus in the presentation of the line itself? Did that make any sense?
It absolutely does. I mean, you're speaking actor language here, so for sure. I think that, it's a cop-out to say it's just that's the job and it's just acting. The point of acting is to make something seem fresh. I will say that the difference, because you mentioned this in my intro, I started in on camera. As a child actor, I spent so many years doing that. And I will say that the main difference for this job is obviously I prep the book ahead of time. So I'm reading the book, I'm making character notes, I'm understanding the tone of the piece, the voice of the piece, the individual characters. But then when I get in the booth, once all that prep is done, it's a volume job. Like I'm doing 75 to 100 pages a day. And I'm just reading the book straight through. And it's not the same type of performance as when you're on set and you're doing 7 takes on your side and then they're turning the camera around. And you're doing 7 takes on the other side and then you've got the master. That kind of repetition doesn't actually happen. So a lot of the, I'll listen back occasionally, but when I'm recording, I'm just trying to get into the flow of the story. That's the thing I'm trying to convey to the listener. And I don't actually want to do a lot of stop and start. So unless I feel like I could do it better, and then I'll stop and I'll go back and pick up a line. But for the most part, I'm trying to stay in that very fresh rhythm for the listener.
I'd like to hear, this is going to be a 2-part question. The first is 3 interesting facts about Julia, because here's the thing. I'm so curious, you're somebody who writes and performs and is a voice, but you're in these stories, and I'm curious how you keep yourself in there. It's somebody else's a lot of times art or writing, so it's you putting your heart and soul into it while not taking away from their message, which would be a difficult balance, I would think, and maybe that's something you do consciously or not. But so before you answer that, how you keep yourself in the art, tell our audience, so that they fall in love with you as well, if they're not already, 3 interesting fun facts about Julia.
Oh, gosh. I really just read books all day.
That's interesting. That means you're smart.
Yeah, right. Fun fact. I am a certified tea sommelier, which is a little bit obscure, but I fell in love with tea, and
You're
back before this job kicked off, I thought I am a little witchy.
Yay.
Lots of brews.
Good.
And let's see, I am also, I founded my own audio publishing company last year.
Badass.
And I come from the great state of Oregon originally. And so I think I have this kind of very, a little bit rural, a little bit, I like being in nature, I like being quiet, I have that sort of background, but then throw in a little Hollywood and a little overpriced English degree, and you get whatever I am.
You are the perfect hashtag balance. So then the second part of the question, now that we know a little more about you, I've got a good picture of you, I definitely want to hang out with you. I will definitely stalk you, as Jim knows. I'll show up in your bushes, but I mean it as a total compliment. So,
Love that. Great.
Yeah. So with that being said, how do you keep Julia in the story, but also not too much Julia, or is that even a thing? Is it the same kind of direct technique every time, or is it different as you shift project?
I really do feel that it is my job, as you said, to kind of get out of the way of just let the author's intention ride through. And that's where I think the writer part of me and the English major, literary theory part of me, like, looks at a text first and foremost saying, what is the author trying to say and how can I assist them in this adaptation process? Because that's what audiobooks are. They're the first, truest form of adaptation. And I will also be very conscious of a listener and what a listener maybe expects from me. And I think part of that is knowing that, when they sit down and they hear my voice, it's welcoming them into the story. So I never want to veer too far from what they would expect from me. And then I find the ways in a story to challenge myself, to try something new with a character, to have a different take. But for the most part, I really do feel that my job is just facilitating the conversation between author and listener.
I want to kind of piggyback on top of that because one of my wife and I's favorite audiobooks that we've ever listened to together was Michael C. Hall doing Pet Sematary by Stephen King. Because in so many ways, the novelty of first of it being Michael C. Hall, and then after about a chapter, it's like, nope, it's Stephen King's Pet Sematary. So you've done The Women, you've done The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, you've done all of these, romance books as well, Emily Henry. Do you change your timbre? And it's, like I said, it's more of a detailed thing. It's still you not getting in the way. But do you find that you have slightly different approaches, and I don't just mean in tone, to different authors, if that makes sense? Because the way you're going to read Stephen King, go ahead, answer the question. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, for sure. Also, I just want to acknowledge that you pronounced timbre correctly, and that is a real audiobook word. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What does he win?
Nothing. You win a career in audiobook.
Yay!
Yes, I absolutely do. Depending on, look, if it's memoir, like when I did Educated, again, I was even more back foot than I normally would be, where I'm just trying to tell her story and kind of stay out of the way. If I'm doing romance, sure, there's more banter. There's also, I'm dealing with usually playing the sexy hero component as well. And when it's thriller, like I remember doing a Dennis Lehane novel, again, I'm understanding kind of who the audience is, and I've got to kind of earn their trust so that then I can undercut it. Or the Cormac McCarthy novels, his last novels that came out that I did. There's a very, if it's very literary, again, I'm trying to. If it's romance, let me put it this way. If it's romance, I think I'm trying to be more conversational, more voicey, just inviting someone in, like, hey, we're all here, we're having fun. And, when it's something that's a little bit more one of those doorstop novels, I'm treating it with maybe a bit more gravitas. But I take everything that I'm doing seriously and trying to convey whatever the feeling of the book is to the listener. So yes, it does change the approach to my performance.
All right, I'm going to address the elephant in the room here, which is the fact that we have a lot of male listeners who might be saying romance novels. I don't listen to that when you do a lot of everything. But I want to negate that quickly and say, because I'm curious on the serious note of that, if you think romance gets unfairly dismissed in literary circles, because to me, just like a love song, it doesn't have to be delivered sweet and sappy. The way people fall in love, or the way they don't, or the way they fall out of love, those kinds of things to me is where so much truth lies and so much growth lies. It's how we understand ourselves. So I'm curious your take on that and the combating that, and maybe giving some. I think our male listeners in particular listen to a little more romance, and maybe it might help your own romance. Just saying.
Or since we found,
yeah, that's the secret.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the really underappreciated part of this. So you're right that this is predominantly a women's game, but at the same time, women buy something like 80% of fiction. So to be perfectly honest, we're not really concerned with whether men support it or not. I'm just saying that I wish they would, because I have a lot of fans, especially for my own writing, that they'll say, like, my husband and I, Buddy, read this book. We read it together, and we learned so much. We get this a lot from the Emily Henry book, same thing. I think, people have this idea of romance as one specific thing, and that's just not the genre anymore. It's not, the Fabio covers. Like, you can get any range of anything from like super, super smutty all the way to just like sweet, clean, romantic comedy. And
Smutty,
so there's a whole world out there. And I've done it all. So there's a whole world out there. But I do think that the places to start, at least anecdotally, the ones that I hear are the Emily Henry books are great because they're so funny and they're so smart. And these people feel like real people, and the men feel like real men. There's nothing intimidating about them. I think, my own little pet theory here is that a lot of men don't listen to romance because it, like, intimidates them. They feel
they see where they're lacking.
Yeah. But and I also, not to, like, hawk my own book, but I do think that my second book, Thank You for Listening, which is about two audiobook narrators who fall in love while recording a romance, but don't know who the other person is because they're recording under aliases, is, to me, like, I've heard from men that it's a great gateway book because, again, it's funny. It's about an industry that they might be curious about, like, what the hell is audiobook narration? And it's a character study. There's so much more going on than just the romance.
I also want to point out really quickly too, Julia, that if you were afraid of romance books and still want to hear Julia, Since We Fell, right, is the Dennis Lehane novel you did, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, it's terrific.
Yeah.
And I always tell guys, man, there's some Cormac McCarthy writing out there. What was the McCarthy one you did? I can't remember the title of it.
There were two. His last book, and I did the Passenger, which is narrated predominantly by McLeod Andrews, but then I have sections within it. And then the second book, which came out like 6 weeks later, is called Stella Maris.
Yeah.
And that is the character I played in The Passenger, but she has since institutionalized herself. And that book is written entirely as transcripts between her and her psychiatrist. And so we did it like a play. It's Eduardo Ballerini and me, and it's just dialogue, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's terrific, by the way. I couldn't think of the title because I knew The Passenger, but I'm like, I didn't realize you did, because I read that. I didn't realize you're the female voice in that because it's a carryover, right? It's a companion piece. Yeah, guys, there's plenty of stuff beyond just the romance that you can dig into, and then you can ease your way into romance.
I also did some Michael Crichton. I'm trying to think of Michael Crichton, and also Michael Kardos. The writer Michael Kardos has a book that I can't remember the name of right now, but it's about a trucker, actually.
About a trucker.
All right, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a second.
Okay,
hold on. We got to get people on that.
Michael Kardos also has one of my favorite underappreciated books of the recently called Bluff. I think it came out in 2018, and it's fantastic. But the one before that, it's something like Before He Knew Her or something like that. That was, I believe, about a trucker. Look, watch me be completely wrong on live. See, this is why I'm so used to doing podcasts.
Well, don't worry. Our truckers will quickly hop in the chat right now, and somebody will answer this question. So Julia, we ask all of our guests on this show because the first half of the show is about how we make our living. The second half is about how we make a life. So we like to, this portion of the show is the things you do on the road and, consume on the road, etc. So the three questions to you are: you're going somewhere this weekend, Julia. You can go anywhere you want, hypothetically. Where are you going? How are you getting there? And what are you listening to? And do you listen to audiobooks yourself? Are you like, screw that? Are you like the Carpenter's House is Falling Apart? Or
yeah, basically, I can't listen. I mean, because we're creating our own audio. I'm doing a lot of listening to audiobooks, but they're ones that I'm producing. So I'm not. I don't have a commute. I walk from my bedroom to my kitchen to my booth. So I don't have much opportunity to. But if I could be going anywhere this weekend, my husband and I actually have a little fractional ownership situation in Italy, and it's truly my happy place.
Amazing.
Because when I'm there, I'm able to just be writing and drinking the wine and just enjoying myself. So it's either there or it's I'm always happy to head to Oxford. That's my favorite city.
Amazing.
In the UK, yeah.
Okay, and what are you listening to along the way then in your travel?
Oh, probably because I have so much narrative in my life, otherwise I'm usually listening to music. So and I have my tastes are just stuck in a certain time, and it's probably my parents' time. But I am, probably listening to some good road trip music. I'm listening to like Fleetwood Mac. I'm listening to Nitty Gritty Dirt Band.
Yeah,
we had them on the friends of this show, by the way, friends of this
really?
show. Yeah, really.
Tell them I love them.
We'll come to Nashville and we'll get you in a room with them.
Oh, I should have mentioned Nashville is also one of my favorites.
Come
Seriously.
on, call me.
By the way, you have an open invitation to both Nashville and New Orleans now. We're broadcasting from both places with the newfangled technology. Julia, you're welcome back anytime. Happy Audio Book Month. Anything else you want to push before we shuffle off this radio coil?
No, just I'm on Instagram at just Julia Whalen, and the company that I started is Audio Brary, like library, Audio Brary, and we sign up for our newsletter. We really don't send out that many newsletters, only when we have a new project, and we are growing our library, and there's a wide range of stuff. I did not just want to do one thing, so it's a very eclectic collection, and I'm very proud of it.
As you should be, Julia. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to have you back. Any projects here. Any projects you're ever promoting, we will tag her on Instagram. Check her out. Have the best day. Go.
Thank you. Drive safe, everyone.
Well said. Thank you very much. AudioBrary.com is where you guys should hope. We got to get out of here. Road Gang Radio continues.
We got to get out of here so we can come back here.
I'll see you on the other side.
Okay.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We are live from NOLA to Nashville. This is Road Gang Radio with the legends in training themselves. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack.
I don't have a lick of training, by the way. I want to make this really
training?
clear.
What's training?
Potty
training. By the way, Lindsay, I
Barely.
had our good friend Madison send you their website. She sent you over a website of her artwork. I am impressed, to say the least. When you get a chance, take a look at it. I'll tell you why. Because one of the problems we're having over here at the Fastport Studios, by the way, go to fastport.com, go to nationalapprenticeships.org. By the way, also, Fastport's nomination process is closed. Very excited about what is coming this year to go over to Ohio and then to Washington, D.C. with them.
Are we going this year?
Of course we're going.
Great.
Of course. That's a done deal.
Great.
That's going down. Like when the lights go down in the California town, same
when
deal.
When the lights go down at Fastport.
And the moon shines over New Orleans and Nashville. Hey, listen, so one of the things that we have over here at the Fastport Studios is because we're in the Degas house and because this used to be the offices. And let me tell you something. When I say these were the offices, they looked like something out of Fallout. Not Fastport, but Fallout. And they had to renovate this entire space, Lindsay. They had to kind of get this whole space renovated and kind of get it going on.
I'm listening, but I'm also looking at Madison's
It's
art.
pretty unbelievable, huh? It's
amazing.
It's good stuff. What we need.
She's definitely doing my next tattoo.
That's what I was thinking as well, too. What I'm thinking of, though, is that we need signs here, Madison. We need to get some signs going on the door because people come by all the time. And they're always like knocking and being, I'm here for the wedding. Yeah, we're not throwing it for you. And then they go away really sad. And then I realize, oh, they're here for the Degas house to get married here. And they send them around the back. So we need to get some signs up here.
Could you let everybody at the Degas house know, David Villarubio and everyone there, that I am ordained?
I will.
And I would love to do some marrying.
Well,
I'd like to do some marrying. I can marry you, and then I can serenade you right after you get married.
that's not a bad pitch. I'll actually let him know. He would love that. It would actually offer that on the website as part of the whole deal.
If anyone listening wants me to marry you, give us a call at, what's the phone number?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. That would be fun, Jim, if we had just a wedding sponsor, Mattress King or real estate or diamond or work boots for your man to get back to work so he can pay all the bills now that you're married. Whatever it is, it'd be fun to have. We have a wedding sponsor, and we come. Jim, you can walk him down the aisle. You and I officiate a wedding back and forth. Wouldn't that be fun?
It would be fun to watch you officiate a wedding. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, what is your job going to be at the wedding?
I would do the readings.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I would do the readings. You pick out your readings. You give me poems. You pick out something, and then I get up there and just adopt my real voice. Because
I love that.
Because actually I talk like this. People don't know it, but I actually talk like this, which is why nobody ever asked me to read for their weddings. Lindsay, you said the phone number, didn't you?
615-292-NEMO. I did.
The reason I asked you that was not because you didn't say it, was because somebody called, as a matter of fact.
Ooh, ask and ye shall receive. Good morning. Who's there?
Oh, he's not a state marshal.
He's just a marshal.
He's a Marshall Platter, my cigar buddy. What's up, brother? Thank you for posting that video with my song 1 Mile at a Time.
Good morning. I want to address all three issues. First off, when I typed in earlier, that was autocorrect. I'll tell a quick story about that. My niece came out as being gay, and I wasn't supposed to know about it. I'm sitting at her house with her mom. I text her a message trying to tell her and her girlfriend to come have lunch with me, and instead, I wind up typing out, or the autocorrect puts in there, come home heterosexual. So
Is that a joke or is that real?
That was real. I actually hit the send button before I saw what it had put in there.
Oh, my God.
That sounds like AI gone wrong. That sounds like AI used in bad form.
Well, I was about to die, but my niece, being a good sport that she is, she just LOL'd it, and then she walked through the door like 2 minutes later, and I'm trying to explain, and she's just laughing at my embarrassment.
You know what it could have been? It could have been like, like we say over, like Lindsay over. You could have been like, since you're heterosexual, you could have just been like, come home, heterosexual, over. I don't know if you want to spin it that way. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know how it got in there. I was trying to just tell her to come have lunch with me at Denny's at the truck stop or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, bring your girlfriend. Who cares? Love who you want to love. Yeah. Move on.
Move on. By the way, I don't know if you know this. Tomorrow we're going to actually have the LGBT trucking association on tomorrow.
Rainbow truck.
They're going to drop in just for a few minutes to kind of spread their good news and ask people to be their friends, and remember they're out there protecting folks as well too.
Yeah.
How you doing, Marshall?
You have two other matters to address. What are they?
All right. Second one was audiobooks. I started with audiobooks when you used to rent them on cassette.
Yep. At the library, yeah.
They were a big, no, you rented them at the truck stops and at Cracker Barrel restaurants.
Okay.
And they actually were a big part of my drug recovery when I was cleaning out. So
nice.
I have probably listened to in excess of 1,000 audiobooks. Because I did complete series with different guys and stuff. And then I had a friend of mine at Market Transport. He and I used to swap books. He and I were both into them. We'd meet each other in Little America, Wyoming, and he'd give me what he had, and I'd give him what I had. He gave me a whole series of the vampire ones, and I had to give them back to him like a week later. He said, man, you couldn't have listened to all of those. I said, I listened to a couple of them, and I can't listen to them anymore because I know where a lot of those places were at there that take place in New Orleans, and I said, they creep me out. I said, I go to bed after I listen to them, and I dream about it, so I'm not listening to it anymore.
Well, don't listen in the night. Listen during the day.
Yeah. Well, in those days, I was driving close to 1,000 miles a day, so the day ran into the night.
Do you listen to romance or smut? Don't lie.
Yeah, he does. Well, I listen to like Mary Higgins Clark. I like murder mystery books and stuff like that, and a lot of her books involve romance. She falls in love with a guy, the guy saves her, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. So I listen to those, but I don't specifically go get a romance novel.
I'm gonna.
If there's romance in the book, I listen to it.
I'm going to stand up for romance for a second. Our buddy Weasel wrote me privately to say, Jimmy, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Nora Roberts or a romantic novel to listen to. Good for you, Weasel, by the way,
buddy.
for jumping in over there. Absolutely groovy stuff.
All right, and last but not least, Jimmy has mentioned Smokey and the Bandit several times. The statute of limitations of all this stuff has gone out. My partner and I in Tucson, Arizona, we were one of a number of people who were doing the Smokey and the Bandit thing. No cops were chasing me down the road. None of that crap. I was driving a CL 9000 Ford, my first brand new truck I ever bought, and I loved that old truck. One of my drivers wrecked it. But anyhow,
rude.
We had a guy wired in Tucson, owned a liquor store, would buy a full load of beer. We'd go get it. We'd take it to our place. We'd unload it all out onto the ground. We had these girls we paid to put import crowns, little stickers, on every one saying the beer had been imported from Mexico. And we drive down the border. I usually did it at Juarez and El Paso. You drive down across the border. Just as you're about to get into Mexico, you whip a U-turn and pull right into the U.S. Customs compound. And then we had a guy wired in Mexico who gave us all the official Mexican paperwork that said we were importing the beer from Mexico, and then we'd haul it to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And those people were nuts. They were crazy. We'd get there. We couldn't get the beer off the truck fast enough. They're all out there in their cars and pickups. I never was a big fan of the beer, but I never thought it was worth buying. And, you know, we were buying it for like, I think we were paying $1.25 a six-pack, and they were selling it for like $10, $15 a six-pack, and we were in on the deal. So we did it up until it got to the point where all we were making was freight. And at that point, I decided, hey, I can haul legal freight without having to worry about this stuff. So we gave it up. But yeah, we were one of the original Smokey and the Bandit as far as hauling the beer. But no cops chased us up and down the road. Mexican federales sometimes would try to run out there and stop me from making the U-turn back into the U.S. Customs import building, but that was about as close to. Nobody fired any shots. Didn't have a lead car. Nothing like the movie. But we did do the beer deal for, I don't know, we did it for about 6 years in the late 70s.
Well, and the other thing was you didn't have a bride in your car either, which also causes problems. That's what usually gets a sheriff on your tail more than anything else, is stealing somebody's bride from the altar. So with that going for you, you're going to get under the radar. That's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't as good looking as Burt Reynolds, so.
I don't know.
I
don't know,
Marshall.
You're a pretty handsome feller. That's why I started talking to you. I'm not gonna lie.
I only weighed about 135 pounds in those days, so I was a lot slimmer and trimmer, but, it wasn't, I never considered myself a handsome individual.
Disagree.
Okay. I love the pictures we took together where you're kissing.
Well, yeah, of course you do.
I have to go through it.
On the cheek, guys. On the cheek. Everybody calm down.
On the cheek.
Yes, on the cheek. She grabs my face with both hands, holds it wide, and kisses me on the cheek. It's a great picture. It's one of my favorite pictures from all the truck show stuff, because that's my thing at the truck show. I go around, and I meet...
And awkwardly kiss women. No. We don't advise that, guys.
By the way, Marshall is not that guy. We do know that guy, though. We do know that guy, by the way. We know that guy.
Get your tongue away from me, buddy.
That's what I told him, too. It's the same thing going on. Go ahead, Marshall.
I always tell them that a lot of guys go to the truck shows to look at new equipment, to look at the fancy trucks and all this stuff. And I go to the truck shows and get my picture taken with really good-looking girls. And after you pay them a compliment like that, they almost can't say no. So that was my because everybody always wants, how do you get all them good-looking girls at the show to take pictures with you? That's how I did it.
I ask, and I'm polite. It's a crazy thing, guys.
Yeah,
you should
not a
really
creep.
try it. Yeah, not being a creeper. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you for the phone call. We love you. Keep on calling and keeping on lighting up stogies as long as they're good for you. Sorry, had to work.
I'm sharing you with all my friends, too. So
Thank you. That means a lot. We need that. We need to spread the word.
I want to say that everybody is good looking. Almost everybody is good looking.
You're only not good looking if you're ugly inside.
Well, there is a certain level of truth to that. I know it sounds like I'm being Pollyanna here, but I really believe that most people at their best, make this really clear, guys, at their best, most people are good looking. I would argue that, and I've seen it happen with friends. I've seen it happen with myself, too. Tell me the truth, Lindsay. When you're in the best shape you can be, and you're in great shape right now, I'll make that really clear. But when you're in the best shape that you can be, and you are dressed the way you want to be dressed, and your clothes fit, and you are in good health, do you feel good looking?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm looking at these two young people across from me right now, looking at Madison, looking at Andre. Good looking kids, by the way.
Hottie crew. Next gen, hottie crew
with those, I got to tell you, all these millennials were all, I'm not picking on, these guys aren't millennials, by the way. All these millennials talk about how they're going to replace us and all that. Well, but they're not. You know what happened, Lindsay? You and me started cultivating Zs, and we're going to let the Zs displace the millennials, and then we will be the wise, good-looking mentors.
I'm an exennial. I'm in that 4-year gap that I'm not millennial and I don't identify with millennial and I'm not Gen X. I'm in that gap.
I will declare you Jen LaRue.
Jen LaRue. I like that.
Jen LaRue. Who do I got on the phone, by the way, Madison?
I just wanted to say Andre is a millennial. I am Gen Z.
Well, we're going to declare Andre as an honorary Z, though.
Okay.
We're going to make him. I don't like. The only millennials I liked are the ones that crossed the Tigris and the Euphrates during the Iraq War. The rest
no, but I'm all about millennials claiming getting themselves back. We've all poo-pooed on millennials for far too long, and I think millennials need to take back their power. And but you got to be smart about it. You got to not be a what about it. Stop being a millennial so you can start being a millennial again. Whatever that means. I'll take all the good with it because I need millennials to teach me some stuff, guys. Sometimes I need a little help.
I want the Z, so I'm declaring Dre an honorary Z. He's a Z, she's a Z, and the Z's are going to lead me to point A. Hey, we got another phone call, Lindsay. Who's giving us a call? Tell us, guys, loud and proud.
Jeff from Texas, and he wants to talk about speed limits.
Yeah, Jeff from Texas. Everything's bigger there, buddy. What's going on?
Oh, not a lot. Just driving around, keeping the shiny side up, dirt side down, and in between the lines.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you for that.
And since I know, from Texas and everything, just right quick. Do you know why the cowboy went out and bought a wiener dog?
Why the cow went out and bought a wiener dog?
No, why did the cowboy go out and buy a wiener dog?
Oh, no. Why did the cowboy go out and buy a wiener dog?
Well, we want to get along, little doggy.
Hey. Ba-dum-ching.
Oh, dad jokes for days.
I love it. Hey, you'll have to...
Anyway.
Before you get to your comment, I want to let you know that coming up at 10 a.m. here in just about 15 minutes, we have a guest who's from Texas. He and his mom won on Wheel of Fortune, and they're doing something really, really cool in Texas right now where you can win a ton of money. So be sure you're listening to that at 10 a.m.
I will continue to listen. But yeah, so what I was just wanting to comment on with the speed limiters and everything, the one gentleman that called and was talking about the difference between the speed limiters and the governors and everything. Mm-hmm. I'm not for the speed limiter type thing, but, as far as governing some of the speeds and stuff, I'm kind of for that because the way you see some of these drivers out here driving, I've been driving for about a year and a half, and I used to be a paramedic and stuff too. So, but just the way they drive all kinds of 70, 80 mile an hour and everything in a big truck, I think, that's a little too fast. I know that as far as speed limiters and everything, what he was talking about with controlling the speeds at lower speeds and stuff, that's kind of, we're all professional drivers. If we're going below in residential areas and stuff like that, we're supposed to be going, at least 5 mile an hour below the speed limit,
Mm-hmm.
But as far as out here on the open road, I think if they have the vehicles governed around 70 mile an hour, that's plenty fast. And I'm not going to say who I work for or anything, but our trucks are limited at what we get, or not limited, but governed at how fast we can go and stuff. And yeah, does it get boring and monotonous and everything when you're out in the wide open spaces? Yeah. But But, you know, it's for a reason. And the biggest thing is just safety, because you see some of these guys that drive by, they know that a lot of us are limited at how fast we can go, but they try to pass us and thread the needle on the right-hand side because they don't have any patience, because we're trying to get by also. And, you know, basically, if we all just come together and go to common courtesy and so on, if somebody's going a little bit slower, if they need to get by or whatever, you know, slow down just a few mile an hour, let them go by, and then try to get back up to speed and everything, get your momentum going again. Because, you know, believe me, man, it's frustrating because, you know, it is what it is. And I can see a lot of the safety, especially there on the East Coast, man, because it's crowded enough out there. And I pretty much run the I-10 corridor, and it gets crowded out here too. And it's frustrating. But, you know, I always say just Bob Ross it, slow down a little bit.
Bob Ross it.
Have reality TV. Have reality TV happen right in front of you, man, because there's plenty of action that goes on and stuff. And the main thing is just to be alert and just try to make your time. You know,
that's the new party line. New party line around here. Just Bob Ross it. Everybody chill out.
Just Bob Ross it.
Go to nature. Paint a picture.
Have a little happy tree over here. Let's have a little happy tree over here. Hey, by the way, since you're passing out the bad dad jokes, I got one for you. Why did the hot dog go? I can't believe I'm bringing this one up. Why did the hot dog go to the gym?
Why is that?
So people would stop calling him a weenie. I don't know why.
Well, that's pretty good, but no, it was to get better buns.
Hey.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, but I just wanted to. I appreciate your guys' show. We listen quite often. I'm actually a first-time caller into this show.
Woo! Yay!
I really like listening to you. It passes the time away.
Thank you so much, man.
Please call again. Then we love first-time callers. First time, long time. First-time caller, long-time listener. Hopefully, please call back again and tell all your friends so we can keep them company on the road as well.
All right, sounds like a plan. Y'all have a good day and God bless.
Thank you.
You too, brother.
Be safe out there.
Love that.
By the way, the hot dog went to the gym to get better buns, and I also think it's important to point out that, as I said before, I think you're all good looking. I think some of you haven't gotten to your best looking place yet. And need to do a little bit of work to make it happen.
But you're in there. Your haughty self is in there hiding, just crawling, waiting to get out.
Well, and that's a really good way of putting it. Your haughty self is in there waiting to get out, by the way. And when I hear people like Marshall, and I've seen Marshall when he says, yeah, I'm kind of average looking.
Oh, he's handsome.
I think people tell themselves they're average looking when they're not. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who are simply having clothes that fit and a little bit less weight. Because, you know, Nicole was talking about cortisol as well. I have a friend of mine who's a trainer, and there'll be people who come to him and be like, look, I need to drop about, 7 to 8 pounds, and I got this wedding coming up in about 2 months, and I don't know what to do.
Cortisol.
And what he said to them point blank all the time is he said, I can help you lose 5 pounds, and you ain't got to change nothing in regards to the gym or working out. And they're like, what do you mean? He goes, I just need you to drink a little bit more water, and I need you to go to bed earlier. He said, if you just do those two things right now, he said, I can't get 20 pounds off of you, but if you want to drop 5.
Yeah, but that kickstarts it. That gets you, that's the baby step to be like, oh, I'm feeling a little better. Now I just want to do more of the things. I want to eat better. I want to work out or whatever. But that's a very easy baby step. Trade something, trade your soda, your Gatorade, whatever it is, trade it for water. Turn the TV off and go to bed. Period.
Or even if you're a Gatorade fan, I mean, there is Gatorade Zero. So, I mean, you shouldn't be drinking Gatorade Zero on a regular basis because it does have some artificial sweeteners in it. But just switch over so you can get the salt and the electrolytes and the stuff that you actually need to kind of keep yourself fueled up. Just make better choices. Because
will that get your mind clear? Because I've got to ask you, I'm worried about myself a little bit. Maybe you can help me out, Jim. I feel like I have it together, but yes, for the most part. But I'm finding myself very spacey lately. What will help me? Because yesterday I was late for my daughter's swim meet. I torn my house apart. I'm not kidding you. I looked 9 times for her bathing suit and towel. Could not find it anywhere. Seamus comes home. He's like, did you look on top of the dryer? I'm like, I did. He walked home and he pointed to it, sitting right on top of the dryer. Then I go to make dinner and I couldn't figure out why our green beans were so spicy. Well, it's because I used chili oil instead of sesame oil. I stared at the bottle 9 times. I did, and then I made wasabi mashed potatoes. And
Wasabi.
Instead of 2 teaspoons of wasabi, I used 2 to 3 tablespoons. Everybody died. I'm just like, la, 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 walking around. I took my dog's pills the other day instead of my own. I'm just like falling short in really bizarre ways. Help me. What am I doing wrong? Am I losing my mind?
No, what you're doing is you're so exhausted at the end of the day, you're not, and believe me, I'm not speaking like, I've got this all figured out, Lindsay, so now listen to me.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to tell me.
What I think one simple hack in your life could be like, okay, so trying to find your daughter's bathing suit, right? Let's start with that. Did you know the day before that you would need her towel and her bathing suit?
Yes, I know. I should have said it out the night before.
And it's a killer, trust me. But I have to tell you, when I go home now, and part of it is because my lifestyle has changed to a large degree because it's 5 days a week. But I didn't realize until this particular weekend. I'm like, why is this different? I'm actually working a little bit more. And then I realized I'm not, because what's been happening is on Saturday and Sunday, the only phone calls or text messages I get from you people, meaning the people I work with, or are you being like, what you doing? How's your weekend going? Or Dre sending me a picture of crabs, which is fantastic.
I'm like, or me sending bizarre things late at night, or like, hey, what do you think about the war? I'm just like, talk to me.
I have some thoughts, and we'll dig into those later on, not on this show, by the way.
Off air.
Not on this show. But I have been laying out, when I go to bed, my everything I used to do when I worked at the DA's office, when I worked other jobs, everything I used to do, I'm doing again, which is put the wallet down, put the keys down, put the stuff down, lay it all out. Lay out the clothes for the next day, get that all settled and done. I've already done my walk. I think it's a simple matter of reminding yourself that you have to create not just we talk about the idea of a half an hour of mindfulness, right? I need a half hour for myself. But we also need a half an hour for your bureaucracy. You've got to create that half hour of bureaucracy where nobody else is around you, where Seamus and Freya, everybody's gone, and you just set it's as if your life is a feast. You've got to set the table for it. So set the table,
I like
15 to 20 minutes. Just say, man, this is going to make my life so much easier tomorrow, so there's no mad scramble. It's, basically what you want to do is you want to be a mom to yourself, the best mom you can possibly be, and say,
put my oxygen mask on.
Yeah, what would mom do to make sure that I get to school the next day? And if you approach things like getting ready for school when you were growing up as if your mom was doing them for you, I think that might help. That's my one suggestion for today.
No, you're right. And as you say, when two people say it, it must be true. I've known that. I feel that every morning. Like every morning I say, I should have done this last night. Same thing with like just clean the dishes so you don't see it the next morning. Just put lay out make her lunch the night before. I can do that. Get everything laid out, her clothes.
I can text you. I can simply text you at like 7 o'clock and be like, hey, man, what do you have to do before you go to bed tonight? And you can just text me back and tell me, and then you'll do it. I'll do it.
Well, I don't want to put that on you, but add that to your resume. Lindsay's nighttime keeper. That'd be great if you don't mind.
We have a great guest coming up next. We got to take a break here. You guys are going to be so over the moon when you hear about this madness. This is so up my wife's alley.
I was just about to say, I was thinking of Claire the whole time. I'm like, she would love to be a part of this.
Well, it's why she booked it. I mean, or is it you that found this one? Because I wrote a big...
No, this is Claire. Claire booked this.
I wrote a big piece about you, Tara, and Claire today on Facebook, man. And I hope everybody gets a chance to read it. I'm so proud of you ladies. Listen, guys.
Well, I saw it in passing. I didn't have time to read it yet, but I saw that it was lovely, and I wanted to come back and spend time and give it attention.
73 guests in 2 weeks and 2 days. 73 guests these women have actually put together for this show. And by the way, we have so many guests on this show that shows that are desperate for content are taking these guests. It's fantastic.
We take it as a compliment that you like what we're doing and you want to be a part of it too. And if you want to be a part of it too, join the resistance. #RGR. This is Road Gang Radio. You can listen to us on YouTube, on RadioNemo.com, on iHeart, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, you name it. You can find it. Hey, Jimmy Mac, it's great to be here with you. Phone Master Dre and Madison. Let's get out of here so we can come back with our next guest, Casey Wright, taking us on a venture through Texas, y'all.
So exciting. So exciting. Woo! Road Gang Radio forever. RadioNemo forever. Lindsay Lawler. Lindsay LaRue forever.
Jimmy Mac.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Prepare for over-the-top flavor with a limited-time lineup of ginormous sandwiches. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, breaded chicken fillets on garlic bread with red sauce and mozzarella. Or the Big Country Combo, country fried steaks with mashed potatoes, gravy, and fried eggs on Texas toast. Craving a burger or grilled cheese? Well, the Ultimate Smash Melt delivers both with smashed patties, cheese, and bacon between grilled cheese buns.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Woo! We're back with a little bit more of that Road Gang Radio. Lindsay, Lawler, Jimmy Mack, and us over here just fiddling our thumbs.
Oh, yeah, fiddling your thumbs.
Keeping us on the ones and the twos.
Jesus, fiddling our thumbs. If you fiddled your thumbs, we'd be off the air in 5 seconds. Sweet mother of pearl. All these people underselling themselves. I'm actually okay looking. Yeah, thanks, Marshall. I fiddle my thumbs. Yeah, thanks, Andre.
You wouldn't be on air if it wasn't for us.
That's right. Andre's hot and Andre's hot and keeps us on the air. He's a double threat, yo.
That's what my mom tells me.
What?
I don't want to. Ew.
Okay.
Your mom can't say you're hot. Your mom can say you are a good. I created a good-looking boy. When your mom starts telling you you're hot, it's a different show, guys.
It's a different
show. Very
show.
Different show.
It involves the shore of New Jersey at that point. You know, at that point, you become the situation. We got a situation here, Lindsay.
Yes, we do.
We got a situation here. This project, by the way, is gaining attention in part due to the recent Forrest Fenn documentary, which people should check out too. It reignited the public fascination with kind of go and seeking is all I'll say there. Casey Wright and his mom were the big winners on Wheel of Fortune in November of 2023, and they wanted to do something fun with the money. But rather than telling you what they wanted to do, I'm going to let Lindsay ask that question. I do want people to go to www.seektexas.com. You can find them on the Book of Face at Seek Texas. You can find them on the gram of Insta at Seek Texas, and on the Tube of You, which is you should be over here by now if you're with us on the Tube of You at Seek Texas, and of course on the Talks of Tick and the Ticks of Talk at Seek Texas. Casey Wright, along with his mom, is the creator of this madness. It's a mad world sort of energy, by the way, Lindsay. Would you care to say hi to our next guest?
I would care very deeply. Casey, first of all, good morning and yeehaw. Glad you are here.
Yeehaw, and thanks for having me on.
Okay, Casey, here's the thing. First of all, I'm a Texas girl. As a Texas girl myself who grew up watching Wheel of Fortune, I have to say to you, this is the most Texas way ever to spend your prize money. Very cool. And I actually saw you guys on Wheel of Fortune, the original time. We watched Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, did you really?
Well, we used to watch when Pat was on, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm obsessed.
Pat.
Yeah, no offense to Ryan Seacrest, but Pat is the GOAT, of course. So I saw you and your mom when you were on back in November of 2023. I remembered it. So when I saw you come up as a guest, I was like, I remember him. And now the whole state of Texas can get in on this game. So welcome. Glad to have you here, and yeehaw.
Thank you for having me on.
Okay, here's where I want to start. Before we get into Seek Texas, everyone go to SeekTexas.com. I want to talk about your journey to getting on Wheel of Fortune, because a very quick story, if you will. I've dreamt of being on Wheel of Fortune, but now it's my dream has died because Pat's off. The whole idea was to be on and be with Pat. And I got I got really far in. I didn't tell anyone because everyone think I was crazy, but I got far along to like the same thing that you did, which you can tell everyone about, but all the interviews and the Zooms and the prize rounds. I did all that and I did really good. And I got to the very end and I told this story about, I came home one day and, I was, my Google speaker, this is a much longer story, but my Google speaker was playing music and I like stepped into my house and I was like, oh my God, there's somebody in my house. I'll tell the longer story later, guys. But essentially it started playing I said, is somebody here? And then it played back the song, The Wheel of Fortune, to me. And I was like, there's a ghost in my house. And I started telling the story and I could see everybody's faces getting really weird. I'm like, oh, they think I'm a psychopath and that I am going to stab and murder Pat Sajak. So I did not get on the show. Tell us about how you got on the show and I will shut up now.
Well, first of all I did was one of those, just did a video of myself. Backyard, drinking a cup of coffee, dogs barked in the middle of it. And I said, hey, long time, guy who loves Wheel of Fortune. I said, tell you what, though, my mom is in her 90s. And if you all ever have a show where you've got a bunch of 90-year-olds on there, you all ought to have that because she will just clean up. She just loves it. And, gosh, 3 days later, they're saying, would you consider you and your mom being on? I said, yes. And then we went through the process, and my mom and I had to go independently through each of those steps. Now, I, at the time, did not own a Zoom camera. And every time I got on there and did the little Zoom thing, I took the Zoom camera back to the big box place and said, ain't ever going to need this again. I'm a miserable failure. And then, a week later, they'd call back and say, you made it to the next step. Go back and buy the stupid camera again. Get on again.
Have more faith in yourself, Casey.
I did. I had no faith in it because I just go, oh, my God, I am just horrible at this game. And then my mom and I had to do it independently. So I'd say, Mom got on there. Well, Mom, you're not very good either. You're not any better than I am. We are never getting on. And every time we just pushed it a little further. And then we finally got on. And we flew out there, and when we got out there, Mom was like, remember, Mom's 92 years old. And she looked like a 92-year-old just kind of hanging around, going. And then the minute those lights came up, my mom turned into what you saw on TV. And she just lit up the place. She was like some type of savant, and just walked home with her. All I did was spin the wheel and say, well done, Mom.
That's amazing. That's amazing at 92 because A, that she was able to figure out the video, B, got on a plane, and then lights, camera, action. There she went. It's incredible. And Jem, the video of them it's so great. She's so lovable, Jem.
At the end of the show, Vanna White comes over and says, Liz, you're my most favorite contestant in 42 years of this show.
Aww.
And that took its own life. And then my mom and Vanna White end up on Good Morning America talking about that particular concept. And then the fun part was April of last year, right after Pat Sajak does his last taping, he came to our house.
He came to their house.
I know.
Pat Sajak, his wife, Leslie, Maggie was here. It was just the most surreal experience ever. Just, hey, here's this guy coming up acting like he's the UPS man going, package for you. What?
Oh, my God. Was there any part of you that wanted to kidnap them and lock the doors a little bit?
Gosh, we just wanted to become best friends forever. Oh, my God. Yes, we are best friends. But,
my God.
It was a great experience.
Let me kind of say where we are right now. This is kind of really a fun thing, by the way, Lindsay. Vanna, I'd like to buy a vowel. Forget that. Vanna, I'd like to buy a Zoom camera. Vanna, I'd like to buy a state. Because that's where we're headed right now with SeekTexas.com. So, to kind of pick up the story, because we're going to get to the second half of the interview, to pick up the story, so you win. You win the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side, and you got a little bit of moolah. So you're a winner.
And they win the bonus round as well.
You win the whole thing. You win, as they say in Major League, and I'll leave out the curse word, they win the whole flipping thing. So you got it.
We did.
Tell us what happens next.
Well, okay, so my mom and I, and my dad as well, we were puzzle people, since my birth. I mean, that's all we did was treasure hunts and searching for it. My dad was a geologist, so gosh, we were constantly out there looking for stuff anyway. But it was just always this, reading the story of Treasure Island and the Gold Bug and Tom Sawyer and all these things. I just knew that I wanted to do a treasure hunt my entire life. And all of a sudden you get some free money and go, hey, tell you what, don't need the free money. I would I could go buy something new with it. Well, let's just do a treasure hunt. And so I like to develop puzzles. So I just decided I knew where I wanted to hide the treasure. And then it was just building the puzzles. And when I mean the puzzles, it's just all the little clues inside the book that tell you exactly where the treasure is located.
That's amazing.
So that brings us, we just took the money, we sat there and said we want to do this thing, and we had the whole thing up and running in right at a year.
So I'm going to guess a lot of the money went to, you've got to build out a really great website, which y'all did. You can go to seektexas.com and find out
Great
where
website.
It says great website. Right away it tells you this is a Texas-sized treasure hunt, y'all. You can book on there. Each registration adds $5 to the cash portion of the treasure. So the more people that register, the more money involved. You'll get this beautiful book that comes to you. So my guess is half of the money went to, or some of the money went to obviously developing the concept, to making the website, to getting it out there, to putting together these beautiful books that comes to your house, this package that you'll receive. And then all the money is going to the cash prize, which right now is up to upwards of $42,000.
Exactly, and growing every single day. So the treasure hunt has a 3-year lifespan. It started on June 2nd of this year, and it goes through June 1st of 2028. And the reason we did 3 years, Mom's now 94. She's pretty healthy. She wants to meet the winner. She says, I want to meet the winner. Hopefully she'll be there. Yeah. But if for some reason nobody wins, nobody finds the treasure, all the treasure then, all that $5 per book, all of it goes to the Alamo Foundation in San Antonio. So it's not like, hey, KC tricked everybody and gets a big payday. Nope. It all goes to a worthy cause.
But wait, do you guys know where it is, or did not even you and your mom know?
No, I know exactly where it is. In fact, to give the thing,
where is
credibility,
where is
it? Texas, I told you.
Well, that narrows it down.
But, I had 4 people go with me when I hid it. Now, remember, it's hidden, not buried. And as I like to tell everybody, I didn't tear anything up hiding it. You don't have to tear up anything to retrieve it. But it's hidden, and I had 4 people go with me so they can say, yes, we attest that KC actually hid this where it says. And then I've got the whole solution all written out, and that's in a safe deposit box. So, we try to give it its legitimacy so that people can actually believe in it.
And what did these 4 people that know, yourself included, also, what did they have? Did they have to sign their life away to you to know? Are they hidden in your basement right now?
That's right. I've got them down in my basement. I throw down just a raw meat every once in a while. It's kind of cool. No, they signed an
very
agreement
Texas of you.
I know how very Texas. We all signed a little document saying we all trust each other and all that kind of stuff. And everybody involved in it really wants somebody to win. If you go back to Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak really wants you to take his money. Go, take it. Win it all. Take more. Spin again. And we're kind of the same way. We really want somebody to win this thing. So it's not hard. It's not easy, but it's not overly difficult. If you follow the clues, you'll find it.
I just want to say, by the way, because you said something earlier, Lindsay, and of course this always gets my imagination going. I am such a big fan of treasure map novels. Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code is also his book, The Lost Symbol. I don't know if you know this, Michael Crichton, who we were talking about earlier, has Pirate Latitudes, and I think about that book a lot. And Treasure Island, of course, which you mentioned, the gold standard, which I think is the gold bug, which is so great.
Yes.
But there is, as I was looking through the website, Lindsay, there really is a sense of, and I mean this is the highest of compliments, and Lindsay will actually verify what I'm saying here. This feels like it was dreamed up by an 11-year-old boy in his backyard. Except that he had the money to actually make it happen. You know what I'm saying? And that's really the joy here. You really want people to find the adulthood of childhood. I've always said that kids between 9 and 11 really are the adults of childhood. And you really want people to find that inner sense of adventure. Get together with a gang of their friends, go out and get in the mystery machine and go solve a spooky, crime or something like that. There's a real sense of that. You really want people to play, not just to, solve, but you want people to play, because nobody ever tells a story about treasure finders. They always tell stories about treasure seekers, right?
Exactly. If you'll notice, the colors of the book are that kind of treasure map brown with a big red X. Like, there it is. X marks the spot. All of those, those childhood book images. Here's the old wrinkled up treasure map. You unroll it. You can sit there and you mark, 6 paces this way, 8 paces that way. And you're right in the middle where the treasure's supposed to be. So you're exactly right. It's that childhood dream, that wanting to put it together and just, entertain your friends and have them go, wow, you did it.
One more thing, Lindsay. I was really hoping that at some point it'd be like, in this section of the mystery, you must ride bicycles. I just kept waiting for that. I just kept waiting. You must get 3 friends, and all of you must ride a bicycle together. You talked a lot about, going out and finding, going out and making sure that, people knew where it was and figuring this out. What was the day-to-day figuring this out like, though? What was the process to get really into detail about it? What was it like to put together this imaginary world? Because you're not just drawing a map, you're actually having to create an entire world inside of Texas, right?
Exactly right. Well, let me give you one more little backstory. My wife and I decided that we wanted to visit all 254 Texas county courthouses. It was just something we wanted to do.
Why? Why was that important to you?
I will tell you why, and here is the only reason. Because my mom, being 92 years old, we couldn't take long trips without Mom. So we had to just take these day trips, these overnight trips, and this was and my wife was a Girl Scout, and so she collected merit badges, and it was kind of like, it was the merit badge for, my age group, going out and collecting all these little courthouses. And so we did that. We also found the Quanah Parker Trail of Arrows. It goes all through the Texas Panhandle. And we started, going to all these, and there are these 22-foot high arrow sculptures, and they tell you these stories. Quanah did this, Quanah did that. The Comanche Nation did this, that, and the other thing. And so you're following all these as well. And then that's just like that. That's when it all came into. That's what I want to do. We traveled all over the state. We had all of this information. We had all of these arrows. We said, now we've got free money. Let's just marry the whole thing together. And so the day-to-day was, I knew where I wanted it to be. And then it was just kind of reverse engineering it from there. How do you make it be there? At first, it was just way too easy. And then you go, well, it's got to be a little bit more difficult than that. Then you have to find a language you can speak. And it was a whole development process of trying to figure out how to make it, balance it between being too hard, too easy, interesting, not interesting.
Well, and Risk, we don't really have to dive too much into the how it works, because you will find all that out if you go to seektexas.com. You will get sent a kit. You register there. They will walk you through it. But you have to obviously physically go to Texas to be a part of this. But here's the good news, Casey. A vast majority of our listenership are over-the-road truck drivers, so they have the means, have the truck to travel.
And the book itself has it's only 68 pages long. It's not a long book, and it's 80% pictures and 20% little vignettes with no connective story all the way through it. The number one vignette is the Mother Road. So Route 66, we knew that had to be in the book. And so that's our homage to, the truckers who do all the hard work all over the world or all over the country.
Can I just say something, guys, by the way? One of the things I'm obsessed with is scouting merit badges, being that I was a Boy Scout.
There you go.
I will tell you, if anybody ever wants to have any real fun, is to look up the orienting. There is a merit badge called orienting.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And I would tell you, if you want some real kind of tips on how to get yourself ready to go on a treasure hunt.
Nerd alert.
Nerd alert. Oh, by the way, unapologetically, by the way, and I'm looking at a nerd across from me, by the way, on the video camera, and I'm not talking about Dre LaRue.
Nerd alert.
But if you go through what is necessary to earn that orienting merit badge, you will be absolutely prepared to actually go on a treasure hunt. I have to ask, as you were talking merit badges, were you a scout at any point in your life?
Absolutely. I mean, and it was the collecting of these badges. It was so much fun. You learned a trait or a skill every single time. Build a fire, build a tent, every single time. And that orienting was an exciting one, wasn't it? Because I took that all the way through. When I stopped being a CPA, I started being a person who took people out on how to use a map and a compass and how to find yourself in the middle of nowhere if you're lost. And so that orienting is something that's been with me my whole life.
So I want to, this is interesting to me too, because and Jim and I talk about origin stories on the show a lot, but a lot about how I did this, which led to that, which led to that. I love being able to go through my life and be like, because I met that person, then 10 years later, this is happening, those kind of moments, right?
Right, those threads.
Yeah, those threads. And actually, my dad is texting me right now wanting to tell you, Casey, my dad was on Hollywood Squares when I was, and he wanted to make sure. But back in the day, back when the celebrities were in the boxes,
And had fun, yeah.
Yeah, and had fun. And he won, I think I was in my mom's belly when he was on it. He won a year supply of Mr. Bubble bath, if you remember the pink Mr. Bubble.
In the pink box.
Yes, and he won a piano that for some reason he traded in for an organ, like a church organ, random. He won these random things. But it was but I bring that up, A, because he wants me to, and B, because it led to it led to really fun experience. But because of that, that organ in our house became a big part of my memory from growing up. And I took a lot of Mr. Bubble baths. But anyway, so this inspiration for you guys to go on the show, it was not only a bonding moment from your mom, it changed your life, this whole thing that now it's taking you down this path of joy. So if you back up again a bit, did you guys watch Wheel of Fortune growing up? What was even the inspiration to reach out and start this journey?
Oh, let me tell you a story real quick. My father passed away in 2019, all right? And my mom, and you saw it on the show, my mom came down to live with us in Texas. And so I'm taking care of Mom. And then the first time we're sitting down at a family dinner, me and my wife and my mom, we turn on Wheel of Fortune, okay? And my mom starts bawling. Weeping. That really deep sobbing type thing. I'm going, Mom, what's this? And she said, that was the last show your dad watched with me before he passed. And she starts crying. It was such a tender little moment. But they watched Wheel of Fortune every single night that it was on. And, I was part of that as well. We had one of those big console TVs. We turned it around. It was either in the living room or it was in the kitchen. So we watched Wheel of Fortune in there. So it was our family bonding. And so to be on that show was fantastic. And then to have it pushed through to where it is today, you're talking almost a 50-plus year thread all the way through.
Yeah,
so cool.
And it's so funny. This all comes back earlier on in the show before Lindsay joined us. I actually had Lindsay jump in early because we had a guest in Nicole Dreisky whose specialty is watching television with your family, active, mindful watching of television.
Talking about it, discussing what's happening.
Discussing it. And so to have you have this conversation right now, it almost feels like a puzzle that we're putting together on this show right here, right now.
Gosh.
But there's something to be said about that, right? There's nothing wrong with watching television. It can be as much fun as playing a board game together as a family, as throwing the ball in the backyard as a family, as long as you're actually doing it together. Trust me, when we do Jeopardy at my house, it gets pretty ugly.
Oh my God,
really,
you're the last person I want to play Jeopardy with.
Oh my
I feel
God.
like such a dummy.
I mean, literally, it turns into a chorus with my mother, father, and I, like, literally saying the answer at the same time. And my 8-year-old nephew will often beat us to the punch, and we're like, "Come on, man, you're cheating."
Yeah, where do they get those reflexes, man? Those little eight-year-old reflexes are there.
Oh my God,
So
it's just crazy. Go ahead.
So when we went to Century City, when we were sitting there, and the place where they take you first is you're sitting in the Jeopardy audience. So you're looking at the Jeopardy, all the 3 Jeopardy podiums. You're looking it over where, whatever the guy's name is these
An
days.
incestuous game show world.
It was, So, and then the Wheel of Fortune is kind of like right around the corner. And then they take you on a big tour, and here's how you start spinning the wheel. And I always thought that you could, like, aim, like, okay, I'm going to aim for that $10,000 spot. I'm going to aim for, man, you can't anymore aim that thing, and it's legit. I mean, it's heavy. It's hard to spin. You couldn't get to a place if you thought you could.
I always wondered about that, Lindsay. I often wondered if this was like, one of the labors of Hercules to spin that thing, dude. Because if you watch it enough, you begin to get a sense that since you're not looking at actors doing what I call the counter motion to get some real kind of oomph on it, I said that thing has got to be heavy. It's got to be like it's got to be like a brick. Because man, when people really spin it, I'm going like, that dude's got ripped arms. And there's always some lady that walks up and just whips it, and you're like, wow. Gun show.
I don't know if you saw on the show we were on, Mom. I spun the big one, and Mom spun the little one. So she ripped that thing around like there was no tomorrow. But there's no way she could have spun it much more than like half a spin on the big wheel.
On the big wheel.
It's heavy.
All right, let's talk
big wheel.
Let's talk Texas here. We've got a few minutes left, so I want to talk Texas. Okay. First of all, I would love this, Jim. How about this? If any of our listeners listening here on Road Gang Radio, and this interview will air back, so even if you hear this later, if anyone from Road Gang Radio finds a clue, Casey, you have to come back and tell us the story behind it. Is that a deal?
Oh, absolutely. That's a deal.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, I don't have it up and going this second, but I will when I get off of here. I'm going to go ahead and throw on a discount if you put in Road Gang Radio. Road Gang Radio. If you put that in, I'll give you a 10% discount on buying the original book.
Awesome.
So, Road
All
Gang
right.
Radio. That's on there. So yes, absolutely. And
Beautiful.
I hope people do say, because like I said, most of the book is pictures, and there's going to be people that go swing by and go, "Hey, I just saw that. Has anybody else been there?" And there's a whole thing right now that's kind of developed, what's the word, organically. It's called Seek Texas 2025 Treasure Hunters Field Guide on Facebook. And it's where people who've bought the book are involved in that, are exchanging ideas and tips, and have you gone, and where are we going? And so I think your guys who are out there and ladies who are out there on the road, they can very well be involved in all that, probably bring more value to it than anybody else.
Very cool. Yeah, they know. Okay, so if I were going to drop a clue, if I was going to hide anywhere in Texas, I'd probably go to the stockyards personally, but I'm dying to go to Marfa. I grew up in Texas, but I haven't spent time in Marfa. So where would you hide in Texas, and what comes to mind to you when I say things like stockyards or Marfa? What comes to mind to you?
Well, I live in Fort Worth. So
there you go.
Right around the corner. We love that. Traveling the whole state now. Every time my wife and I go to a town, we go, well, we could live here. Oh, we could live here. But, one of the towns that really just got to us more than anything else was the town of Center, Texas. And it's out there on the Louisiana border. And
not in the center.
Not in the center. That would be Brady, Texas. But in the center, it's out there on the Louisiana border. It's right by the last remaining Republic of Texas border marker. And so if you go to Center and then you kind of go about 5 miles out of town, right there on the Louisiana border, you see this last vestige to 1836 Texas.
Wow.
So I like that part of the state. But, anything behind what they call behind the piney curtain. So all those little places are back there. If you ever saw the movie Bernie, it's true. Carthage and St. Augustine. But, I like the idea that we do have treasure, all right? There's actual treasure. But I'd like to tell everybody the real treasure is discovering these the history, the mystery of Texas. To get off the main road, go see these little towns, because all these people like being in small towns. They don't want to be in Austin. They don't want to be in Houston. They want to be there. Like every big city's like that except, Fort Worth, because it's the best.
Jim, I think I need to send Casey my album because I have a song on my new Texas country record, Trying to Get Back to Texas, that you need to maybe use within your campaign here. Shameless plug.
Please do, because we do have that, an entire section devoted to the Texas music scene.
Love it. Love it, Jim.
Casey Wright has joined us this morning. We're going to get you back on. Promise us you'll come back here. There are no substitutes for #RGR. There are no substitutes for SeekTexas.com. You can find them on the Book of Face, the Gram of Insta, the Tube of You, and the Tick of Talk. It's all Seek Texas. After all, that's what we're seeking, and with Casey Wright, we found it. Thank you so much, my friend.
Jimmy Mack, Lindsay, Lawler, thank you very much.
Thank you. Trying to get back to Texas. Seek Texas, guys. Seek Texas. Seek, and you shall find. Hopefully you will find this $42,000, which more people that sign up, more money will. And listen, it's not about the money. I mean, it is. It's always about the money. But you also have find a lot of joy along the way. There are other prizes, something you can do with your family, something you can do with your friends.
Get on it.
What are you going to do this summer? We just told you what you're going to do, Jimmy Mack.
Get on it and go down to truckdown.com as well, too. By the way, it's all 50 states and the provinces. 1997, they've been doing the gig of maintenance providers, making sure that trucks get back on the highway. Truckdown.com.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. We'll be right back.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Excuse you?
What? Welcome to the Ho-Down. Because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself.
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
Lindsay Lawler, that's what I'm talking about. I got a little Lindsay Lawler in the house. They're going on to Texas. Let's all go seeking Texas now. Come on now.
Well, hey, guys. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
Oh, all kinds.
All right, we're going to start out here, Jimmy Mack, with dumb country music artist stories. What country? It's not even him, but you can use that noise for him, for this guy today.
But you can smell him.
What country music star did something dumb today?
Oh.
And I don't like to talk. I don't like to do country gossip or salacious kind of content on country music news. But I will call you out when you do something dumb. And I actually have I have something that happened. Well, here we go. So, Jim, Sammy Kershaw. Do you know country singer Sammy Kershaw?
I do, actually. I do.
So, Jim, he was stopped by airport security last month in, do I say Lafayette or Lafayette, Louisiana?
Lafayette.
In Lafayette, Louisiana. He was stopped for having... Why do you think his bag got flagged going through security? What could he have had in his bag?
His bag had a bag. Or had a gun. Is there a bag or a gun?
A freaking loaded handgun through security, Sammy Kershaw.
Sammy with the shotgun. Sammy with a pistol. Pistolero Sammy. Yeah.
So Sammy Kershaw says, and I'm not sure, Jim, this is the greatest excuse, but hey, it's an excuse. He said, well, it was early. I was half awake. Clearly I wasn't thinking. And then he said, what a dummy. I've sang a lot of songs about heartbreak and hard times, but not about forgetting to check my carry-on for a loaded gun. That's a new one.
Oh, by the way,
ding dong.
By the way, friend of the show, Colton Lawrence, actually got flagged for having a pistol in his bag.
Colton.
He grabbed the wrong bag. He literally, he completely owned it. He paid the fine. Everything worked out, and he completely owned it. But he was like, his reaction was, I'm a CAT moron. Straight up.
Well, he owned it.
He owned it.
Okay, so here's the reason I wanted to tell this story, because a very good friend of mine, I'm not going to say who, but Jim, you know her.
All right, on.
She's real pretty and puts clothes on me sometimes. Anyway, she was dating this guy years ago. Luckily, they're not together anymore because he sucked. And here's what happened. They were at my house. They came over to my house for Super Bowl.
Suckage!
He was total suckage. They came over to my house for Super Bowl. At the time, Freya, my daughter, was a baby, a little bitty baby. And
wonderful doesn't suck.
We're watching the Super Bowl game. And so at one point during the game, we were doing gambling, the squares for the game where everyone picks their square during the Super Bowl game.
Did they win shampoo for a lifetime supply?
No, bubble bath.
Oh, okay.
And at one point, a friend of mine said to me, hey, grab my purse off the counter, will you? Because she wanted me to get her wallet out so I could get money for the squares. Okay, this part is important to the story. So I'm like, yeah. So I grab her purse, I fumble through it, I get her wallet out, I hand it to her. We continue on about watching the game. We play our squares. We were having cocktails. It was Super Bowl. Anyway, so now she's with her boyfriend here at my house for that game. Fast forward to the next day. This friend of mine calls me from the airport, and she's like, "You won't believe what happened to me." I said, "What?" She's like, "I've been flagged by TSA. I'm back in the room. I need some help. What's going on?" So turns out what happened was her boyfriend at the time had
suckage,
who sucked. He carried a gun. He was a permit carrier. He should not have been able to in hindsight because when they came to our house, he didn't want to leave his gun in his glove compartment at our house. And so he threw it in her purse. She comes into my house with a loaded weapon, does not know it. And that's what I said to her. I was like, hey, stop, hold back. I don't care that you went through security with it. I want to talk about the fact that you brought it into my house. And she's like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. You're right. I didn't know. So this guy, my point to tell this whole story, he puts it in her bag, and then he forgets to take it out at the end of the night. She travels next day, tries to get on a plane, gets flagged by security. They're like, ma'am, do you want to tell us what's in your purse? She's like, oh my gosh, did I forget my water bottle? They're like, ma'am, do you want to tell us what's in your purse? Ma'am, we're going to give you one more shot. Loaded gun. They let him, by the way, come pick it up. She has a felony on her record because of his dumbass. Here's why I want to talk about it. It's not about the fact that you were carrying the weapon. It's about the fact that you don't have the wherewithal to know where your weapon is, to put your weapon in somebody else's person. That's where I have a hard time with all this. So to your point about Colin. Colin, was it?
Colin, yeah.
Yeah, Colin, who had it. He was like, he owned it. I grabbed the wrong bag. It was still his own bags. Sammy Kershaw, I forgot, I know you go out for the weekend, you grab the wrong thing, but the mindfulness in owning a weapon, I don't care that you own a weapon, but it is the ultimate task in mindfulness and responsibility to own a weapon. Jimmy, go on.
Actually, just ask me a question. What do I think about Americans with guns?
Jimmy, what do you think about Americans with guns?
Righteous. What do I think about American morons with guns? Ask me that question.
Jimmy, what do you think about American morons with guns? Also a good band name.
By the way, they are ruining it for Americans with guns. I'm going to be real straight up here. I am a complicated human being in what I believe and what I stand for and all that kind of stuff.
To say the least.
To say the least. But I'm going to say this right now. These morons are like the same people that have pee bottles on the road. These morons are the same. They're ruining it for everybody. They are ruining it for everybody. Straight up, it's being ruined for everyone. This is why we can't have fun things. This is how we get ants. This is why we don't have nice stuff. And by the way, this guy sounds like the original turd burglar. The original turd burglar
Douchebag.
should have been down there with 3 attorneys going to the mat for our friend, who's very pretty and lovely person whose name we won't say on the air, who I did tag. You can actually go through the people I tagged in the post I made about Lindsay and see if you can find her. There's a lot of her. There's only hers in that tag, by the way.
Well, she broke up with him, luckily. He turned out to be even more terrible than this story.
Wait. I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. He turned out to be more terrible than putting a gun in her handbag and then not owning up to it in a way that gets her off the hook.
Yeah, he also was like, okay, I'll split the legal fee. He told her he would split the legal fees with her.
Oh, my God. I would have had Fred Herman or your dad in a minute over there being like, I got it. I got the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. If I slipped a gun in the... Can you imagine that? Like Claire going through TSA and like Claire of all people having a pistol because I slipped it in there and me being like, all right, honey, I guess we're going to have to split the cost on this one.
But in all seriousness, can you imagine that moment when your heart sinks when she finally realized what was happening? She's like, oh my gosh, I think he probably, like a little girl who does it, a little girl, she's a very responsible, except in this matter, but it wasn't her fault. She had no idea he'd even put it in there. And then he's the one who forgot it was in there, didn't get it back. So like, check on yourself, check the people that you're dating. This guy was a red flag all along.
And
anyway,
now she is too when she tries to board flights.
Yeah, literally. So anyway, this is your country and Western music news. Back to it. In case you didn't know what we were talking about. So Sammy Kershaw, he was fined $5,000. He could have been fined as much as $10,000 and received jail time. He probably had a real good attorney, like my dad, Wayne D. Lawler, attorney at law.
Good attorney, by the way.
Good attorney.
Great attorney, by the way.
Anyway, Sammy Kershaw said, well, I guess it's safe to say I won't be packing heat to my next show. Let this be your friendly PSA. Check your bags. Check them twice. Let's all stay safe out there.
And by the way, now you understand the laugh. You were caught with a gun going through TSA, which is basically the equivalent of, I'm so silly. You're not silly. You're a moron.
And
this is why we can't have nice things. Go on.
This has been your friendly reminder. Please don't take guns on planes, dumbasses. All right, so Jim, moving on. Jim, we talk about that minute when you know that things have shifted, when you're sitting in the middle of the miracle. You feel that here with this platform we're creating here.
I can smell it.
Yeah.
I can smell it. Go on.
So your boy, Shabuzi, he isn't quite sure if there's a specific moment where he knew his dreams became a reality, but he knows that he is sitting in it now. And I know you love Shabuzi. I want to talk a little bit about Shabuzi here, tell you a little bit of his backstory, just because I'm fascinated with him and how he rose to fame. I'm not discrediting it. I'm fascinated.
Laughing because I thought you were going to say he was caught with a gun going through TSA. No, I'm kidding. Go on, please.
I'm only telling stories about people who were caught with guns at TSA. No. So in the past few months alone, Shabuzi, who is 30 years old. In the past few months alone, he has performed at the Grammys, walked the red carpet at the Met Gala, and collaborated on a huge hit with Jelly Roll. I'd say his dreams are coming true. So he grew up in Woodbridge, Virginia. His real name is Collins Shabu. It's spelled Chibueze. I don't know how you'd spell that. Shaboose, which is really, that would have been cool enough, but he goes by Shabuzi. Anyway, he's earned a spot in the music industry thanks to his determination, his work ethic, and let's be honest, it's all about a song. So,
and he looks great in boots.
And there's that. But a bar song, Tipsy.
Another
I don't know the words,
but
another shot of whiskey. Yeah. That's really, that song is what arrived him on the scene. But he's really celebrating this great country, especially with his heritage, his ancestors, his African roots, where he slips into a lot of his music as well, which is very cool. But he really honors this country that has showered him with all these gifts. So he says, if you work hard and never get up and put in the sweat equity, you can really make something of yourself. You can make history. I think that's what the American dream is all about. He says it's about striving and resilience and making the world a better place for the next person. So it's both. It's two-sided. Strive, work hard, do things that light you up, but also leave behind some good guys guys. Leave behind some good, not just your guns. All right, so he's out now on his Great American Road Show tour, which is sponsored by Coors Light. Amen, of course.
By the way, Marshall was running those long ago in a galaxy far, far away, and that's what our good friend Chowder is drinking. Go on, continue.
Ooh, Coors Light. Coors Light. That's what my husband drinks out on the lake. So let's learn a little bit about Shaboozey, shall we? After shooting a music video recently in Montana, he fell in love with the state's landscape and greenery. He said, I've got a thing for the mountains, and by the end of the trip, he did not want to leave, and so now he's convinced that he wants to move to Montana. Take me with you. He's also becoming a fashion icon. I know we all care about that so much around here. I roll, I know, but
I do. I care about it.
You do. You're into what we wear around here.
Dopamine fashion. Let's go.
Dope fashion. Yeah. When it's time to walk the red carpet, he isn't afraid to express himself through satirical choices, of course. One of his favorite looks came from working with the stylist Anastasia Walker at the Met Gala. He wore this like whole turquoise beaded and glitzy look. I love a man. Like he's a man, but he's like, I'm a man, but I'm going to wear some sequins, y'all. I don't even care. But he said that's really for him about pushing diversity and being okay and comfortable with being yourself, which I love. His career's taken him all over the world, but Shaboozey says there's plenty of grub to feast on in the good old USA. Let's talk food. He says anytime he travels east, you say he loves barbecue. Where do you think, Jim, you say there's 4 kinds of barbecue, right?
5.
Oh, 5. What are they?
Texas, Kansas City, Memphis rub, and then North Carolina east and west.
Okay, so which kind do you think is Shaboozey's favorite?
Texas.
Incorrect.
Oh, wow. Kansas City?
Correct.
Yeah, there you go, man. Some people like that Kansas City grill, and that they have actually perfected a tailgating culture. That's where they really kind of made that barbecue style happen. Go on. Sorry.
Well, he says when he travels east, he loves Kansas City for barbecue. And he says Terry Black's is a place in Austin for great barbecue if you're in Texas. And then he says Nashville's got really great food. He goes to Dino's quite a bit. It's this awesome, it's really good, by the way. It's over on the east side. It's a hole-in-the-wall hot chicken spot. Check it out. There's so Shaboozey,
Did
foodie.
you just say hole-in-the-wall hot chicken spot?
I did. Good band name.
I like it, too.
Hole in the Wall Hot Chicken is a good band name. Shaboozey believes everyone has an opportunity in the arts. He said early in his career, somebody in Nashville, a friend of him, says, you can write a song as long as you have a story to tell. That was it. Shaboozey says that is what made him realize he had a homegrown place in country music. He says everyone's got a story and everyone has a voice. And Jim, you know I couldn't agree more, and that is why, henceforth, the reason we're launching We Should Write on July 23rd on this here platform.
We should launch it and we should write.
Right?
Right. Absolutely.
Finally, growing up in Virginia, the Grammy-nominated artist remembers going to church and religion being a big part of his family's life. He says faith remains very important to him, and that shows through this music and his lyrics. He says, people always ask me, how'd you get to this point? Or how'd you get here? And he says, well, I don't know. Kind of impossible, but anything's possible with God, Jim, just like RadioNemo.
Speaking of RadioNemo, we're going to take a quick breath here. Just a moment, Lindsay, to take care of the bureaucracy, because you got a lot of country and Western music news to kind of unpack here at RadioNemo.com and on the Tube of You and on the Book of Face and everywhere that you get Road Gang Radio, where you make that happen. Quick reminder that this entire half hour is brought to you by Shady Rays. Go to ShadyRays.com, learn about their lost and broken protection plans and their invaluable customer service. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com. And we're going to say this twice over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. On today's Trucking with OIDA, truck driver Angela Griffin is going to be joining the show to talk about her popular YouTube channel, Simple Livin', and everything it entails. Plus, they'll knock down a road rumor that's making the rounds about the electronic logging device pre-2000 engine exemption, provide some reminders about staying safe amidst the rise of protests in the nation, and much, much more on Ashley Blackwood and, of course, Scott Thompson for Trucking with OIDA. We're talking country and Western music news because here at RadioNemo of North America, we like both kinds.
Both kinds?
And we like all kinds.
All kinds. So let's get back to all kinds. Jim, let's talk money. We like it.
Gimme some more. I love it. I love me some money. I love it so much, by the way. I love it. Go on.
I love it. I'm having an affair with money. But it's not calling me back right now.
Oh my God.
It keeps ghosting me.
Ghosted by the green ghosting.
Okay, let's talk money. So I'm going to mention the 3 top money makers currently, net worth wise, in country music. Can you guess who the number one is, Jimmy Mack?
Garth Brooks?
He's one of the three, but he's not number one.
Are we counting Taylor Swift these days as country and western?
No, we are not.
Okay, good.
She's the global overall. I'm talking people that are straight up country.
Yeah. Good gosh almighty, I couldn't tell you. There's so many people to guess from, and please tell me it's not.
No, oh hell no.
Okay.
No. Garth is a good one. He comes
Dolly?
in number 2. Yeah. Of course, Dolly Parton. She's the enduring queen of country, of course. She dazzles both in our hearts and souls and her own bank account, guys. So Dolly Parton's fortune is closing in on a staggering. Do you want to guess how much her net worth would be?
Is it at $1 billion yet?
No, it's not.
500 million.
Oh, it's north of that. She's a staggering $650 million.
Holy macaroni.
That positions her as the richest solo artist in country music. And by the way, if Dolly Parton's not a billionaire, nobody should be. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely, by the way.
Right?
By the way, our good friend Craig Daniels pointed out to you, and you saw this, 10 Ring said, Lindsay, the remake of Home Sweet Home featuring Dolly Parton is out. I'm just letting you know that.
What doesn't she do, guys?
There you go.
So she, of course, comes from humble beginnings in rural Tennessee. Her career spanned more than 5 decades. She's recorded, of course, hits like Jolene, 9 to 5. You know all these. She has sold over 100 million albums, and she's penned more than 3,000 songs that we know of. Guys. Her income streams venture from, here's what makes it up, though, Jim, of course. It's not just music. She's got beyond the stage. She's got royalties from music and publishing. She's got her Dollywood theme park, of course, in Pigeon Forge. That's a powerhouse for tourism. That comes with merchandise. She's an entrepreneur. She's branched into television, film, philanthropy. She donates millions and millions through her literacy campaign, the Imagination Library, and her ability to diversify. That's really a key driver for her remarkable wealth and also probably health. That's why she's so bubbly, right?
And she has somehow managed gloriously to not get pulled in by any dirtbags on either side of the equation, that any attempt that has been made to sully her image, take her down a notch on either side. It's been like, well, God bless you. Well, bless your heart. And she just sends them on their merry way. She is an absolutely, to perfection, patriotic American deflector. Perfection. Yeah. The good and the great Dolly Parton.
100%. And everyone jokes Dolly for president, but that is not a joke. That is real life, guys. She would do us justice. So just by comparison, so I said she's at 650 million as the top country performer. By comparison, other notable country stars like Garth Brooks, his worth is around 350 million. He trails behind her, of course. And then Shania Twain has an estimated $350 to $410 million net worth.
I'll take 1% of that.
Yeah, right. I'll take a wink and a smile. That would be great.
I'll just take 1% of that. Go on, continue.
So
please.
Dolly Parton's near $700 million worth. It's not just their chart-topping success, but here's the thing. There's no sign of her slowing down. She's got new music coming out. She's got new expansions at Dollywood. She's got more philanthropic work coming out. And she's just the GOAT. She's just the GOAT, guys. What do you, my question to you, Jim, is this. I don't think, I love talking about authenticity, and there's so much that I've read about Dolly and seen, and my husband's worked with her. I think I've told you this before, but my husband, who's a sound engineer, sound mixer for TV and film, he's gotten to mic her up a couple of times, and the first time he ever worked with Dolly Parton, he walked into the room, and he asked, you have to put the mic down women's shirts, sometimes the clip on their bra, etc. He walked over to her and she goes, well, come on in, darling, dive right in, like to her boobies. And then he got super nervous and turned red and she goes, nah, I'm just kidding. I got people for that. So he brings the mic and she's got a person that specifically takes the mic from the sound person. He's very, very up close and personal with her boobies. He knows right where to go.
I bet you they're insured by Lloyd's of London.
There's got to be.
I bet you there's an insurance policy. I bet you there's an insurance policy going on there. Absolutely.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I'm being funny. I'm not. Straight up.
No. I'm sure. Well, J-Lo's ass is insured, so same.
It's a hovercraft, by the way, on a side note.
There's also rumors that, and this is probably just a rumor, but maybe not. I love a good rumor as long as it's not salacious, that that Dolly's fully tatted, that she's sleeved, and that's why you always see her in sleeves, long sleeves. Believe it?
No, I don't. I don't, because if she was fully sleeved, she wouldn't care. She doesn't care. Dolly don't care. It's Dolly's planet. We just live on it. Dolly don't care. Dolly don't care.
Well, and that's the thing. She's always like, it takes a lot of money to look this trashy. Her thing has always been that she just leans into what she looks and feels. However, I did say, because of that rumor years ago, I thought a coffee table book, which maybe Madison can help me with this, a coffee table book called Tattooed Dolly, and it's just pictures of what if Dolly was tattooed. Nice. Different cool photos of Dolly and different pieces of tattoo work all over her.
Oh, I love it. Let's do it.
It'd be cool, right?
That's a great idea for a book. Let's do it. Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, Dre.
Well, I got to add, that brings me back to whenever I thought Mr. Rogers was a sniper in the Army and he had tattoos.
That's another famous one. John Denver is also the certified killer, all those things that got started on the internet. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I say 17 people from a burning building backwards. It's a true thing. You can look it up. Dolly was with me when I did it, going, "You go, man. I will always love you." I'm sorry. Go on, Lindsay.
Dolly was with me when I did it. Don't say that when you take your gun on the plane. Be like, well, Dolly was with me when I did it. Doesn't count for an excuse, guys.
By the way, she'd show up with lawyers and take full responsibility. Just saying.
Yeah, she'd be like, well, I'm an idiot, but bless my heart. Bless my heart. Okay, finally, on this day in country music history, back in 1977, Crystal Gayle released her fourth studio album, We Must Believe in Magic, which I love. It became her highest-selling album, reaching number 2 on the Billboard country charts. And I actually love this, that... on this day in country music history, Randy Travis was number 1 on the charts with I'm Gonna Love You Forever, Forever and Ever, Amen. That was written by Paul Overstreet and Don Schlitz, who goes to church with me. The song gave Randy Travis his third number 1 single, Forever and Ever Amen, won a Grammy for Best Country and Western Song, and an Academy of Country Music Award for Song of the Year. That is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds. Jim, let's talk about what's going on tomorrow, shall we?
I don't want to.
Okay, bye.
Listen, really quickly, by the way, our good friend Trucker Bosun wrote to tell me that he is looking forward to the ELD info since he drives a 2020 Coronado glider with 90s Detroit 60 series. They're going to have a conversation about that as Ashley and Scott make their way on. That's going to be immediately after this show. We do have to pivot, though. Lindsay's absolutely right. We have to pivot to tomorrow's show. As always, the first half of the show is about how we make a living. The second half of the show is how we make a life. Our good friend Mike Barber is going to be here at 5:30 in the west, 7:30 in the center of the country to talk about truckers' wealth. And don't forget that when you're on the road making that money, you want to make sure that you're parking at some place that it'll be waiting for you when you finally call it a day and come home. Robert Braswell, the Braz himself, the longest-running segment on all of Radio Nemo's programming, returns with the future of diesel on Tech Talk. He's going to be having a conversation with Alan Schaefer to discuss the future of diesel and take your calls on Tech Talk with TMC. And then we got an education station, because we do that around here. Steve Berry and John Ziegenfuss are going to be joining us.
Ziegenfuss, that's fun to say.
John Ziegenfuss are going to be joining us for another edition of Education Station, brought to you by Carrier's Edge. I want you guys to go to carolcc.edu and find out all about their professional CDL programs over there. That is carolcc.edu. Who we got after that, Lindsay, when you join us for Making a Life?
I feel like I know I come on when we make a life, but I kind of want to be here longer. I'm so sad when this show is over. It goes by too quick. Okay, so tomorrow, joining us at 9 a.m., kicking off the show, or a few minutes after, LGBT Truckers. The T in LGBT now stands for truckers, guys. We've got the Rainbow Rider. So that will be fun. Shelley Lichty is the founder and executive trucker of LGBT Truckers, Inc., a 501c3. So we're going to be talking about that, what's out on the road. It's just basically all they're doing is saying we celebrate both kinds, we celebrate all kinds. So get in on that conversation. And then at 9:30, I'm very excited about this, the band Moon Shroom. Come on, Dre. I know you like Moon Shroom.
Moon Shroom, man. We're so excited about this.
Groovy bluegrass. Oh yeah. If your band's name is Moonshroom and you're not groovy, you are fired, is all I have to say. Their names are Jake Keegan, who's on dobro and vocals, and Lily B. Moonflower on guitar and vocals.
Come on, man. And their website is moonshroom.band.com, and the video we're going to be talking about to some degree is called Party on the Moon.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Party on the Moon Tower. And then at 10 a.m., as if it were fate, we're talking Dollywood. Wes Ramey, who is the public relations director over Dollywood, is joining us to talk about all the new attractions coming up. What I was just talking to you earlier today about Dolly expanding her genre and her horizons. Dollywood's got new stuff coming up. We're going to talk about how to plan your summer travel there, or more importantly, fall travel there, which is what I think my family's going to do. Right before Thanksgiving, go up there, spend a few days, go to Dollywood. It's really fun, apparently, to go there at Halloween. We're going to dive into how to do Dollywood right. It's going to be a fun show.
Oh, my God. The work that people have done at amusement parks and entertainment centers to make Halloween a thing has been nothing short of spectacular.
It's
Between
amazing.
Dollywood and Six Flags and Universal Studios and Disney, man, there are just so many fun things to do at these theme parks now. Lots of stuff to talk about.
Lots of stuff. And just real quick, Bruce Almighty says that he lives in Amarillo, Texas, and he's hoping that there's some clues up there in Amarillo. So remember to go to seektexas.com, get in on the extravaganza. Guys, coming up next, Trucking with OIDA. This show is taking our show to a whole new level. These guys are keeping you in the loop and maybe getting into some trouble and also getting you out of it at the same time. Trucking with OIDA coming up next. This has been Road Gang Radio. I'm proud to be a part of it. I'll be back tomorrow. So will you, Jim?
I will, by the way, and make sure you stick around for our good friends Ashley and Scott. They're going to be talking to Angela Griffin about her popular YouTube channel, Simple Living. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
Both kinds, all kinds, Lindsay kind.
We're simple, all right. Bless our hearts.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Don't believe everything you hear. Knocking down another road rumor that may have reached your ears. We'll catch up with Angela Griffin, the truck driver who's garnered quite the following on social media with some helpful tips for simple living. And with protests ramping up, how do you stay safe? All that and more today on Trucking with OOIDA. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Ashley Blackford.
I'm the other host, Scott Thompson. How are we doing? Welcome to you too, Ashley.
Voice is, well, I said 98%. You knocked me down a few pegs.
It might be 92 now.
It's gotten worse as the day has
It's better than last week. It is better than last week.
It is better than
last
last
week.
week,
Yes,
yeah.
those allergies are... You're back. Well,
I'm
you
back.
never went anywhere, but here you are. Here we
New
are.
week, and we're glad to be here.
Yeah, indeed. We got a lot going on today to start the week. One thing that OID is good for a lot of things. One thing among that list is there are things that happen out on the road, rumors that you hear out on the road.
Gossip, as the kids call it.
Spilling the tea. Did I say that right?
I don't know if this fits, but
yeah,
maybe.
But they've been getting calls recently about a road rumor that's out there about the ELD exemption, right, Ashley? And basically the idea that part of the part of the exemption for pre-2000 engines is going away.
Yeah, so pre-2000 that are running on paper logs, I guess there's a rumor that it's going to end. This is not true. I guess back in 2022, FMCSA brought it up. They talked about ending this exemption, but nothing's been mentioned since. And so, yeah, I'm not sure what ramped this back up. But yeah, we have had a lot of calls of people just checking to see what the deal is.
Yeah, and it's weird, these things too, and it's hard to trace, obviously, where rumors begin. But there is some speculation that maybe when the fall regulatory agenda came out that FMCSA put out, there was a mention, I guess, in there that they were maybe possibly going to consider revisions to the ELD mandate. Keep in mind a couple things, though, with that the agenda is just a kind of a blueprint, not a hard plan, just kind of throwing out ideas. Also, I think maybe more importantly here is that this came out in the fall, obviously under the Biden administration. We obviously have a new administration now.
Things have changed.
So things have changed. Viewpoints have changed. Ways to look at this issue have changed as well, too. So, again, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But for now, that exemption for pre-2000 engines is staying. There is no indication that it might be going away. So those of you out there that have been living and working under that exemption since, 2017 or maybe even sooner, but have been working under that exemption will continue to work under that exemption. I guess long story short here, don't believe
everything
you hear, especially on the road.
And if you do, call OIDA. If they don't know, they'll figure it out for you.
We'll give out the cell phone numbers of everybody working in compliance there. Yeah, for sure.
Some other news. More problems on Interstate 40 at the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Back last year after Hurricane Helene, that caused some issues with flooding, rock slides. There's some more issues there going on causing some delays, right, Scott?
Yeah, this is the same stretch that was shut down last year after Hurricane Helene. Obviously, there were, I think, hundreds of roads that were closed following that hurricane. But this is the same stretch of roadway there on Interstate 40 between Tennessee and North Carolina on the border between mile markers 446 and 451. The story here is that they had, if you've seen the video out there, it's pretty amazing. They've had a lot of rain, they've had flooding, they've had rock slides. That stretch of highway has been shut down. Crews are out there. They're working to try to clear this all up. But I know there's rain, I think more rain in the forecast maybe this week. So there's no timetable for reopening that. But again, it's one of these things that just keeps happening tours in place. Do not, however, if you have a commercial vehicle, do not take US 441 through the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. They sent out a reminder there, reminding folks that may be listening here that those roads are not equipped to handle commercial trucks. So just follow the detours that are there for, I think they're mostly major interstates. We'll see how long it takes them to get that up and running. But it looks like they're going to have to make some changes maybe for the long term here to make sure that these roads are going to stay open in the future.
Speaking of delays, Oregon, superloads, 31 planned for this summer.
Cool.
Now, I love a good superload, but I would not love it if it was delaying me.
If you were behind it, yeah.
But, a video online, bring it. We want to see it. But, the port of Morrow, I'm saying that right, and the Idaho border.
Yeah.
I believe the first one started last week.
I think it was last week, yeah.
But they have 31 planned for over the summer. 31
in all. Yeah, I'm fascinated by these as well, and I know you've talked to a couple people over the years, and I have as well. The folks that are handling these superloads. It's impressive, really, when you think about all the different moving parts that have to go into play here to make these things happen. It's not just as simple as getting a lead car and
getting a stamp of approval and hitting the road.
Yeah, right. It's really impressive. I think I talked to someone a few years back. They were hauling some antique house, some vintage house, through the streets of San Francisco. So, it's fascinating. I would really love to talk to these folks that are doing these 31 superloads, and hopefully we can get them on the show to talk about it because it's really cool. And again, it's a big operation. Yeah. Kudos to those folks, for sure. Kudos also to the Kenworth people. I caught this online. The 2025 Kenworth Truck Parade just happened in Chillicothe, Ohio. This apparently was the fourth annual one. Looking at pictures, too, of this, too, it looks like a really cool event.
Yeah.
They were going through the heart of downtown Chillicothe there in Ohio, and a lot of cool trucks. Seemed like they had a pretty good turnout there.
Yeah.
It's always fun to see this kind of thing for sure.
Celebrating 6 decades, which was really cool. They had different trucks kind of throughout the years. They had one from 1923.
Yeah, I
which
saw
was
that.
built the year the company was founded, and then models from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and then I think one from today, their like newest edition of the W900.
Yep. Yeah. I saw. If you look at the pictures online too, they're passing what I think is a theater. And on the marquee there, instead of, show times or whatnot, it just says simply on one side, "Thank a Trucker," which I thought was cool.
I'm impressed you recognize that. I'm not surprised, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, I was pick up on things like that too, because you and I started here, kind of when the pandemic was starting, and that was a big thing then. Thank a Trucker. Louis Pugh, executive vice president here, always talks about that. Hey, anytime you're talking with somebody who's a truck driver, make sure that they know how much they're appreciated. They don't hear that enough out there, that, what they're doing is important work.
I think one of my favorite Louis lines is, everything you have, aside from your children, a trucker delivered, which I think is a great line.
A trucker didn't deliver your children.
No. Although I'm sure there's some out there that have. So
yeah, that would be a good story,
That would be a great story.
I'd love to hear that, too. Yeah, for sure.
All right, switching gears now. This post, the Iowa State Patrol posted this on Facebook this week. A photo of a semi-tire completely shredded.
Gone.
The tire, just completely gone. The driver said he was aware of the tire issue, but he was, quote, trying to get to a truck stop he liked.
Yeah, that sounds a bit like the dog ate my homework excuse. Or
I don't know. I believe him, though.
Maybe, I guess, but...
You don't have a favorite, stop? If you're out on a road trip, you're like, we got to stop here.
If it has a clean bathroom and a place to fuel up, I'm good. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's probably not going to fly with law enforcement.
Oh, no, definitely not. I don't think they were. I do think they found some comedic relief in it as far as posting it.
They did post it, yes.
Yeah, but I don't think they
found the humor. I'm curious if that person was kind of tongue-in-cheek too. Hey, I was just trying to get to my favorite truck stop, for sure. If you have a favorite truck stop or a story like this, we'd love to hear it. We do have a hotline, 1-800-324-6856 is a number. Call, leave a voicemail. We'll listen to it, and we might put it on the show. You can also email us at podcast@ooida.com as well. We'd love to hear from you. And speaking of hearing from people, we spoke, Ashley, or we're going to speak here with Angela Griffin.
Yeah, I found her on YouTube. She's a trucker, a content creator, and she just has some fascinating content. And so, I'm really excited to see how she got started and what she's covering.
And that's up after the break. We'll see you then.
And we're back with a special guest. Angela Griffin is a truck driver and content creator with her husband. Angela, thanks you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I looked back on your YouTube channel. You posted a video 7 years ago. Walk me through how that decision came about. Why did you start recording and posting?
So I started recording and posting is because my husband and I were both solo drivers working for what was then is XPO, and we both had long, successful careers in trucking and had done many things in the industry. And we, were definitely at the top of the trucking performances, but we decided to become team truck drivers. We found out we could make more money and it would allow us to pay off our house early. So we took the opportunity to join FedEx Ground under one of their contractors and go over the road as team drivers. And that first year was a very big struggle. All of the knowledge we had wasn't enough to prepare us for the lifestyle that it took to live on the road. And so the first year we were trying to figure out, how do we cook in the truck? How do we sleep in a moving truck? How do we just do simple things? When are you going to take a shower? How are you going to use bathrooms? What if you're in Texas and there's hundreds of miles with no bathrooms? What are you going to do? So the first year was such a struggle. And we tried different things out, and then we realized if we were struggling this much, what were new drivers doing that were coming out of trucking school? Like, how were they struggling? And that there would be no way that if they were having to learn all the things that we already knew coming on the road as teams, plus learning the lifestyle of it, that they would be struggling even more than what we were. And so out of, a place of just wanting to help others, we thought we got to put out what we know, even if it's not polished, even if it's not the best. I never had done video or content creation really before in that way, but I thought it's at least putting it out there and it'll at least help them a little bit. And that's how we started and why we started.
What do you think the biggest struggle was? You mentioned, finding a bathroom or cooking or sleeping. What was the number one, would you say, biggest struggle when you look back at that time?
When we first started, a lot of trucks did not have inverters in them. They did not have refrigerators in them. So finding the different appliances and being able to have a week's worth of food on the truck and be able to cook on the truck and have the power that you needed to find those appliances and find those things, and followed by sleeping in a moving truck, because the standard mattress that comes in the truck is not for sleeping on in a moving truck, we'll just say. And so if you're not sleeping well and you're not eating well, then you can't show up well. What
was that, and I'm thinking of struggles too, that had to be an adjustment to, and this is Scott Thompson, by the way, Angela, thanks for being on the show too. The adjustment of being with your husband for that much extra time when you were not together all that time, was that also an adjustment for the both of you? I think it, has a way of either bringing you together or maybe kind of, maybe pushing you apart a little bit. But was that a struggle as well?
So for us personally, it was not a struggle because we were both solo drivers prior. So I met him being a solo driver. I met him because we worked at the same company together. And so we both agreed that if we were going to team, that we would form the foundation that we are both solo independent drivers coming to do a job together, and that we would allow one another to do the job and not try to be husband and wife in some of those areas. So we wear different hats.
That's great.
We are team drivers, but we're husband and wife. So he respects me as a driver. He doesn't try to overhelp me. And then I also don't try to overhelp him. So we respect each other's professionalism of we're both drivers and we can both do the job. We got hired to do the job. So don't cross boundaries. And we didn't find it being a problem. We understand then also, since we're both drivers, we also understand the stress that comes behind that.
Yeah.
And so it kind of gives us a different foundation than I think some husband and wife team drivers do have, or other team drivers. So we just agreed that we could disagree sometimes, and that times would be hard. And we would know when we have this funny thing where we're like, go in your own fort. And so that means like separation of like stay in the bunk, give some time, and we don't push each other.
Get away from me for a little bit, please. Yeah.
Yeah, but just respecting each other. Like we just try to keep it very professional. And so for us, it wasn't something else that was a strain on us. We didn't have to learn how to deal with that. That was easy for us, honestly.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I've looked at your channel, and you really do kind of cover everything on there. And I know you mentioned before that was kind of a strategic thing. Had you looked for a channel like the one you created before you created it?
I tried to look for some content that was out there, and I had only found one or two other channels, but they hadn't been on the road much longer than what we had. And so I had gotten a couple of ideas from them, but there really was nothing out there. And that's what continues to drive me out. Even if it's just making a small change into an old video, it's more refined, it's better polished, it gets to the point more direct. And so there wasn't much out there, and there still really isn't much out there teaching lifestyle and trucking combined together.
Why do you think that is?
I think people aren't really realizing that it's a need. I think people are still thinking that you can just show up and trucking is a career. I think people think of it as a career and as a job, and that life is life and a job is a job, and that's how most people are able to live within that. You can leave at the end of the day and leave work at work. But if you're an over-the-road truck driver, and especially team driving, that's never a possibility. When I get done my workday, I don't get to leave the truck. I don't get to leave that environment. And so being able to merge learning the lifestyle and understanding the importance of every small nuance has a big impact, that you can't leave work and home in separate categories. They are together. And I think people aren't recognizing that. And I do believe personally, we don't have a driver shortage problem. We have a driver retention problem.
Yes.
We have the problem of not teaching drivers and equipping them well, setting them up for success. We're still thinking of it as a career and having a family life and a home life. We're not thinking of it as all-inclusive and all-encasing and teaching them that it's both together. And they, after a couple of years, they're burnt out and they just can't do it.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier, the importance of, being active, but in then the food aspect of it, a few of your videos, you focus on, Thanksgiving, Christmas in the truck, cooking healthy meals, storing fresh produce in the truck, cooking fish, which cracked me up.
Yeah.
Why
There's
is
a
it?
lot of people that think it's crazy if they're like, oh, you're going to stink your truck up and that's going to be horrible.
That's exactly what I thought as well. Talk to me about the importance, though, of, learning to cook in the truck, that it is possible, but also, cooking healthy meals. And, I know we've talked about that a lot. A lot of truck drivers just opt for kind of the faster options, but the importance of having those healthy options.
And so for me, I'm glad you brought that up, because for me, and like you said, lots of drivers have that as their backup. If they can just grab something out, they can grab a fast meal. For me, I have food allergies, so I have to be gluten-free. And then I also have other health problems that require me to eat a well-rounded meal and not eat out, because I can be exposed to gluten very easily, and that will make me very sick, and it could take me months to get better. And so for me, it wasn't an option to eat out. So it was I had to figure it out, and I just had to do it. And so there wasn't an alternative solution for me or a possibility. I just had to do it. And then also going from, I was a local pickup and delivery driver prior, so I was very, very physical in the trucking industry, and going on the road is very sedative. And so I knew that I had to eat well to kind of bridge the gap between going from very physically demanding to very sedative. And cooking in the truck and finding out what appliances work best, and having, like you said, the highest quality of food and the freshest food that I could have on board would help make a difference. And, I know this is radio and on air, but and people can't see me, but if you look at my physical physique, then you would know that it's doing something, and I am a very small person, and I've been able to maintain good health physically and many dynamics by eating well on the road.
A few of your videos, you talk about customizing your semi, and I know we joke around a lot here about customizing our offices. I mean, that is essentially your office. How important is it, mentally to have a place that is your own? I know, if obviously you don't own the truck, you can't make a ton of changes, but you can make some changes.
You can, and for us, it is more of a mental dynamic of why we do it, because I know a lot of drivers will say, just use paper plates or just eat out and just make a lot of trash, and it's easy and it's fine. But what happens is they never adjust to making it a permanent location. And so settling in and being able to do the job well, they aren't creating a permanent space to live in and enjoy. And so by having everything be throw away every day, you're just recycling your life. You're not actually having a permanent location that you can call home. And it's very difficult mentally if you don't find a place that you can settle into and call your home, call your own space. And that's why, I think that anxiety and depression and loneliness is skyrocketing in the trucking industry. You hear about so many drivers that are struggling mentally because of the isolation that trucking brings. And it is a huge problem. And so if you make it into your home and you make it into your space, I know for my husband and I, it has cut that down a little bit, because it is hard being away from home. And for us, we knew by being team drivers, one of us is always driving. We do not get that much time together. Most people think it's so cute that we're on the road together and we have all this time. They have this fairy tale on their head that we get all this time. Well, one of us is sleeping and one of us is driving. So when it comes down to it, we don't get time together. And when we do, it's like what's happening today, what's going on with the truck, what's going on with the traffic, what's going on with the load, when do we need to fuel, what's happening, what are the logistics around our route, because we run very dedicated routes. So making sure that we sat down and had 2 meals together. That way it kept the foundation of our marriage strong. Having a place that set up like a bedroom or a kitchen, and having those things, we knew that that is important for any marriage. And so we had to build that so that we could do a very difficult job and stay mentally okay, and then have our relationship stay well.
It's interesting hearing you talk, Angela, because, you talked about kind of the difference between just having it as a career and then kind of embracing it as a lifestyle. And that's what your YouTube channel is really dedicated to, right? It's a lifestyle of trucking, and you kind of talked about it there. Do you remember, can you trace back to when that thought maybe first occurred to you, in that, there is a difference between it just being a quote-unquote career and embracing kind of the lifestyle? Do you remember that kind of clicking into place at any particular moment?
I have to say, there wasn't just the aha, but I could definitely pinpoint some bigger times in life where I had more of that, like this, okay, I need to change this because this is how I'm feeling, and I don't have to. But luckily, I have a great foundation. Working for XPO, they have a really great culture of family and life and trucking, and they really bring it together of mentorship and support. And so I had lots of really excellent drivers speak into me that would say, you got to find balance. It doesn't have to be this or that. It can be all of it. And so, they are more of a regional, local company that does the LTL, but then does also regional road running. And so I think it was always in the back of my mind. And then when we went on the road, because of my food allergies, I had a upfront small idea of, okay, well, I at least have to cook in the truck and figure out how to sleep in the truck. And then that was the only initial first start. But after 2 years in, and you mentioned about doing the holidays and realizing that I was going to drive for some of those holidays because that's trucking. I was going to drive. I've driven on Christmas Day. I've driven on, I think, every holiday but Easter. 4th of July, I'll probably be driving. And then I started to get a little bit of bitterness in my heart that I was missing out on those things. And then I just realized, you don't have to. Bring it on the road. Like, if you're missing out on it, everybody else is missing out on it. So it does take a lot more preparation, so sometimes I have to think 2-3 weeks in advance on how to celebrate it, because I might not be home in time to get the supplies, to get that special meal, to figure out how am I going to cook a apple pie in the semi? How am I going to make Christmas cookies? Like, I'm going to make cherry pie. Like, well, then I have to go get the cherries from the farm and make sure it's on the truck so it stays fresh. And it takes more preparation, but guess what? Then I'm not missing out.
Yeah. It's a mindset shift for sure. Yeah.
And you sound like you have the ideal mindset for this career. What do you recommend, I guess, for new drivers, new people coming into the industry, who maybe don't have that mindset quite yet? Maybe they want it. Maybe they do just see this as a career and not a lifestyle. What do you say to them?
So I do get the opportunity to coach a lot of younger drivers. I do have a lot of people that reach out to me to get coaching and help them adjust. They see our channel and they think, oh, well, that looks so easy and I can just jump right on board and I'll be able to do it. And they think about it in those separate pieces like you just mentioned. And what I always tell them is, first, make sure you're working your schedule. And then you have to take, I call them micro bursts of time, and figure out how to move small segments of your time to do the little things. So maybe it's just that you get to cook 2 meals a week in your truck. And then in a couple weeks, you get to do 3 meals. And then one day, all of your food is cooked in the truck. You have to be willing to not be all or nothing, not be hot or cold. You have to just know that it's a lot, and you can only learn a little tiny bit at a time. And so the number one thing is making sure you're resting first, and then making sure you're eating well. And it might not be, maybe cooking in the truck the first time is making spaghetti in your truck. And it's all pre-made things that you're just dumping, heating, and eating, right? But it's better than McDonald's.
Yep.
So that's a shift. So making people understand that you have to take little baby steps. Grow slowly. Take microbursts of time. Can you work your schedule that if you can squeeze in a shower now, so you're only stopping your truck one time, utilizing rest areas versus going into a truck stop. For us, we only go to a truck stop once a day because it takes too long to slow the truck down, get off the highway, loop around, get in the truck stop, deal with all that traffic, get back on. That's about 10 to 15 minutes of a chunk of time taken up just because you decided to truck stop instead of a rest area. And so you can save 10 minutes. That might have been your shower for the day.
Yeah. Dumping, heating, and eating. I think I hope to see that on a sign at Hobby Lobby next time I go.
I want the T-shirt.
Angela, we've got to take a short break, but I do really appreciate stick around. And coming up, we want to ask you about your driving skills, which I know were recently put to the test. So stay tuned.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Bennett, we're not your ordinary trucking company. We're a family of faith, and we believe our blessings come from God. If you're a truck driver who values a company that shares your spiritual commitment, Bennett is the perfect fit. We have Pastor John Dewberry, who leads a weekly devotional phone call to uplift your spirit and knows your family by name. We believe in the power of prayer because we know that in this challenging industry, you need more than just freight. Join the Bennett family, where faith and trucking come together. Visit driveforbennett.com to be part of our mission today. Bennett, where faith drives success.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
We're back, trucking with OOIDA with Angela Griffin, a truck driver and content creator who recently competed in the Maryland State truck driving competition. Angela, talk to me about this competition. Why did you decide to do this?
So I started from year one being exposed to, so I started my career 17 years ago, and I knew about truck driving competitions in the first year. Our company had company rodeos, and I wanted to be the best driver I could possibly be. And so I did the company rodeo because I wasn't eligible for the state rodeo because you have to be 1 year safe driving. And so immediately I was just hooked into competition. And so while I was still a local driver, I have competed, I think 5 times I went to states, but when I came on the road, I didn't feel like I had enough time to practice and prepare myself well to show up at competition. I just didn't know how to work those dynamics in. And so I had competed, it's probably been about 10, 11 years. I had competed in the Maryland truck driving competition and then other local fun truck driving competitions. So like the Mack Museum, they host a truck rodeo once a year. Some other truck stops and things like that host them. And so prior, I had gotten 3rd place in the state of Maryland, and now I'm accomplishing a lot of personal goals, and I wanted to make sure I basically still had my game, right, that my walk matched my talk. And so I challenged myself to get back in competition, and so that's what it's about. I'm not always going to be driving a truck, but I'm still going to be doing something in the industry. And I wanted to make sure that I am finishing my career as well as I started it. And so this year, my husband and I went to the Maryland State Truck Driving Competition, and we were the only husband and wife team drivers that competed, that were road drivers that competed in the competition. So that's its first accomplishment, which was amazing to be able to show up in that way.
Were you still walking the talk? You did all right.
So we both placed fourth place in our areas that we competed. So I did sleeper division, and Scott did 5-axle. Now we're both going to say that we're a little bit of a sore loser. One of our pet peeves is like a 3-point stance, and we don't know why, but we did get a 25-point deduction for, they say we didn't do 3-point stance, which it is super critical. Like truck competitions are very, very grueling. Like it is the best of the best. Like it is like the Super Bowl for football. Like that's what this is. And so it's tough. So we got a 25-point deduction, and it cost us getting in top 3.
Oh man. What other things do you do in the competition? Like what do they check on?
So it's divided into 3 different parts. And so every state has a competition, and some of the states are still competing, lining up, and that's to go to the National Truck Driving Competition. So there'll be one driver out of every state representing there. So you have to have 1 year safe driving to even be eligible. And then the 3 sections that it's divided down into is first the written exam. And so there's the facts for drivers. The facts for drivers covers all of the history and knowledge of trucking. So when different things, like when the diesel engine was created, or when laws were signed in, how many miles of the road systems, all the different laws and things that revolve anything around trucking and the interstate highway and safety are in there. But then there's also first aid, hazmat. It's a lot of knowledge that you have to cover, and it's 40 questions that are on a multiple choice pop quiz. And so you don't know what's going to be covered in it. The book is huge, so you just study, and you hope that you retained enough information out of the book to do well on the exam. And then the next part is a driving part. So you cannot drive your own company's truck. So they pull a truck and a trailer combination to the line, and you get in the truck, and they make an obstacle course. So there's certain different problems that they pull from. So there's different, just think of a obstacle course when you're a kid at like gym day fun, and there's, you're jumping through the tires and you're doing the different things, and you never know what's going to be on the course. Well, that's how it is with the driving.
And you're wearing somebody else's pants too in that analogy, right?
Yeah, that would be odd.
Yeah.
You're not familiar with the truck. Yeah. Yeah. Should we file a protest on behalf of you and your husband? Because
we can do it.
We can do it. Fourth place. I'm not sure. All right.
Yeah. And then they make things wrong with the truck, and you got to find it. And all of it's timed, all of it's based. So it's basically everybody showing up with your own skill level and seeing how you do against everybody else.
Well, fourth place is good.
Yeah, that's impressive. That is impressive.
No shame,
Yeah, for sure.
I do want to ask you, Scott, do you know when the first diesel engine was created?
Oh, man. Is this part of the pop quiz?
This is part of the pop quiz.
It was on the test. Yeah, it was on the test.
It was a while ago?
I'll take a guess. You take a guess.
Oh, God. You cheated, though. You already knew the answer to it. You didn't know the answer already, did you?
I'm going to guess 1924.
I'm going to guess before that.
Okay. What is it, Angela?
1924. It was in our video. Yep.
Oh, see, you cheated.
I did research. I did research.
This was a rigged game. I'm filing the protest on this one.
That's interesting, though. That all that's included. How many people do participate in this?
So this year, Maryland actually also hosted Delaware, because Delaware is such a smaller state. They didn't feel like they had enough competitors, so they combined. Now the scores all separated back out, so that way there was a Maryland winner and a Delaware winner. And so for my class, I didn't count how many competitors, but I'm guessing 12 to 15 in my, maybe even up to 18 in my individual class. And then for Scott, there was 25 competitors just in his class. So there was over 100 competitors at the competition. So it was from 8 a.m. until awards weren't until 5 p.m.
That's
it was
fun,
a all-day grueling thing.
That's
but
fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Are you going to do it again next year?
Yes, I will be doing it again this year. So next year. So I'm going to keep reading the book all year. And I also became friends with the first place winner in Scott's class. She also works for FedEx. And the other fun fact is that there was only 4 women that competed in all of state of Maryland and Delaware.
Wow.
And so that's also another thing. Not only were we just husband and wife, but 1 out of 4 of the women out of the whole competition. And so there was a first place female winner going to nationals. And so she's asked me to help prepare her for a national competition. So I'm going to set up practice courses for her. I'm going to make pop quizzes for her, set up pre-trip inspections to make things wrong with the truck, and help her prepare to go, because that's another big thing. There are not many women in trucking showing up in these competitions and doing well in them.
Yeah, I was curious about that. I mean, especially from your perspective, how is the industry doing when it comes to female truck drivers?
There's definitely a lot more female truck drivers. I love seeing other women out here and driving, and then to see them wanting to show up in a similar way as I am and wanting to compete and want to be the best driver. I came to trucking because I loved to drive and I wanted to be a truck driver. And so to see other women out here wanting to do the same, so knowing others, like right now all eyes are on for people that are competing. Ida Daly, she runs for XPO, and this is her 18th year showing up to the National Truck Driving Competition. And that's who I kind of look towards, is women like her. Joyce, who is competing, who I said I'm going to be helping out, this is her 3rd time going to National Truck Driving Competition. And so those are the ladies that I look up to and that I've modeled my career after.
That's awesome. Scott, anything?
I mean, we've talked about your YouTube channel. I think you've got close to 18,000 subscribers at this point. You've been doing it for a little while. And we talked about it, in terms of kind of doing the looking at the industry as a lifestyle. What are you hoping, I suppose, people that come across your page and watch the videos, and people should, if they're listening, go check it out. They're entertaining. I think you're going to learn something when you go to the page, and you're going to have some fun doing it too. But you've got a wide variety of videos. Kind of how do you choose what you're going to, I guess, cover on any particular day?
So sometimes there's a lot of thought behind it, and then other times I'm going to be honest. There's not much thought behind it because we cover 5,000 miles a week, and sometimes there's a lot of traffic or there's a lot of weather, and it's just a lot to endure, and the job is just hitting us hard. And those are times that I might just say, let's just do a cooking video or let's do something simple. And then there's other times that followers request something and they say, I'm really struggling in this area, help me. And then there's other times where recently I did the day in the life. Funny enough, it took me like 2 weeks to film a day in the life because we moved so fast that I couldn't stop. Yeah, I couldn't stop enough to film to capture it all. So it took me 2 weeks to capture a day in the life of us. But then we have A day and B day and so it's fun. But I think the biggest thing is, for us, there's nothing off topic. People, it's life. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Even things like talking about a composting toilet in the truck. There's people that are schoolies and van lifers, and there's people that live on homesteads. That's the way they live. And so there should be no shame to say, hey, I have a composting toilet in the truck, or hey, this is real life. Let's figure out the best way to bring it into this really tiny environment. Trucking just is an even smaller environment than those van lifers and those tiny house livers. Like, trucking is even smaller than that. Let's figure out how to get the things that we need in the truck and go from there. And so some things have great thought, and then we do the breakdown of how do you just do simple organization of the fridge? How do you get a week's worth of food in that fridge? How do you do all of those things? And so some build off of each other, and some of it's like, hey, we need to put a video out. What are we going to do?
Yeah. And I love it, too, because it just gives you a different perspective and you think of things in a different way. Yeah. And even if you've been doing something the way you've been doing it for a number of years, you watch one of your videos, you think, oh, there's a different way to do it. And that may be a better way or, a different way at least. It's good to have that conversation for sure.
Where can people find you? What's your channel name?
So it's Simple Livin', and there's no G on the end. That's the hardest thing is just remember there's no G. And you can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And so from YouTube, you can just search that. And if you go on Instagram, it's 2 Simple Livin', so the number 2. So there's 2 of us in Simple Livin'. And it's based off of we do simple things to make living even better. and so they can find us on there. And on Facebook and Instagram, there's even more content. So we do, in our story, we capture the daily things. So you'll probably see my 2 a.m. workout that's 3 to 5 minutes, or you'll find what meal we're eating for the day. We try to get into the daily things on Facebook and Instagram, and then YouTube is for more of the long content on how are we doing it.
And shout out to Willow Jean as well, your dog.
Yes, my little she's
We'd be remiss.
adorable. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Angela, thank you so much.
Yes,
we
thank
appreciate
you.
you taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
That was Angela Griffin of Simple Livin' YouTube channel, trucker content creator. Scott, I think what drew me to her channel, I was, a few months ago looking up some like trucking content, and a video popped up of hers, and I'm watching it. It's how to customize your semi. I can guarantee you I will never own a semi. But I was fascinated.
You don't know that.
Just by like the ideas she had, and, just she fully, it's a lot on her channel that I think is really helpful.
Yeah, I've got a lot of issues with social media, but I do think with YouTube, it's really cool because you can open up a brand new world of things that you don't even know about or things that you want to learn about. And her channel, if you haven't had a chance to go check it out, Simple Livin' is the name of it again. It's really cool, I think, for even people who aren't in the industry to get a sense of what it is like to be out on the road. And she's got great advice, for various things. And it's a real good watch.
And one of her most popular videos was a tour of a truck stop shower, which I was like, you know what? I'm sure they don't teach that in CDL school of like what that's like or what the process is like. I've watched a few videos on, how that works. It is kind of fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And again, it's cool to have that window into, into their world. And she's got a very fulfilling life. You can tell just from, from the videos that she puts out there, and with her husband. And Willow Jean, again, I was
confused. I was like, do they have a mutual friend?
It's Willow Jean.
I had dog written down in my notes, but I did not know.
You didn't take the time to learn Willow Jean's name.
I did take the time, though, to find out when the first diesel engine was created.
Yeah, well, you ambushed me with that one.
I know.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? I'll get you back. Don't worry. It's okay. We got a lot of show left.
That's true.
So we got some time. Hey, we're going to kind of switching gears here. One of the thing that we're going to cover here in just a moment is all the protests that went on earlier this month, and we're probably going to see more of it in the coming weeks and months to come. Either way, it's a good reminder, I think, going back to 2020 with all the protests that we saw then, and kind of how these things can kind of spiral out of control pretty quickly. We saw the situation in Minneapolis with the truck driver who encountered protesters on Interstate 35 West there. So I was curious about this, and I think it's always a good reminder for people out there, if these protests should pop up anywhere that you are, what should you do? So we reached out to Doug Morris, also talked with the California Trucking Association's Eric Sauer about what he's seeing out there and what he's telling their members as well. So again, a good reminder here, and we'll have a listen. Let's face it, you've got enough headaches to deal with. Let's not add getting you and your truck caught up in a protest to that list.
Hands up, don't shoot! Hands up, don't shoot! Making it peaceful! You guys act peaceful as well!
You've no doubt seen the news of protests cropping up throughout the country in recent weeks, mostly in big cities. People in large numbers exercising their First Amendment right to mobilize, assemble, and make their voices heard. The vast majority of those protesters have done so peacefully. A small number have not.
It is mostly peaceful, but as you said, when it starts to disrupt...
beginning to cause an impact on the rest of the city.
If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account.
But either way, it can be a disruption for you as you try to do your job. Those disruptions were perhaps most apparent in Los Angeles earlier this month, with downtown LA being in the news for confrontations between protesters and agitators on one side and law enforcement on the other. The California Trucking Association was watching closely and communicating with its members about best practices.
It's probably best to steer clear of those areas so you don't get caught up in it.
The association's president, Eric Sauer, says the first step to staying safe and hassle-free as a trucker is staying informed.
that is obviously going to have some impact on routes to where businesses are being serviced and truckers have their customers and have to keep providing those goods and services to their customers. And so what we've been doing is pushing out, the alerts, the information, websites, where to go, dot.ca.gov or lacity.gov, and just making sure in real time that they are, they know where to go, any route restrictions. We also provide them with travel tips, plan the routes carefully, avoid obviously going into what I guess you can call hotspots, the curfew zone, and make sure that you're carrying some, documentation that shows delivery manifests or anything relevant documents as well. But most importantly, just stay informed and monitor all the local news and the city resources for the updates on the curfew status.
Doug Morris, OIDA Director of State Government Affairs, agrees.
Yeah, they should know, via radio or even call their dispatcher or call the local police if certain roads are closed down due to protesters. They should know where they're going and any alternate routes, just in case, all of a sudden, there's temporary barriers put up by protesters or whomever, and to make sure they have alternate routes, alternate ways to get out of there. And just be cognizant of where they're at all times. I mean, it's a situation where these protesters are very fluid. All of a sudden, you'll see them come down the street and just close down a whole block, and sometimes several streets. And unfortunately for some of the drivers out there, they just get caught up into it because it stops traffic, and then all of a sudden they got to deal with something that they didn't expect to deal with.
That's precisely the scenario Bogdan Večerko found himself in back in 2020 at the height of the protests spurred by the death of George Floyd.
Protests continue across this country tonight as well. Police have now made nearly 1,400 arrests.
The tanker truck driver on the job when he drove through a crowd of protesters who had convened on Interstate 35 West in Minneapolis.
The commissioner of the Department of Public Safety says the driver, Bogdan Večerko, likely saw the crowd and panicked.
Nobody was hurt, but Večerko was initially charged with felony and misdemeanor charges that were later dropped. A scary situation for him, no doubt, and one he could not have expected. Sauer said the industry learned a few things from what happened back in 2020.
Yeah, how important it is to stay informed. And whether that's through associations like OIDA or the California Trucking Association or other state trucking associations, just making sure that you're remaining aware of, real-time updates, because these things sometimes they are fast-moving, and the last thing you want to do is get caught up in, where the incidents are. And I think the industry has done just over the years, with technology improvements. I mean, this isn't like the old days when we're using a Thomas guide and you have to bring out the big book and flip through it. You can get real-time information through technology, but you can also get those information and updates through associations like yours and ours.
Part of this conversation is a shift we've seen in recent years. The United States, of course, was built on public protest, and that is protected by the Bill of Rights. But Morris says that a select number of individuals who want to cause havoc have learned something in recent years.
Protesters are mixed in with the agitators, and unfortunately, we did learn a lot of things that these agitators wind up burning cars and burning police cars and looting and all that, all the bad things about this. And, we learned that if you don't take control of it right away, it gets out of control. You have more folks show up, more agitators, more people that are generally not even part of the protest. They're there to loot. They're there to just cause havoc.
Things can turn pretty quickly, and while staying away is the best way to stay safe, that's not always an option. What if you stumble into a protest on a highway where you expect to see vehicles, not people?
Yeah, first off, the driver should keep their doors and trailers locked at all times. If they have a dispatcher, keep in contact with the dispatcher on a regular basis. If you're driving for a company, if they have any policies that you need to follow, make sure you follow those policies for these type of incidents. And don't attempt to drive through any barricades, either physical or people related. Just sit there, and if you're in the middle of the traffic and you're stuck there, you call the local police, call 911, say, hey, listen, I'm stuck in traffic here. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I need to get out of this area. Can I get all police assistance to get me out of this area? I know a lot of our members and a lot of drivers out there have guns. They have gun permits. If you have a gun permit and you're in a certain area, make sure you are allowed to carry that weapon, and make sure you know the deadly force policies for that state or for that city. I know some states allow you to carry a gun under the gun permit, but then you go into a city and they do not honor gun permits. So make sure you know that what the gun permit policies in that area. You're always a tire checker. I mean, drivers are allowed to carry that in their cab of their truck. If they start breaking the windows and start trying to get into your truck, obviously you need to take as much self-defense as you can to keep that person out of your truck. But again, know what your limitations are. It's up to the point where the threat is done, and that's it.
And while it's understandable you might want to protect your truck, the trailer, or the contents inside, Morris said there's something far more important to protect.
The insurance will take care of itself. The best thing is your well-being. You worry about yourself. That's the biggest thing. Who cares about the property or what's in the truck? The insurance will cover what it covers, and like I said, the best thing for you is to make it home to your family. That's what you need to do.
Your personal safety is paramount. Is obviously the most important thing, and it's. If you gotta, leave your vehicle because it's not a safe environment, then yeah, absolutely, you want to get out of harm's
way. We've got one more item of business to handle: the Trump administration's decision to cancel California's vehicle emission standards, including a rule that called for a massive shift toward electric trucks. It's an issue Eric Sauer of the California Trucking Association has been following closely for obvious reasons. He called the move a huge win for the industry.
I mean, we've said all along, and that was, partly with our lawsuit that we filed on the Advanced Clean Fleets rule, is these proposals, especially the ones in our world, are just unrealistic and unachievable. And I know that the industry knows that, we've made tremendous reductions over the years. And what's disappointing is in California, we had the on-road truck and bus rule, which was back a little more than a decade ago. And so it was the first rule of its kind. And the industry and others spent billions of dollars to be in compliance with this. So it's been done before, but this is, something that is, we've made the investments before. We also know that we're reading the tea leaves on where not only California, but where the country wants to go with zero emissions technology. And the reductions we made from the first rule, it's kind of disappointing that you don't really see a lot of pats on the back or acknowledgement from the industry. And the industry isn't looking for that. They just move freight. They just do their job. And that's what's been disappointing, is the lack of acknowledgement on the reductions that the industry has already made and always strives to make. But then you compound that with a whole sweeping, change from diesel engines to zero emission technology, which is getting better, but it's just not there yet. We can talk all day about the issues with it. What we want to look forward to is having productive dialogue and working on some reasonable, achievable solutions. And I hope we can get there, and I think we can. But a one-size-fits-all type of, command and control regulation when the technology isn't there, the infrastructure is definitely not there, and the cost limitations on the industry, and for everybody for that matter, those things need to be, kind of looked at, and maybe there's a different approach that we can get to.
So again, thanks to Doug Morris of OOIDA and Eric Sauer of the California Trucking Association for talking with us. Again, I think the basic takeaway here is just use common sense if and when these things pop up around you, and, be smart about it.
Exactly.
We are almost out of time here, Ashley, but we are working on a couple things for later in the week, including a new bill.
Yeah, recent bill introduced by Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas. He introduced this legislation that would essentially require English proficiency to be part of CDL testing. So we're kind of digging into this, and we'll definitely have some more on it later in the week.
We will have more on that. And also something else that's caught our eye, Truckload Carriers Association now calling on lawmakers to adopt a gallons-based user fee, kind of a way to take over for some of the lack in funding from the fuel taxes that are not coming in right now. So we'll have more on that as well later on in this week. For Trucking with OOIDA, I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
And we'll see you next time. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.